JD, my friend. Look at he came back again. It's
What's
Monday.
up, Betty?
We had
How we
that
doing?
holiday, and we've got all our awesome traders in our community back to see what we've got for them today. Well, hello, traders, friends, family, and of course everyone else. I'm so glad you could make it here this holiday that we had days off. You're at the right place at the right time, and yes, we've saved you a front row seat. Welcome to Topstep TV. The biggest and best names in the trading world are on this show, and you're not going to find another show like this anywhere on the internet. Nope, not with the people we got. So this is opening call. He is JD, and I'm the other guy. We have an informative and educational show for you today. Each and every day, we're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, neighbor, and even that voice in your head that keeps reminding you the only thing standing between you and true success is continuous progress. So, my friends, keep moving forward. That's all you got to do. Even if it's baby steps, you're still progressing. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Let's say good morning to old Blue Eyes. Good morning, JD. How are you?
Onwards and upwards, Edward. Filling in for Hogue
Onwards
this
and
week.
up.
Hogue will be back. Hogue will be back next Tuesday, so you're stuck with me for the opening call. Until then, folks. I'll
I'm
also be
not
joining in on a
stuck.
couple other segments throughout the week.
No, I'm not stuck.
I shouldn't
You're
say
part
stuck.
of the success here at Top Step. You're part of the team, by all means, and it's a pleasure to do some segments with you. But enough of that riffraff. All right, you shut up, and I'm going to talk now. Okay.
Let's do it.
All right. Let's get to the news. What is in the news here today? Well, my friends, we did see U.S. stock futures edge lower earlier, but they're on Friday's highs right now. Start the week. That includes key inflation data, testimony from Jerry Powell to start the quarterly earnings. We're going to be seeing those coming up here this week. Dow earlier was down about 10 here. Now we're looking at the Dow here right now, up just off its highs here. Looking at the 631 half. We've got the S&Ps. S&Ps right now tagging some tops here, 56.27. And we'll see what we've got there. But one thing I want to say is that the gold earlier, it looked like it was going to run north. Got the kibosh on that. And we do see it sort of just lingering where it has been for a while. The S&P 500 registered its fourth positive week in the last 5 weeks. Congratulations. That's amid growing hopes that the cooling inflation and slowing economy could maybe lead to interest rate cuts this year. Maybe. No promises. June Consumer Price Index, that's going to be a biggie on Thursday. And this is something that Jerome Powell will be looking at and all those Fed heads to see what we do have there. This week also sees the start of new earnings seasons. A number of major banks, including Citigroup, JP Morgan Chase, they're set to release the results. JP Morgan setting results at the end of the week. PepsiCo, Delta Airlines are also set to post results. And Skydance Media, we talked about this. Paramount, the merger has agreed to merge. This was announced late last night, ending months of speculation. Well, the stockholders will receive $23 per share in cash or stock, while Paramount's Class B shareholders will receive $15 per share. Total cash consideration in the deal will be about $4.5 billion, while the overall deal is valued at about $8 billion. It will also include $4.2 billion investment in Paramount by a group comprised of the Ellison family, who I don't know, and Redbird Capital. So the deal's going to be Paramount Studio assets, streaming service, channels such as Nickelodeon, MTV, Comedy Central. Yeah, channels that we don't watch anymore. So good luck on that. But anyway, all right. I've got that. I'm going to pass over to JD and see what he's got And JD, what do you have for our traders today?
Sure. Just looking at a few things that happened overnight overseas, we got some mixed signals. Markets in Asia closed lower overnight. Shanghai Composite down close to 1%, Nikkei down 0.3%, and the Hang Seng down 1.5%. While markets in Europe are trading higher this morning. The FTSE is currently up 0.3%, DAX is up 0.44%, and the CAC is up 0.18%. Currently have the VIX sitting at 12.62. The US dollar index is at 104.8, and the yield on the 10-year Treasury note resting at 4.27. As far as our Mag 7 stocks go, the big market movers, huge day on Friday for Meta, up close to 6% on the day, almost $30 rally for Meta stock.
Yeah.
Also, Google up 2.5%, Amazon up 1.25%, Apple up just over 2%, and Microsoft up 1.5%. The only laggard, Nvidia, down close to 2%. The only laggard in the Mag 7 on Friday. Tesla was also up 2%. Almost missed that one. As far as the economic calendar goes for the week, headlining this week is the Jerome Powell testimony of on Tuesday and Wednesday. Pardon me. Tuesday, he's scheduled to speak in front of the Senate Banking Committee, and Wednesday in front of the Financial Services Committee, House Financial Services Committee. Treasury Secretary Yellen will also be testifying on Tuesday and Wednesday. So there's some key events to keep an eye on. I believe Powell is at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. That's when that starts. We also have some inflation data out, CPI Thursday, PPI Friday, University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment on Friday also. And the Treasury front, we have a couple big auctions, 30-year bond auction on Thursday, 10-year note auction on Wednesday, and a 3-year note auction tomorrow on Tuesday. Those all come out at noon Central Time. That's about it for the economic calendar. Not much happening today. We've got a 3-month bill auction and a 6-month bill auction, both at 10:30 Central Time. And then the consumer credit report is out at 2 o'clock Central Time. Not so much of a big market mover, but something to keep an eye on going into the close later today. What's happening in the world of crude oil, Eddie?
Dude, let me tell you. Like you said, our economic numbers, we don't really have much today. So we're going to have to make the best of it, and I'm sure that we will. Crude prices slipped lower today, but as we can see it here right now, they have slipped, but they had hit a high 82.64. And it's handing back some of the gains we've seen over the last 4 weeks. I know last week we were much higher and that market had fallen. Well, we do see that WTI had fallen about 0.7%, Brent down 0.6. Now, talks over U.S. ceasefire plans. Now, we've been talking about this again. Same old BS like the Feds, over and over and over. But they're aiming at ending the 9-month-old war in Gaza. It's underway, being mediated by Qatar and Egypt. And elsewhere regarding crude, Earl Energy, Hurricane Milton Berle is expected to make a landfall in the middle of Texas coast later today. So if you're in Texas, please, by all means, make sure that you're in a safe spot. I tell you, these hurricanes are a bitch. So be very careful, be cognizant, be aware, know what you got to do, plan ahead. So there you go. That'll be it for the news, but I know that we've got a new tip of the week. And Mr. James, welcome back, my brother from another mother. Glad to have you here with us. What is our tip of the week? Tip of the week, tip of the week. Analyze your performance stats, understanding what these metrics say. What do these metrics say? Statistics. Know your numbers. One of the things here, analyzing trading stats is crucial. It's a part of improving your trading performance. Believe it or not, it is. And understanding your trading habits. So one thing I want to add is actually a couple things. Percentage of trades that are profitable. Right? This is a stat that you need to know. A high win rate indicates successful trades, obviously, unless you're well managed. If you can manage your account where you're cutting those losers short. Also, risk reward ratio. this measures profits, and we want to make sure that we know if we're having a bad day, right? Average loss of losing trades. So we want to make sure that we get that straight. JD, what would you like to add about these stats?
It's all about keeping the math on your side, right? You could have a low win rate as long as you have a high risk to reward ratio, and that works inversely too. You could have a low reward over risk ratio as long as you have a high win rate. So as long as you're keeping the math on your side, you are staying in the profitable zone. Keep an eye on your trade durations too. Personally, I find the longer I stay in the trade, the better it is, and the quicker I get out of a bad trade, the better that is also. So keep a couple of those stats in mind throughout the day. We're going to be talking a lot more about trader stats all week long. So stay tuned. We got a lot of great information coming out for you.
Yes. And I do see that some of our traders in chat are in that hurricane area. Please be safe. We love you. We don't want to hear about any.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah. So do the best you can. Safety first. Family first. Say family first. There you go. All right. I just want to remind everybody, please. We had our support team working over the weekend here, doing the best they can. Be kind to your support agents. All right. They are people. They have families. They are loved. Yes. So they're working day and night. So please, and they're going to answer all your issues, questions, requests. Be nice. Remember, what goes around comes around. So, JD, without further ado, let's get to these charts and see what the hell's going on. Let's do it.
What the hell is going on?
You can do it.
All right. You are looking at a daily of the September S&P 500 contract. So on Friday, the ES traded in a 40 handle range, respecting that 1 month average daily range, which is at 41 and a quarter, exceeding the 5-day average daily range, which is at 34 and a half. That's according to Edgeful. We settled the week at 56.21 quarter, up 31 points. Total volume, pretty light, 1.2 million contracts traded only. We're going to chalk that up to extended holiday weekends, taking an extra day on Friday. We also gained about 12,000 in open interest. That's 6 consecutive days of higher open interest. So it would appear that traders and investors are loading up to the long side right now. Okay, so we have this nice period. Let me grab a couple of drawing tools here. We've got this nice period of congestion here going back to mid-June. We finally broke out of this to the upside on Friday, even though it was on weaker volume, which I said you can attribute to people taking a long holiday weekend. The increase in open interest tells me that bulls are still firmly in control of this market right now, and new longs are entering the market. Our early call this week in the weekly kickoff email, you should have gotten that at 6 o'clock p.m. last night. If you subscribe, if you don't subscribe, we'll put a link in there for the weekly kickoff for you. Our early call in the ES is for higher prices this week, and our new weekly kickoff high is at 5,700 up here. Not too far off. We're less than 100 points away from that right now. We're looking at that level to be a key inflection point if we get up there early on this week. To the downside, our weekly kickoff low is now set at 55.36, which is just about the midpoint of this consolidation range that I was talking about going back to June 17th. Let's kick over to a 30-minute chart. All right. So Friday was pretty much a textbook trend day higher. We opened regular trading hours on the lows, and the initial balance down here held as the low for the day. Zooming in just a little bit more, we have what appears to be a triple distribution day, meaning 3 separate areas of balance. One on the lower end, one mid-range, and one up here towards the high, third one up on the high, giving us a volume point of control right here around 56.19. These 2 lower areas of balance actually did give traders some nice opportunities to jump in and catch a piece of that move to the upside on Friday. And it's also telling me that, like I said, buyers are still firmly in control, and they were firmly in control on Friday. This morning, overnight inventory was relatively flat until just recently. Now we're getting long. We were poised to open inside range, inside value, which would tell us to sit on our hands, be patient, and wait for better trade locations as the day goes on. But now it looks like we're going to be opening up with a small overnight gap. So gap rules will apply unless we start trading back inside range. Gap rules meaning you look for the overnight gap to fill in a timely fashion. Otherwise, we start looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap. In this case, it would be to the upside. Our gap fill will be Friday's high at 56.26. That's also last week's high and Friday's value area high. So trading back inside value from Friday would create maybe that special situation play that Hogan's Deanna like to talk about. Move back through value area high, passing through settlement price, volume point and control, and making a move back down to our value area low. Friday's value area low I have at 55.97. Quick, easy target to the upside that I'm looking at is 56.44, which lines up nicely with a measure move target from a previous pattern. So keep that level in mind also to the upside, 56.44. All right, let's take a look at our NASDAQ chart. Here is our daily of the September NQ contract. So Friday, NASDAQ traded in a 278 point range, exceeding both the 1 month and 5-day average daily ranges. 1 month average daily range was 220 points, and the 5-day was at 209 points. Those are both according to Edgeful also. Settled today at 20,620, up 209 points on the day. Total volume was about 600,000. Also on the lighter side, just like the ES, and we gained about 10,000 in open interest. So comparing the ES to the NQ last week, NASDAQ, it's my opinion that the NASDAQ was the stronger of the two last week. We have this nice little bull flag here. Throw that in 1 second. Created this little bull flag here. Broke out of it on Wednesday. We got some nice follow through on Friday. And again, volume was light, which we're going to chalk up to the holiday. But open interest was strong, hinting at new longs entering the market last week. Our early call in the weekly kickoff for NASDAQ is also higher. We're looking at a new weekly kickoff high of 20,900, just about 300 points away right now. Just like the ES, we expect this to be a decent inflection point later this week. By that, when I say an inflection point, I mean an area where longer time frame traders might start to think about adjusting their inventory. That could be either adding to existing positions or taking some off, maybe a little profit taking. We won't really know until we get there, though. So we're keeping an eye on that level. Here's our 30-minute zoomed in. Open this up a little more. All right, so just like the ES, Friday, textbook trend day higher. We never took out the overnight low, and the initial balance low remained the low for the day. While the ES was more of a triple distribution day, NASDAQ was looking more like a double distribution sort of day. Our lower area of balance was our first, hovering right around the middle of the initial balance was our first area of balance, and then another one up towards the highs, right around our volume point of control at 20,626. This rally was a little tougher to get into than the ES. Pullbacks weren't that deep, and they didn't happen very often, making it just that much more difficult to get in and catch a piece of that rally higher. So overnight inventory kind of balanced, getting a little long right now. We're still trading inside range, inside value from Friday, which tells us sit tight, wait for better trade locations. I have Friday's value area high at 2639, which is also Friday's high and last week's high in the NASDAQ. We also have Friday's volume point of control at 20,626 and settlement price right at 20,621. Trading below this area could lead us to a downside test of Friday's value area high at 20,504. Keep that level in mind. We are trading a little higher right now. We're about to tick over the highs, I think. It's looking like we might open with a small gap. We'll see. We're trading right on the high right now, though. But 20,000, what do I have on here in my chart? 685 is an upside target that I'm looking at right now. And we're running short on time, so I'm going to jump over to crude oil. Okay, here is our daily of the August crude oil contract. In all, the August traded in a $1.45 range on Friday, exceeding both the 1 month and 5-day average daily ranges. Edgeville has the 1 month average daily range at 139 and the 5-day at $1.43. Settled at 83.16, down 72 cents on the day. Total volume was 361,000 contracts. A little low, but not bad. And we lost 9,000 in open interest on Friday also. So leading up to last week, we had this nice little area of balance here. It goes back to June 19th, right around here. Last Monday, we ripped right through it. Traded sideways for a couple of days. Now this morning, we're kind of getting some decent downside follow through from Friday and nearly trading back to the highs of this congestion area right now. If things don't get too crazy, this 82 to 80.10, 82 to 82.10 area could provide an opportunity for a nice cheap long early on in the session. We also have our new weekly kickoff levels here on the upside, 85.25, which lines up nicely with this congestion zone from back in April. On the downside, we have 81.50, which is almost the neckline of this head and shoulders pattern that Hogue has been talking about for quite a while now. Our weekly kickoff will also be a key, weekly kickoff low, I should say. This will be a key inflection area if price action continues to be weak early on this week. Here is our 30-minute chart. So we'll spread this out a little more. All right. Oh, Mick just walked in. Say good morning. So here we have our 3 days of consolidation here. Last week, pretty standard sideways price action during the week. But then last night we took off to the downside, taking out Wednesday's low at 82.46 down here. Overnight inventory heavily short into the open. 8 o'clock Central Time is regular trading hours open for crude oil. We're opening with a gap, so gap rules apply here. If we don't return to fill this downside overnight gap in a timely fashion, we look for opportunities in the direction of the gap. The overnight gap fill price is Friday's regular trading hours low, right over here at 83.09. Next target to the downside is last Monday's regular trading low at 81.71. That would be down here. And after that, 81.50, our weekly kickoff low. If buyers do step in, my first upside target will be this naked volume point of control right here, right around 83.02. So go ahead and mark those levels down also. Last but not least, let's do the gold. We got 1 minute left, Eddie.
Quick as you can, man.
All right. Good morning, Reva. There's a dog next to me now. All right. In all, Friday, August contract traded in the $19 range, settled at $23.97.70, up $28.30 on the day. Nice rally for gold on Friday. Total volume was 293,000 contracts, decent pop, and open interest gained 14,000. So here's that nice big symmetrical triangle that we were talking about mid last week, right? Even zoom in on this a little more. Dolby will call this the Dorito formation, right? So we saw the ranges consolidating as volatility and volume dropped and dried up, and as we condensed and moved closer to the apex of this pattern right here. Wednesday, we broke out, closed above the upper trend line, then got some nice follow through on Friday, just ripped higher. Volume was pretty decent too, considering the low participation in some other markets because of the holiday. Because of the size of this pattern, a measure move target would take us somewhere in the area of 25.20, which is quite a ways off still. I didn't mark that level on here, but I was looking at it just a little while ago. Our early call in the weekly kickoff is for sideways price action this week. Our new weekly kickoff levels are 24.19 to the upside and 23.36 to the downside. Let's zoom into the 30-minute real quick. All right, so Friday was another trend day higher, forming this nice P-shaped volume profile formation, which is often associated with short covering. Spike up is your short covering rally, followed by an area of congestion or balance, which we see right here. According to Jim Dalton, the godfather of market profile, short covering is caused by old business exiting, not new participants entering the market. However, Friday's open interest kind of paints a little bit of a different picture. We gained that 14,000 in open interest on the breakout of a fairly large technical pattern. So maybe it was some new business entering the market. Time will tell. Who's trading? All right. Overnight inventory was short into the open. We did open inside range and inside value from Friday. So that tells us to be patient and wait for better trade locations. My early bias is to the long side, personally. So I will be looking for better trade locations to possibly jump into a long position in gold today. Trading below the VWAP right now, which I have at 23.86. But again, still inside range, inside value from Friday. So we're going to wait for some better trade locations. That's what I have for you, Eddie. We're running long on time.
All right. Well, JD, you did very well, and I hope that everybody took notes. We're going to take a short break. We got fast markets coming up here next. And don't go away, because we've got Deanna, we've got Nick for a tick, Andre and MP are going to be doing fast markets. So JD meets you at the coffee machine. Don't go away. We'll be right back. All right, my friends, let's get our traders in the gates for a fresh new week. And good morning, Andre. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, Eddie. Thank you. Welcome, everybody, to TopstepTV. This is Fast Marcus, the man in the upper left, wearing a nice plaid today. Michael Patak, upper right, was supposed to have a holiday last Friday, but did end up trading profitably. Nick for a tick in the lower left. Everyone knows. D, welcome, everybody. Nick, let's start with you. Friday was supposed to be a holiday for you, but I saw you were profitable. What happened?
It was definitely one of those days where you kind of are just watching. I'm like, we're going to do something stupid again. So I took a couple trades, made some money, got out, and walked away. Yeah, broke my rules. It is what it is. But sometimes you're just itching for a trade, and you're seeing what's happening in the markets. And so, going into today, the air horns are refilled, and I am ready to push the button and celebrate new all-time highs once again.
Hell yes. D, what are we looking for today in crude?
So crude is opening with a gap, but there's so far no sign of a gap fill. It just keeps dropping. So we might have maybe some short opportunities. If it keeps dropping, and if we get all the way down to 82 level, then I may have some longs, because we have the overnight low, and we also have the average daily range low in and around that same area. Gold might also be looking interesting, depending on what happens in the next sort of half an hour. May have either a further upside or maybe even a rejection of value to the downside. But so far, it's pretty undecided, just kind of dancing around the distribution curve from Friday. So some patience is required today. I'm just kind of waking up. I sort of slept in for some reason, so I'm
Good
gonna
for you.
just sit here and have some coffee and maybe wake up first before I start clicking buttons.
Good for you. Michael. We've seen some buyers straight out of the gate here in the S&Ps. NASDAQ saw some sellers out of the gate. Dow shot out of a can too, but NASDAQ seeing some sellers. MP, you put on a practice trade, right? You put on a trade in your practice account, right?
I will never miss the rally again in my life. Every morning,
Yes.
my new rule
He's a
is just get long.
He's a bull.
So,
We did it.
like I'm gonna always say I'm a part about it, but yeah, it's my practice account. Trading live, of course. So anybody's like, oh, hold on, I'm just gonna get long every day. That's kind of the whole
Caveman.
caveman style. Caveman trading.
Yep. Easier that way. It's easier that way, less painful. We'll see how this unfolds today. We got some really exciting stuff in store for you guys today and for this week, for that matter. Some of you guys may
Andre,
assume a little
sorry, it's my express funded account. It's not my practice account.
big distinction.
Yes.
I know why you're doing that, because you want to look at something that we're offering this week.
Yeah.
Exactly why
Well,
you-
that's another reason why.
If you read your weekly kickoff email, you see exactly what we're talking about. We got more in store today and for the week. We got some really cool stuff here at Top Step. You guys ask, we deliver again. Boy, Dow is just shooting to the upside. This is a very strong rally here in the Dow. Obviously, not many traders in Dow. NASDAQ seeing some sellers almost came down to VWAP at 20,613, currently trading 20,624. But yeah, like Nick said, air horn has been recharged over the weekend. Every time we make new highs, he'll be letting that sucker go. And we just made some new all-time highs. Thank you, Nick. Thank you.
I wasn't even paying attention.
You don't have to, Nick. You don't have to, man. It's just
Yeah.
every 10 minutes, just hit it randomly. I'm pretty sure you're going to be close to being accurate every time we make new all-time highs here in.
Oh, that's crazy.
Oh, boy. Markets are just on a tear to
Okay,
the
I'll tell you
upside.
that. Here we go.
Uh,
Whose horn is that? Is that Eddie's or is that Nick? Is that
No,
yours?
that's
Next.
mine. I come prepared.
I mean,
what
Horn
a
don't
rally.
have that horn.
What a rally, man. What an absolute beast of a market.
Eddie, you do have a horn.
Oh, your last name?
Uh-huh.
Hey.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Joe.
Or you are. You know what? You are a horn. Guys, Eddie's a horn.
There it is.
I wonder if anybody,
It's my uncle.
I wonder if anybody even knows that.
What?
Eddie Horn, guys. Eddie Horn. That's his name.
Yep.
Good guy. Great guy.
Thank you. Love you. Oops, sorry.
Jalopy. All
What
right.
he delivered today, Eddie.
We're going to be seeing, all right, new all-time highs again. We're going to be seeing a lot of this today. It's a pretty quiet day. I'm going to go throw it to my man, Eddie. I haven't really taken a close look at the calendar on what's on tap for today. I know we got some good
We
stuff
got
in store for the
nothing,
rest of the day. What do we got today, Eddie? Anything?
Well, we've got for lunch, we've got meatloaf and mashed potatoes. It should be a nice Monday lunch. Actually, we
Delicious.
really don't have much here. I think we got some numbers. Oh my goodness, it's not showing up here.
No number Monday.
It's
Number-
give me a second here.
All good, man. All good.
And
No
I'll
number
get that.
Monday.
It's no number
So-
Monday. Yeah.
No number Monday. Like last Friday was a no number Friday. Well, that's not true. It was non-farm. But we just kept drifting higher and higher and higher. I would probably expect the same here. Can the Dow cross 40,000 today? About 60
Yeah.
points off of that.
Dre, 10:30. We've got a 6 and 3 month bill auction.
So,
Yawn.
Yeah.
And then later on, we got the U.S. consumer credit around 2:00. Unless we got some Fed speakers,
yeah.
I'll keep an eye here. I'm watching news here, so I'll be on that
Eddie,
right away.
we need a bell on those guys. You know, they just come out of nowhere these days and just start talking.
They do. It pays well.
Sniper.
Yelling especially. Yelling just likes to just come out of nowhere. Parachute in off the top rope.
Yeah, I think it by the word. So
So we're seeing a quick little sell here on the Nasdaq right off the all-time high, or make a new all-time high, and now kind of fail back into Friday's, or the end of Friday's range rather. So something interesting to watch. We are coming into 24-hour VWAP here. I don't really have, when we're trading at all-time highs and we continue to make a new all-time high overnight and then every day, I don't have a ton of an edge outside of looking for a dip to buy until, the regime changes more or less. So I would hope we can get something back into the, 580s, 520s even, and to maybe long, just back into kind of the last couple of days range is really what I'd be looking for to start the week. Maybe some profit taking, and then you could have something to buy.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, I do have, you see pinned to the top of the chat here, you will see Topstep daily levels. I always have them open. I'm currently scanning them for right now as we do pull back in the NASDAQ. Coach Paul, John, Coach Jay in the house, all submitting their levels here. ES, NASDAQ, crude, gold, you name it, they're providing the levels. Please have that up on your screen at all times. I know MP's constantly watching that, as we will do the same. MP, we got house account open, or are you doing XFA because of what we're on rolling out?
I've already stopped out of it. Was a combine account. Now I'm in my XFA. But just putting this on with no stop. I'm going to see how much heat I take on this beautiful trade.
Are you long or short?
Are you long? Yeah.
Oh, Deanna, come on.
You don't need to stop if you're long.
Yeah, you're from a bear, so
Yeah, I know.
Hey, I got a question here. We're seeing the NASDAQ sort of drop off here, but the S&P has not really reacted yet. Do we short the S&P thinking that NASDAQ is the leader?
Good question.
Watching.
Something's got to give, right?
It does have a gap, whereas NASDAQ not so much. But do we really want to be shorting it at these levels? That's, contextually, it just seems wrong to me.
Why is it seem wrong, D?
Well, because we're seeing all-time highs all the time.
Yeah.
So, you don't want to be like smacked across the face looking for cheap trades, because that
Especially
can go very wrong too. So.
Yeah, especially on a no-number Monday. We're going to need some sort of catalyst.
I'm looking at the daily levels right now, and I am trying to see which ones line up here.
All right, are you doing this for your account, or are you doing this for house account? I'm just trying to
I'm just doing it to provide you some information. I'm just doing it. I'm going to provide you some information. Whatever I see, I'll share. Whatever you don't take, I'll take.
Scrap, sloppy seconds, whatever.
Now, guys, those that don't know, house account is collective thoughts of those that were trusted in the space, that are seeing it well, and not Andre, not me. We are, Andre's the gatherer. I'll gather every now and then. I'm the executioner. I execute the trade. Hunter and gathers.
Anyways.
And then it becomes a house account. This is a prop account, live prop account. We want to trade with a bit more size in it. We like to start at 20 lots on that one. So that's what that is about. And don't celebrate an Andre. Hey, great trade, Andre, or great trade, Michael. We are just, again, taking the information of others. And we'll share who the others are as we get the information.
House of Pain.
What's up, Nick?
Well, I was going to say, you're just seeing an interesting breakout in the Rusty and YM to kind of start today. So I don't know if that means rotation. It's something to see. When you see the Rusty shoot out of a cannon up 1%, it's always an interesting perspective of like, are we rotating into unprofitable garbage out of big tech? I don't know.
Oh boy, what a take. We're rotating out of tech into tech, remember?
That I know. Well, that's the classic contrarian app out of Apple and into Nvidia trade. My favorite.
I love that joke so much.
I still never forget, like it was 2 weeks ago that you looked at the charts and they were a complete inverse. It was really funny.
Oh man. Video trading $128. I think Microsoft and Apple did all the heavy lifting last week to take us to new all-time highs. We're chilling right now.
And AMD's continuing its bid. I know it was pretty bid on Friday too. So another one of the semis kind of making a move.
How did Intel get passed up in this whole race for semiconductors when they're the leader? How did they get passed up in this whole thing?
It's a good question.
It's like, how does Skype get passed
up? They messed up one of their competitor chips a few years back and pushed it back. Yeah, and then they just lost to NVIDIA. That was basically it.
How does Skype lose out to Zoom? Skype was there first, and Zoom came in and just overtook it all.
Skype is
Microsoft, right?
Well, then, did
I'm-
Microsoft
I'm
buy
not
it and
gonna
then basically
continue
not
that.
shelved it, but stopped caring about it for a decade?
Mhm.
Oops.
Yeah, Skype is like MySpace.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw Nicholas Renell in the chat. What's up,
Didn't
Michael?
JT buy that?
JT.
JT bought
What's JT?
MySpace.
JT Justin Timberlake?
Well, I mean, like however many. No, your old buddy
I don't know.
JT.
I didn't know. All right. Good talk. Good talk.
Good
Let's
talk.
get back to these markets. All right. Are you long, Michael, with no stopping? Just for legs and giggles?
In the XFA account, I'm going to see how much heat it takes. Actually, I might have to tell them to take all my risk parameters off. I want to see how much heat. So Jack did a whole thing, and he said, Jack, I don't know if he's here. He said if you held a 5 lot, he's okay. Why don't you share? I thought it was something about a 5 lot in Q1. If you would have held it, the most amount of heat you would have taken is blah blah blah. Something smaller than, of course, the winning blah blah blah. If you would have held it, what is the blah blah blah?
Here come buyers. Go ahead, Jack.
Here's the blah, blah, blahs. So what it was is I was thinking about the June trade. The first trading day was June 3rd. And I noticed that if we had just put on a 5 lot long of NQ at the opening bell on June 3rd, we would have taken 15K of heat at the most. But at the end of the month or whenever I did this, it was like we'd be up like, I don't know, $150,000.
Yeah.
Damn.
I think Jack didn't go. It was in a meeting or something, wasn't it? Where you're like, well, we should have just done that with the house account.
Yeah.
And we
that
said,
would've been
hey,
tight.
Jack, hindsight capital is hiring. Is hiring.
We accept every application. No interview.
I'm a director
process.
there.
Yeah.
We accept everybody. Everybody that has interviewed there has been correct.
That's
So,
true.
so here's a question. If
Okay.
you run that same test for every other month, what sort of stats do we get
Ooh.
then?
That's not a part of hindsight. You don't have to do that. You just have to do whatever.
Well, you do, because if we're going to be doing back
you
tests,
like, Sienna.
if we're going to be basing decisions on back tests, you can't do it off one trade and one
Yeah,
single. That's not much of a sample size. So just purely as
doing
somebody
phone
who has
screens.
worked in mechanical trading systems, you have to have some sort of a decent sample size before we can do this.
Exactly.
Well, I
Otherwise,
hear
it
I'll
was
get
a
the
one-off.
data. I can promise it's up overall because you're just basically long leveraged NASDAQ, right? So looking at that chart over the last couple of years, I'd imagine that you're usually doing okay.
we have a.
That's great. But how much heat would we take? Because we've
That's
had
true.
some very horrendous down days as well. So we need to know the average of how much heat we would need to take in order
Like that.
for this swing trade to work out. And then you extrapolate that data, and then you run a forward test.
There you go,
I'll do
Jack. What do you do?
Yeah, Jack. Shout out to
We
LFT
slacking just in
watching.
June.
LFT watching us from Turkey right now. What's up? Sorry about the loss to Netherlands. That was a tough one.
Andre, we do have hindsight capital that we are working with.
Those shirts
right now.
We're making shirts, man.
No, there ain't. We're making something else, and it's gonna be pretty funny. So every
Actual
time
LLC?
somebody comes in here and says you woulda, shoulda,
Actual-
coulda, we're just gonna drop the link in there and said they're hiring, and it's gonna be funny.
You buy the domain name. Buy the domain name.
We already have it all.
I figured it's part of your portfolio of domains.
They're making it.
What's
They're
your-
making it look like a real yet parody type of hedge fund looking website.
Love it.
So then you can go apply,
You're hired.
and then you'll find out what happens when you apply. Phone screening process is a nightmare, though.
Oh man. All right, taking a look at the tilt here. Nothing really. 62% short ES. That's about all we got. Buyers did step in the NASDAQ. We just see about 35, 40 point sell off. Buyers did step in. Currently hovering about 5 points above VWAP. Again, VWAP, I got 20,615. We're about 5 points higher, trading 20,619. Nothing really showing right now. Hit up my man Jay for some levels. Not really seeing a whole heck of a lot right now. So that being said, look in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. You will see the hashtag Fast Markets. Hit us up on Twitter, X, call it what you want. Use the hashtag Fast Markets. Send us your battle stations, your swag, Life Fund Trading certificates, anything you want that you think is pretty cool for us to share. We'll turn that back around to you guys in about 2 hours or so here on Fast Markets. It's been really memes. We love the memes. And Hungus, I'm talking to you morning and afternoon. And yeah, let's turn that around back to you guys this afternoon. Or I got 2 hours. Nick, I'm not seeing a whole heck of a lot at the moment. I know you're waiting for a pullback to what you said, about 580s in the NASDAQ?
That would have been we had buyers step in right at 600.
Sure
so
did.
Didn't even get a chance to go test the overnight low, which would have been, I mean, I think that's maybe the trade. I know we were talking about longing on June 2nd, but I'm assuming if you basically longed the overnight low any day the last few weeks, you've been, taking almost no heat.
Yes.
So
check it out.
23s, 26s is Friday's value point of control. John Huglin. 20s is settlement. Okay. 38s is value area high. Coach Ray. 620 settlement. Okay, again.
Pretty much in the middle right now.
20,000.
Really
yeah, 20,000. 616 is value point of control. 624 is value point of control. Okay. On our highs on S&P, on a big pullback with NASDAQ.
Dude, how cool is it what we're rolling out later? Oh, we've already rolled out, but maybe not everyone's aware. How cool is it?
Yes, you're not aware, then you...
Stay tuned. We got a big announcement here at 10:30 Central, about an hour and 45 minutes from now. But some of you may have already seen it or know if you read your weekly kickoff email. We'll do a formal announcement here in about hour 45 with reminders throughout the week. It's pretty cool.
Is that just the way MP said that? You are not aware.
Read your emails.
But it is way cool. And I think when I say way cool, just what they did over there in such a short amount of time. And there's other like performance areas out there, standalone sites to built in. This is like the version 1, and I think it already beats 80% of them out there. And I don't even know the other 20%. So I want to be part of the 80-20 rule.
People in the chat are aware. James Dobson, it's awesome.
Yeah, some people have sussed it out already.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, and you know what's cool about it? If somebody starts giving it all away, we take all the data and we can get those data in real time, pump it into ChatGPT, and have it spit out some conversations with you. What?
Now we're talking.
I've been wanting to do that since 2010.
Hey, 40,000 trade. Hey, 40,000 just traded in the Dow. How about it? 40,000 is currently new highs. 40,000. Get your hat out, Peter Tuckman. We'll be interviewing him, talking to him for power players. See if he busts out the 40,000 hat. We have been above 40,000 in the Dow before, but just for old time's sake, we'll do it again. Yeah, MP. People in the chat.
No, I thought you said 40,000 quantity. I was like, what?
No, the price 40,000. Sorry, 40,000.
What's your biggest size you've ever seen, Eddie, in the pits?
Damn.
Johnny Hogan's not around today, right?
And he's gonna be right back. Step away for 1 second. Biggest size. What's the biggest size you've ever seen in the pits?
3,000, 5,000, 3,000 or 5,000 lot. I remember Johnny Zawoski, JZ. It was a bid.
He flashed it
whatever, 80, whatever the price was. 80 bid, 3,000. And then he screams up to the pit reporter, nothing effing lower. Basically, if anything is printed lower than 80, the price of 80, say 79. Some guy not paying attention. I'll sell you on a 79. That broker's on the hook to fill every one of those 30,000 or 3,000, no matter who it is. That trade with them, because nobody would trade with them. If somebody did that, that broker would be on the hook, meaning they are now short. They have to take the other side of their customer's order to make them good. Good night on that one.
Nothing lower, huh? Power move.
Yeah, nothing lower. And that's where it's awesome. That's where it's all. You could be 79 bid, 78 bid, 77 bid, 100 lot, 100 lot, 100 lot. And that's what I would do. Because the markets on the screen would go 80 bid and then 79, 78, and you'd get filled on 100, 100. You just go over there, 100, 100, 100. And every time you do that, it's a tick, it's a tick, it's a tick. So in that, it was like, was it 5,000?
No,
no, 500. No, I forget. $10 a tick, $5. I forget what it was. It's a 100 lot. I'll make a tick on a 100 lot, like pretty much risk free.
All right, buyer stepping in. S&Ps. Are we just going to creep higher all day today, Nick, in the S&Ps? Are we just going to kind of drift higher? I mean, the volume isn't anything spectacular. It just kind of looks like we're in drift mode.
Yeah, it's very possible. But yeah, there's some absorption here at the highs on the S&P.
All right.
You're not seeing, I mean, we're stuck in a 25 point range really in the NASDAQ. Let's see if they break out now to a new all-time high.
So these value pointer controls are holding up. 625,
625.
16s. Now we're in the 30.
You'll get NASDAQ?
Yeah, I'm looking at all the levels in the NASDAQ.
Here we go. New highs. All day, man. Look at this. It's incredible. We'll hit 21,000. We'll hit 21,000 by weekend then, probably. Hell,
I mean,
tomorrow.
You know, let's start breaking out
tomorrow.
the 30,000 NASDAQ hats at this point.
Oh, wow.
But here's the
Yeah,
what hits 50,000 first? Is it the NASDAQ or the Dow?
50,000.
What do we see about
I mean,
20,000 hats like in some third world country that they always do? You know what the Super
I love
Bowl?
that, yeah.
The NFL.
Yes, I love that.
The losers, you're like, oh, interesting. I went on a vacation. I saw about 35 people wearing bears.
Those are
something like that. something like that.
Russell hats.
Yeah. Yeah, so no levels right now, Michael, really coming into play. 20,639, we're above that. 20,639 half. Friday's high, and we're above that. Weekly kickoff high, 20,900 from Hogue. 20,000. We're just
9,900.
900. We're just throwing numbers out there. We're just throwing numbers out there. And why not? These are measured moves.
Yeah.
Yep. 20,830 from Coach J. Upside target. So got some room to go there. Pretty quiet open, I would say. There's no number Monday, which is okay. We got to ease into the week.
So I have
D.
average
Yes.
session range high in NASDAQ at about 800. So that could be
Okay.
a nice little target if it starts to run.
How did you come to that number, D?
It's the average range of all regular trading hours. Well, not all, but the last sort of 10 to 14 trading days.
Yep.
And then it's kind of like a measured move in a way, but it just takes the average of how much it's moved over the last 10 days and then plots it by taking the current price, current low, and current high. And then depending on whether it's going higher or lower, it keeps calculating until it hits the average number. And that becomes the average session high or average session low. Or if you're using 24-hour ranges rather than just the regular trading hours, it's going to be average daily range high or average daily range low. So it's a very, very similar measure.
Yep. I know Jay does a very similar measurement as well. So 20,800 side target. I like the average trading range.
I got those that are saying it's Topstep X lagging. This is my Express account. And if it is lagging, you always got to look at the dome. You got to look at the dome. That's where the direct feed from the CME comes in. And then there's another feed that comes in from, I don't know if there's another feed exactly, but I know it's the TradingView charts aren't. It could be milliseconds. I don't know. But it's lining up for me. I mean, 27s, 28s on the NASDAQ, and that's the one I'm going to. And that's on refresh rate fast. Okay.
Yeah.
That's where my long is. All right. So there's that. And let's go live. Live. 622s. 623s. I mean, I'm on. So, but you could get people that aren't having the exact same experience.
Yeah, you'll see at the top of Topstep X right here. We're investigating reports of frozen candles on mobile. We got it. We're working on it.
Yeah,
we're working.
I'm not trading on mobile right now. It's working fine for me, and I'm with you guys live. So, I'm not saying that you're wrong though. There's your truth, my truth, and the truth.
I
Andre, I
don't
learned
what?
that.
Nah, yeah, I know.
There's your truth, Andre, which is pretty
Nope.
much always wrong. There's my truth, which is always right, which is the truth.
It sounds like there's two truths then. Sounds like there's one truth. We'll talk about that another time. Hey, Nick, any trades so far? Got to ask.
No, nothing yet. I was looking to take a scalp in my XFAs on Topstep X off kind of that 633 level. And that was the initial dump, like right out of the gate. I was trying to get short and ended up scratching it. But this is interesting, us kind of making a new high again off that 650 area and then kind of falling back into range. So not a ton of interest, I guess, from buyers to continue to push us back up to a new all-time high and drive us like they have been. So, you know, I mean, we're still in such a tight range.
Yes,
like
we are.
5 points on ES, if that.
Yep, quite right.
It's not exactly screaming anything other than summer trading right now.
Yes, agree with that.
Oh, summer.
Like, yeah, you
Summer's
take
been great.
away the idea that we're at all-time highs. This is just the most boring summer day ever so far.
Summer
I
of
love
Mike,
it.
Andre. I'm having a blast this summer so far.
It was just good idea, man. How'd you celebrate America's birthday? Fireworks, pool party, barbecue.
Biked around Aspen and hit
Wow,
barbecues and parties
Nice.
with a drink in hand on the bike.
excellent. Nick, how was that?
To the day I realized I did buy a cup holder.
Yeah, invest in a cup holder for the drink. Nick,
I
how was the
not the only
redneck
guy.
pool?
It was not. Oh yeah, how's the redneck pool party?
The redneck pool party was great. My wife and I and the dogs enjoyed, a lovely 100-degree day here in North Texas, and blew up the pool, filled it with water, sat in it, and then it just overheats. Eventually turns into a hot tub. So at that point, we let the dogs out and let them, just kind of enjoy the water and, play fetch and all that stuff. So we had a good time. We kept it low key. 4th of July, these days is pretty relaxed, and with a little one on the way, we kind of just kept it very casual and hung out all weekend. So it was nice. As much as I did trade Friday, I did kind of reflect and relax and didn't do a whole lot. I didn't even do prep yesterday. Last night, I kind of was just staying away until today, and I'm kind of glad I didn't, because there was not a lot to prep outside of looking for a dip to buy.
Yes, very good idea. D, did you watch the England soccer? Did you watch the soccer match?
I did, yeah.
How about that penalty
to be honest,
shootout?
for the first time. Yeah, I mean, for the first time since I've been watching them play, they actually looked like professionals, like in the penalty shootout. So that was new.
They
Nice
didn't
to
miss.
see, because they fumbled through the entire tournament so far.
I love
So
D
let's see
soccer
what they do
takes.
next. But I mean, I don't know what Southgate is doing. He plays some very weird strategies and decisions, and I get the whole waiting for the substitutes and for the overtime because they've got fresh legs and all of that.
Mhm.
But it was just, it's like, well, how long are you going to wait? And it seems to be so close to losing the match, and then it's like, right, now we need to make some changes.
He's a survivor.
You'll
That
be
guy
out, man. What are you doing?
He's
Yeah,
a
so
survivor.
it's all a bit of flipping and flopping, but they made it to the semifinals now. Yeah,
Semi.
I think so. So yeah.
What are you in for,
let's go
Andre?
back.
What are you in for the finals? I'm zero paying attention on whatever.
The trophy clout.
Well, I mean, what are we playing towards right now? What is this?
Ooh, this is the Euro. The best teams in Europe, or all the international competition for Europe. It's who's in there? France, Netherlands, England, I'm missing one.
Germany, Spain.
Final four. Yes, they did not miss a penalty kick in that shootout. Very impressive. No one cheers. No one lets you know that they're winning more than English fans. It's quite a thing. Southgate surviving by his teeth. Almost fired.
Yeah, no joke, man.
Keeps on surviving. Anyways, all right, we got 75% short here in the YM. Looking really popping off the tilt here. Let's see if we can another push high. Ooh, seller stepping in. 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I still want to see 580 touched at some point in the early part of this session. but
5/8 touch. 5/8. It's okay. Well, I get a check mark there.
which is the overnight low.
Okay. You have overnight 580. Okay. Yep. I
Yeah,
see that.
depending on
Roger
when that happens, that might even turn into a failed auction if we are
Yep.
not breaking those new levels for another half an hour or so.
And here you
that
go.
would give
This could be
strength
it right now
that
as we
idea.
are selling a bit.
Hmm.
Right as the 9 o'clock candle or 10 o'clock Eastern candle closed.
Yeah, I mean it's bound to test settlement at some point, so we'll see. There's a whole bunch of confluence around that level.
Yep.
It's a good idea, Nick. I like that.
Right.
Thank you. Yeah,
All
this
right,
is
so
like I said,
06 is-
that's where the first like cheap long of the day I would say is if
580.
you're playing for us to continue to grind up and kind of drift. But if we fail and continue to kind of build below 600, I mean,
Yeah.
maybe we're going to start range bounding this new all-time high balance area that we've created last week.
That's never going to happen. Nick just goes higher.
You're right. Air horns always on deck.
There's no rage valve. Can't wait till that horn runs out of like juice. Just be like,
Air? I
it's
don't
burned
know.
out.
Well, according to Tom Lee, that it never runs out of juice. We just are going to slowly grind to, SPX 10,000 here in the next 5 years.
Incredible. We have a check mark for 5.
I mean, wait till you and I are perma bear bulls,
Oh.
and then
What happens
I'm gonna
then?
fade the hell out of us, guys. Yeah, because that's pretty much the top.
I mean,
Still hanging
you
on.
can get me to start buying again if consumer credit comes out today and finally people are like, oh, the average person is living on a, balance that's becoming smaller and smaller and spending is changing. And, if there's a little bit of a worry sell in this market and let's call it a 10 to 15% correction, and then we kind of settle balance there for a few weeks, then you might get me regularly kind of looking for, dollar cost averaging into other positions that are not futures every day. And then it might make sense that, hey, so you'd say, hey, we're starting to form some aspect of a bottom in this cycle, but it's hard to do when we keep making all-time highs when I think the average person is still feeling some pain out there. I got colleagues that are still, got laid off when I did and are still looking for jobs. So clearly the white collar recession is still there and people are still feeling, people have taken pay cuts and things like that to get back into the workforce. But I think it's just we're still kind of in the midst of, I think, a lot of this for the average person.
Yeah, I think it's
We got some-
similar over here in the UK because I went to see our best man. It was his birthday over the weekend, and he's in finance too. And there's a lot of people who work for like hedge funds and banks and stuff. And one of them who does work for a hedge fund, he was actually complaining that his bonuses are not what they used to be. So there's some crisis there as well. I think the whole world is in a bit of a disarray at the moment, but the
I've
equities don't care right now.
I've noticed. Well, I
What
mean,
have you
in my
noticed?
own perspective,
What
that
have
there's
you
more.
noticed?
There's more homes up for sale now.
What have you noticed?
There are.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Start releasing that number, MP.
Yeah.
12.
The house sales. Yeah.
We have some news that ties into this a little bit. It's now be a good time to share it. James, when you're ready, the first is you mentioned people feeling it. Gabe shared this actually. The delinquency rate for multifamily housing is peaking or close to its highs from
that's where I
back
heard it.
after the Great Recession. Yeah, we're all on Slack. Keep in mind, I'm always a chart truther that the left range for this is between 0 and 0.5%. So these are a little bit of exaggerated moves. Speaking of highs and drawdowns, this is interesting. Did you know what July 8th is?
4 days after July.
It's today. It's today.
You are correct. You are all correct. It is also the day that marked the bottom after the Great Depression stock sell-off. So because we're Hindsight Capital and can choose when we were founded, I am saying Hindsight Capital was founded on July 8th, 1932.
Damn. We've been in business for a minute.
Yep, just in time to buy this dip. 89%
Can you make-
drawdown.
Jack, I asked them to have you make the About Us for Hindsight Capital.
Choose
So
where I'm on it.
can you make sure we're truthful with your truth?
We can choose when we were founded.
I will find my own truth. Interesting thing here, it did not reach its 1929 high again until 1954. There's some other historic drawdowns there that are interesting to look at. And lastly, I don't know if this is good news or bad news, but Andy H. from chat, who coined the term, I don't even want to say it, fire drill, shared this. Hippos can get airborne, says new study.
What?
Yep, this is the kind of grant I want to write. Some scientists watched hippos and found out they do, in fact, leave the ground when running for about 15% of the time. So watch out.
Do they have a springboard? Like, what's going on there?
Jumping
Big
off
water
bridges.
balloon launcher.
They are, those are dangerous animals. Those
They are
animals.
dangerous animals, Eddie.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of your
Yeah,
style.
they're
Yeah,
massive
don't they
as well.
kill more people in Africa than lions or anything else?
Oh,
any
yeah.
predators?
Aggressive.
Yeah.
Aggressive.
I think they're the most dangerous
Probably by
mammal.
stepping on them. Oops.
Yeah. They don't play around. What's up, Michael? You had a good one.
I've been short since tens, and yeah, I don't know
Since
why.
10.
So I don't
Since
know.
10.
So what account
It
is
was all
that now?
trade
Is that
below
your-
20s, the trade below 16s, the levels that we have, the value area. I got a list of them here.
We couldn't even get
Okay.
to 580.
Yeah,
Sellers are
control.
useless.
I know.
One there.
I thought we were gonna fall apart down there.
Yeah.
It's like I wasn't going to buy 600 after we kind of bounced off for the first time. You'd think we'd clear a little bit lower and tag the
Yeah.
overnight low. Nope.
No,
Too much to ask.
just here comes
Nope.
the buyers.
No.
Tricky.
It's almost
Is that
like when
airborne
we were
ready?
making the joke last week. It doesn't matter where you buy. You're going to take just a smidge of heat, but you're going to be fine. Just keep holding it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Yeah.
35.
It's like, what is this bid right now?
What's here? Buy it.
Although I will say, because it's around so much in a pretty, relatively tight range, this
Yeah.
does look like range-bound activity for now. So what I'm guessing is that we're going to settle into this pathetic little range, and then at some point of the day, it's going to break out upside. So,
Yeah, not downside.
no,
Yeah.
That's not allowed here.
Oh, yes.
no downside.
No, but D, you're right. I mean, we're literally in a 30-point range on the Nasdaq, and you can
Yeah.
call it a range bound day, but that is tiny. That is like the 1 minute opening range
It's
usually
cool.
for the Nasdaq.
Yeah.
It's shocking how many people in June got a short bias. Even our perma bull Dakota was getting short more
Yeah,
often
too
than he
short,
ever has
yeah.
been.
Was.
Mhm.
Yeah. So
But it's because it's slow, right? So you're expecting Nasdaq to kind of keep shooting up or down, and when price
Mhm.
activity slows, you start to doubt the bull trend. You're like, maybe we should short it. And I don't know whether it's just the summer slowdown, but if you look at the stats over the last sort of 5 years, July is still reasonably bullish for most equities. So, but however, August and September, though, statistically, they're down months for the equities.
I mean, just a tough.
All right, we got
Let's go back to
82%, 82% short in the Dow right now. Only thing really 65% short ES.
But 82% of 6 people is not a lot.
I mean, I can tell you the sample size is bigger than that. It's bigger than
Our
that,
biggest
but yes.
it's
So we
bigger
got
than
Nick
that, but our-
Dobie, Anne Marie, and 4 others.
Yes. Yes.
It's bigger than that, but I'm looking for something, but yes.
Yeah, it's odd that that's 80% short. ES is 65% short, and NASDAQ is 50-50. Guys, the tilt runs amok. Is that the right word? Runs at the top of your screen. And I don't know, gives you open position. It gives you the bias of all the open positions that are in the trading combine or the express funded account. These are all the folks that in the sim environment that are all very, very much motivated to be correct.
Oh, yeah.
And we share it with you. And do whatever you want with it. It is valuable information because it's information nobody else is sharing.
It's super heavy. Gotta make something of it. Right now, like Nick said, we're saying very tight range right now. Everything pretty much. Crude in a 70-point range. I got gold found some buyers right up to VWAP. Gold train 23.86. High of the day 23.94. We did see 2400s last week.
Mhm.
So, yeah.
Friday's high 639.
Maybe
Friday's
some
high is right
long-term
here.
pullback in gold, maybe that could be a play.
Nvidia on a tear, up 3.5%.
There we go. Back to normal. Oh, yeah. Wow. Shot out of a cannon. Last 20 minutes or so. Why isn't the... Who's moving with it, though, Nick? Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, everything else is relatively flat in the Mag 7. Google down about 1%.
What number Monday? We do that 3-month and 6-month bill at 10:30 Central Time, about an hour 20 minutes from now. Not a big number at all, unless it comes to super out of whack. We do have earnings this week, though. Obviously, earnings season always starts off with the banks. Got Wells Fargo. I think I saw Chase in there. Give you a barometer of what's to come. We got Powell testimony this week. Got some inflation numbers this week. So it's all right. A lot of meat on the bones. Or meat and potatoes week, right, Michael? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Oh yeah, old countries fine dinner.
Absolutely. So yes, be patient. Don't blow up your week on a Monday when you got so much coming out later. Nibble, pad the account a little bit. We'll see. We're just quiet right now. We've seen this before. We'll break out. Market's looking for some volume, looking to conduct some business. The levels have really come into play just yet. Nibble, yes, nibble. That's what I said. Guard grifts, yes, nibble for a little bit. Get in, get out, see profit, take profit.
Let me check in on my Chewy.
How's it doing?
Yeah, how is it doing? Check on my Chewy.
I mean, I'm going to go out of the gate right now. That getting long in that is not something you'd want to do. Oh, down a cool 5 large. Bought at 30, trading 25.
Being tough is just a meme away from going back to scratch, Michael. It's just
Roaring
a meme away.
kitty.
Just a meme away.
Yep.
What a world we're living in when that's not a
time to be
crazy
alive.
thesis right there.
What a time to be alive, Eddie. It's
I love it because it's my example of showing if you just go after these idiots, and these idiots could be any analyst out there because you didn't do your own research, probably not going to be something that pans out well for you. That's my diamond hands Mike talking right now.
These diamond hands.
Saying I'm a part of the Wall Street Reddit world or whatever it's called. Wall Street bets. Putting on their strategies. Putting on their strategies, Deanna. That's what I'm going to show you guys. How profitable they are.
All right.
Wow. 30s.
We got some stats coming out. We do have a big announcement coming up in about an hour and 15 minutes. Well, some of you have already seen it. We'll do the formal announcement, though. Got some questions I'm going to talk to Michael about regarding that announcement. Some interesting items than that. But for the time being, yeah, we're just trading sideways right now. Everyone, D, have you taken a trade? I think you said you slept in, got some rest. So have you made a trade yet?
No trades. No trades.
Okay.
In fact, I'm actually on my mobile internet connection through a hotspot. Because for some reason, I've got a problem with like a switch on the connection. So I need to get a new one. But luckily, I always have like backups and stuff. So when I woke up, I just couldn't deal with that. And I was just like, this is not happening. So no trades for me yet. I'm just looking for very, very good, strong levels. I probably don't want to trade too much on a Monday. So I want to get a really good high probability level. So I'm looking at, what was I seeing? Oh yeah, our bulb has a nice stack of interesting levels. So there's a value low. We're opening down with a gap. So value low is at 258.36. And then it also has the average session range low just underneath it. So that's kind of the strongest setup that I can see for the day. Crude oil has something similar, but crude oil is still inside the initial balance. So I'm guessing that's going to be pretty range bound for now. Maybe I might get a setup later on, but that's probably going to be a range bound strategy rather than catching a good momentum. And then gold is attempting to go higher above the initial balance. But it's a bit ambiguous. It kind of opened on the nose of the value low. So it's like, is it inside? Is it below it? I'm not exactly sure. So I would like to see maybe a move up to closer to that 24 level, at least 23.96. That's where I have the high of Friday. I have some supplies that are older. And we also have that high probability level of average session range high at 23.95. And then a little bit higher up, just at that 2400 level. So nothing really at the moment that I want to, actually get involved in. So I'm also trying to limit the amount of trades that I do in a day. So I just want to find like a really, really good high probability setup today.
Smart. Patience, patience, patience.
Mm,
Opportunities will come.
yeah.
Tick stack go. Low volume, could be calm before the storm. Caution for bulls. Ooh. Hurricane coming from the Gulf of Mexico later this week. Arbob and Natty can get wild. Interesting. What is that?
Mhm.
What's going on with that hurricane, Nick? I don't think it's going to come up to North Texas, will it?
We're getting the outskirts of it this morning.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it cooled us down a little bit. We've had some rain, but it looks like it's moving a little bit east. But it hit Houston a lot harder than I think people were thinking it was going to. I think they're getting like 10 inches of rain this morning.
Summer, man. Thinking about you guys down there. That is, as crude as it sounds, it is bullish for crude oil, right? It's just, I believe it's bullish when these hurricanes come through that area. Typically, it's bullish for crude.
What part of Texas you get in again, Nick? Dallas?
I'm in Dallas.
D-Town.
Man, there's a lot of Texas, Dallas people here.
Your favorite.
4th of July. They have direct flights.
In Aspen.
Aspen here. Yeah. All last week. Texas plates all over the place.
Yeah, it was interesting because I went to Steamboat this past winter to go snowboard and ski with some buddies, and I had no idea there was a quick little direct flight out of DFW right there.
Montrose.
And out of Love Field, our little smaller airport that Southwest flies out of. But yeah, that one, and there was same thing direct into Aspen and other places, which is just interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Never knew that existed.
A lot of money in Dallas.
Yep.
Oh, they wear it.
All right, whole bunch of sideways. All right, sideways action going on right now. I'm going to throw it to my man, JD. He's ready with some hot streaks. Stats. JD, what do you got for some hot streaks? Interesting to see this. Last week was tricky. Let's see where the hot streaks are at. JD, what do we got? Unmute. $5.
$5.
All right, we'll come back to JD when he is ready. Let's go, guys. Come on.
Yeah, let's rock and roll it.
Sun's coming in.
Like, here I am.
Let's go.
It wasn't a mute issue. It was a VMix issue. All right. Hot streaks. Our guy, Jacob W., was back in the market. Now only 2 winning days away from tying the all-time record.
Wow.
Carlos L.
Wow.
Current record stands at 42 consecutive trading days. It's down there in the disclaimer at the bottom.
Wow.
Friday wasn't a big winner for Jacob, just $12. But when it comes to the hot streaks list, $12 is $12, and a winner is a winner.
40 days.
Then we have
Noah.
Yeah, 40 days of rain. Making it rain for 40 days and nights. Or wasn't Noah. That was Moses, right? Oh, never mind. I got my Bible.
Moses had the 15 commandments, right?
Michael would
And he
know
dropped
that.
he dropped
one,
the
yeah.
tablet. Yeah.
All right, so we got some
Sorry,
sellers.
Saw it on
stepping in
TV.
here.
Back to the Bible. I'm sure Dakota could help us
Throw
out.
my hat. You gotta throw my hat. I'm gonna throw my hand.
Don't worry, MP. They're gonna fumble.
Michael, Dustin,
See, and
Blair,
you
and
only-
Alexander all extending their streaks. All right.
40. The record's 42.
Record's 42.
Crazy.
All right. Yesterday's best live PNLs. So Eider with just over 12 grand trading gold and NASDAQ. He made 4,200 trading gold, 8,000 trading the NASDAQ. Also our XFA PNL leader. We're going to see Eider's name quite a few times later on today. Matthew Z picked up 2,400 trading micro NASDAQ. Nice trading day, trading nothing but micros. $2,400 for Matthew Z. Nick Fortick, there he is, carving it up in the NASDAQ. After he said he was taking the day off, he came out
Dirty
swinging.
Dog. You dirty dog.
Just busting chops. And Lang had a nice day trading the S&P, and Rips is back on the board. We haven't seen Rips' name in a while on here. Good to have him back. 2 grand trading the NASDAQ. Nice job. All right, last but not least for this set, we have our payout leaders from last week.
This is becoming my new favorite stat.
Right?
Oh my gosh.
Raphael, Clinton, Soren, Sadara, Brian P. 4 of these traders are on our leaderboard that we're going to see in just a little bit.
150.
Raphael took out 80 grand after his split, 72. Clinton took payouts on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday last week, over 50 grand. Soren with 40, Sadara close to 40, Brian P 36.
About
Traders
250
paying
grand worth of
themselves.
payouts.
Yep. It's real money, folks. Traders paying themselves out with real money. All right, back in a little bit with
Thanks, JD.
XFA P&Ls and the leaderboard. See you in a bit.
$250,000 of the payments just from those 5 people right there. What's
J
up,
Powell, I
MP?
see you in here. Orders not filling, bad data feed. Plus, I can't contact anyone to help me. What platform? Because I'm trading live.
What's the charge
and
of frozen
I'm
mine?
jumping on Sim.
Oh.
We don't do support on the air, but if you are having issues and it's
Bitches.
everybody here is having issues, and then we'll tackle it. But that's why I'm jumping in to help you out.
How about that?
Yeah, we're sort of looking into it already, so
You got
we're
it.
on
Yeah.
it.
Do we have issues? Orders not filling, bad data?
That's where that's set. I'm getting.
Yes, no. Yes, no.
Oh, well, the thing is, on Topstep X, we had a message posted up top regarding
That's the investigating
Amazon.
frozen candles. That's been up there, and that's just on
Right,
the
and we're
mobile. Is there
looking
any-
into the chart issues right now. We're looking into it.
There you go, guys.
Okay.
Technology will not always work perfectly, but I apologize for any inconvenience.
Man, you got the
Orders are
CEO. You got
server-side, so
direct access
you
to the
should,
CEO. They sure take advantage of it, man.
Brah, LMFAO, brah. Yeah, guys, it will happen. I'm sorry. There's Rhythmic that'll happen to. There's Tradevate that'll happen to. There's Topstep X that'll happen to. There's the CME, which will drop the feed. There's the NYSE that had a London style, or not in London, a data issue. Well, that was a while ago. There's Robinhood that will have them. They happen. I know.
Can you imagine if we only had dial-up still?
So,
Traded.
I did see
All
a
right.
video recently that was some dad making his kids sit through the AOL login before they're allowed to use the Wi-Fi, which I thought was pretty hilarious.
Oh, that's a good idea. So my top of my screen just updated. We have released a fix for the issue with frozen
How about
chart
that?
candles. Please refresh your platform.
Will do. Thank you. Heck.
You know, I'm also gonna tell them to do, which they probably already will. Don't hold me to it. Here's what we do on Topstep X. You guys can trade on any platform you want, but here's what we do on Topstep X. If you have an issue, we've done this probably every time. If the issue is a long enough issue, like not like a minute or anything like that, if it's like 20 minutes or something like that, we will remove every losing trade you had during that 20 minutes. We've done it before. Anybody here had this done to them? So when you go to other whomevers out there and they don't even reply, you're like, well, your support doesn't reply. Well, we're going to fix the problem. We're going to try to fix the problem. At least we're going to try to fix the problem. But if there's a flood into support, it's not like we can go like, hey, So it's called bottleneck on that. So they've released an update.
Squeaky wheel.
Very
man.
top of your screen if you're on Topstep X. We've released a fix for the issue with the frozen chart candles. Please refresh your platform. So when you
Nice
go
job.
laughing my effing ass off,
I know.
brah, who somebody just
Annoying.
said, then I would say we're hiring on our tech team if you'd like to join us. but we're gonna remove losing trades. Some companies won't even do anything. So
We did
whatever.
that many times too. We'll make it
we've
right.
done it. Happened to me. Yeah.
We'll make it right.
Yeah, definitely always save your layout before refreshing.
And Jay Paul got that
That's
caps
just
lock working today. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Jay Paul got that
Is he
caps
supposed to be
lock.
prepping for Congress?
Squeaky wheel, man. Not real. Let's get back to these markets. Get frustrated here.
Oh,
All right.
right back
Buyers
in the
coming
middle
in
of the
here.
range.
Yep. Long wicks on these candles. What a choppy day, says Pedro. It has been choppy. It's okay. Be patient. Like D was saying, we're being patient right now. Doing right now. It's okay. We're in the middle of the range. No trade's the best trade for the time being. See if we can keep pushing higher here.
And who at Topstep is updating us on this issue and what it is? Because that's probably good to be transparent with. So anybody at Topstep team, we should have a process, take it over, and then update us on that issue and what they're going to do. If anything, doesn't mean they're going to always do something. If it was, don't know what it affected. Is it just your chart data? I don't know. They have a process on how they handle it.
Ovaltine Monday. Kind of is. It's all right. Stay patient. Stay patient. You know we'll break out of this. All right, let's see what happens if we get down to VWAP here in the S&Ps. Nope. Step in. Whole lot of nothing right now. MP, what were you? You said you're gonna throw your cap during JD's.
Oh, that
back
was
there.
only
What
when I was
happened?
trading down. That was what was trading down to 604. It's now back up to 626. I put my hat back on. Fine.
Okay, good. Okay, good.
Yeah, S&P had a nice little stop run below initial bounce low there that blew out about 1,000 orders. That pushed us to roughly
go.
like 27 and change. That was cool to see, but went nowhere.
Definitely went nowhere.
Interesting.
Got you, J Paul. We saw you loud and clear, man. Caps lock is working
Yeah.
great. We're on it, man. I promise you. Just chill. Just chill. We got you. All right. Everything will be taken care of. Topstep
Oh,
makes you
Jay
whole.
Paul. Yeah,
Gotcha,
and then we
man.
got another guy named Drake Hobbs. You guys gotta calm down.
Relax. Got you. We're an hour into this week,
We
man.
hear,
We got
we
you.
hear you. We hear you.
Fire off that caps lock. All right. 80% short still in the YM. Over with 6 people, though, as Nick liked to say. We got nothing going right now. D did have a possible
Still
target
middle of the
upside
range.
in the NQ of 20,800 measured move based on the ranges from last, 10 to 14 trading days.
Yep.
Makes sense. But,
Yep.
a lot of nothing right now, which is okay. Love the transparency from Topstep. You got it, Pursuant. You got it, man. Rolling. D, question for you in the chat. Chat is fired up today. What do you think of the failed upside auction on gold? Next 5 minutes. I know what you're going to say, D, but let's. I want to throw it to you. What do you think about the failed upside auction in gold? Was it actually a failed upside auction?
It's too slow. It's too slow. So in order for the auction to truly be a failed auction and not a rotational day, you cannot have the C period popping upside and going back inside it. So that's where the actual failed auction should have been. Now we've pushed higher. So this to me is more a rotational day or a potential to go even higher into a single direction day sort of thing. But this is not a failed auction. For the failed auction, it's a momentum trade that involves a lot of volume and a quick turn around and follow through to the opposite side of initial bounce. Those are two very different setups. You have a range-bound day that might look like a failed auction, but it's slow, or it keeps making higher highs. Or you have the failed auction, the true failed auction that has a lot of volume. They try and push it, it fails, it immediately starts rotating to the other side. We don't have that. So I would say, no, this is not a true failed auction.
Thank you, D. Whole lot of nothing right there, Nick. Whole lot of nothing.
Even looking at my chart, it is just a range bound garbage, tight range bound day.
Yeah. It's all right. Numbers coming out right now. Volumes and light. We said got a lot coming out this week.
You said earnings season kicks off on Friday with the banks? Did I miss that?
Banks, yes.
You're already
Banks
back in
is-
earnings season?
Mm-hmm.
I know. We're in the second half of
Perfect
2024.
way to push us to SPX 6000 here
Oh,
to end the
dude.
summer, Andre, with the Mag 7 earnings that God knows. If they were overpriced before, just wait.
It's coming. Oh. We'll talk to Tuckman about earnings too. Get his thoughts.
So,
But
yeah,
yeah.
didn't Meta bid like 20% off their last release? What's going to stop it from doing something ridiculous again on low
They're up
volume?
like 5% on Friday. Zuckerberg posted that picture of him
I mean,
surfing.
the video he posted is well worth 5% in today's meme
100%.
game, it seems. If Roaring Kitty can post whatever he posted and Chewy goes up 30%, then why can't Zuck be chugging a beer on a wakeboard and bid up his company too?
Oh, these billionaires with billions of dollars in time just come up with the wildest stuff.
See, now we got to find out what that third stock is connected to those people.
What do you mean
buy
third
the
stock?
shit out of it.
Yeah, what's the third?
Well,
What do you mean by the third stock?
I mean, we had
Next one?
GameStop. Now we got Chewy.
Oh,
What's
yeah.
next?
Question. Yeah, think like Roaring Kitty.
Step ahead of the crowd.
Yeah, you got to think like Roaring Kitty, which is sometimes tough to do. What's up, Mike?
Jack, did you see what John Jones said? Highside Capital needs to hire caps lock media specialist. That's the first job. Well, second job is we got to find titles for these roles, but caps lock specialist.
Yeah.
We're doing all this, guys. And they're like, why? I mean, it's going to cost us thousands to put a website together or something. Or this is what we try to do on the shows: have some fun. And you're like, hey, quit laughing about people's issues. We're not. We just is like got to have something to roll into, feeling glass half full in this stuff. But we're trying to get on all the issues. If you're having an issue and support and all that kind of stuff, but the caps lock stuff, John Jones got me pretty good. Caps lock specialist.
Caps lock working. Love you, J Paul. We see you in here, J Paul. We know it's gonna be frustrating. We're working on it. We know that. Want to repeat in the chat.
So
Gonna make things
when
happen
the
faster.
dude says bad orders, is that bad orders due to trading badly or?
There's a lot.
Clear, is it?
There's a lot to unpack there.
Yeah. It's like I've been trading like shit. Can you refund
There you go.
me?
J Paul Jr. says, thank you, fellas. No, thank you, J Paul Jr.
Yeah.
Thank you. Gotcha. Let's get back to these markets, though. Let's work on patience. Crude seems some buyers coming in here, about 8 cents off the highs, currently trading $82.74. For those that can't watch and just strictly listen, we're about 5 cents off the highs. Like, we think a majority of our audience is just listening and not watching. Is there any way for us to tell, Jack? Is there any way for us to tell, Jack? How can
we haven't
we
had a
find
poll.
that?
Remember all the times we used to do polls like every 10 seconds?
Yeah, we got.
Let's do a poll. Are you listening or are you watching?
What was the question? I was
neither?
working on some
Let's see if
Topstep
we're
stuff.
doing neither.
Okay, all good. Yeah, can we run that poll? Are you guys watching or are you guys listening or both?
Listening
Primarily.
more than watching. Listening.
Watching.
Watching.
So run that poll. It's very.
Oh, both. We forgot both. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll put both in there. It's very unscientific.
I mean, I was thinking. Yeah, I'm thinking, why would you watch if you can't hear anything? Because we don't have closed captions yet because there's such a massive delay.
Chat's going nuts. Both. Listen, both. Interesting.
Lots of.
All right, guys, I've got to step away for a few minutes, so I'll
Okay.
be back. Like,
All right, great,
10
D.
minutes.
Oh, there's the poll. Are you watching, listening, or both? Thanks for getting that up there so quickly, guys.
Or you should
Both.
say none of the above, and maybe they're just in chat.
That'd be
I don't know.
that would be something. Just have the chat window up. Okay.
Not even
Wow.
not even engaging with whatever's on or
Just-
or
Yes.
what you're hearing. You're just trolling in the chat.
Just going, just
Yeah.
hammering away on that
You know,
keyboard.
there's always. We figured we don't figure we come to find out, Nick, in every one of these things there's always a percentage that you're like, hold on, what? Because we'll do a poll like,
Yeah.
do you like the show? 10% say no. I'm like, why are you here? I wouldn't be here if I didn't like something.
It's incredible.
You just hate watch.
Yeah. Like the
There's a lot
rallies.
of worse programming on YouTube Live that is trading related that you can hate watch. If I'm being honest,
Well,
there's less value that you can
CNBC,
hate watch.
yeah, CNBC has a professor-looking dude in a tie with the headline "Tech drives markets to
There we
record
go.
highs."
New lows.
Brain buster.
New lows. All right, sellers coming in.
I'm gonna applaud sellers here.
Where'd the poll go? Where'd the poll go? All right, yeah. It looked like it was majority of it was both. Applaud the seller. A round of applause for the sellers. Still pushing here. Coming down those 580s.
Yeah, this is where we're breaking the range. I don't love it as much as I did kind of that 30-minute opening range, break the lows and long it. Now it's kind of a wait and see in case we kind of fall back into, the early part of last week's range. And since most of this new high was built on low volume, I don't know. You call me bearish, whatever. I still have trouble longing the all-time highs.
You're doing it again, Nick. You're doing it.
But that would be if you're day trading this, that would be what you would say, being like, no, we're going to fall into an area of higher volume, which was basically not last week's range. We would fall back towards probably 20,400. If you were being realistic, I don't think we're going to get anywhere close to that today, but I don't know. We're already seeing sellers pierce below the initial balance low, fail, and back into range. So there you go. Didn't even get to 580 to long.
Sure didn't, man. 588s.
The short that I had that I got stopped out on, Nick, was 30 like 2s and 4s. I traded.
Yeah,
I mean,
that
like
was
40 was a.
Just step in, man.
It's one of those things, MP, but it's like to finally get the move, even if you shorted 40s, you're sitting in that trade for 30 minutes in a NASDAQ trade, which is insane.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Andre, I bought Bitcoin on last week.
What triggered that?
Around 55,000. Get short
Good
that
tip,
one
or
too.
just feeling it.
No, I was trying to give people signals on when to sell.
And
Just buy
piece
it.
long.
Yeah, a piece long.
I'm a signal provider.
I'd like to know how many people trade Bitcoin here with us. I mean, we have that available.
Oh, that's a very good question. Does anybody here trade Bitcoin with us or Ether? I know those are two products that we list. That we have available.
that.
Yeah, and you know what? There's a guy that reached out to me that I know here. Long story short, he has a big crypto community, and he's talking to me about, hey, what you guys do is like really. There's like tons of degenerates in crypto world, and they all need to have some type of guidance, and nobody has anything like what you guys are doing. I'd love to partner up with you guys.
Huh.
I don't know.
What are
We're
you thinking?
talking.
What are you thinking? Yeah.
We're talking. I mean, so if it's the Wild West can be very dangerous for people. I mean, you're risking your kid's college fund. A lot of people don't know what they're doing. They just hear their buddies say, buy it, and they go out there and buy it. And then,
Well, a lot of those exchanges give you like 10x leverage to buy Bitcoin and other things, other
So
coins and stuff.
I don't know
it
too
really
much.
is the Wild West.
I don't know too much about it.
Does the
Hey, some of these
is it Bitcoin futures
exchanges.
and
You bought it.
Yeah.
on Topstep X?
Bitcoin
Okay.
futures. Yeah.
Well, I don't know what's all time highs in Bitcoin. 70,000 something. So there's room. Appear long from 55. Uh-oh. Everything froze.
I'm still here.
Okay, you are?
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't know
Okay,
if we're
cool,
still
cool.
going live.
Yeah, we got you. Yeah.
We're here.
MP froze. I don't know what happened there. Oh, dude, this that snow. Oh, there you are.
No, I'm not.
You literally didn't move for 30 seconds there. I thought you were frozen. I know what you're hammering away at.
Yeah, I'm seeing absorption at the lows here at 27 on ES, and buyers are stepping in. So still shaping up to continue this range bound summer trading day.
Step off for 30 seconds, guys.
This
Be
is
right back.
Nick, 100%. This is summer trading.
Yep.
You've been calling it out. It's going to come. This is 1,000% feels like summer trading. I just texted my wife if she wants to go hiking this right after I'm done.
Exactly. If we were not at all-time highs, it would be one of those things like, would we really be sitting here really actively trying to trade this? And somebody in the chat was even asking like, hey, would you throw on micros and just kind of see if you can catch a larger move in time or something? And no, a day like this and summer trading like this, I mean, if you own shares and you own a good amount, I mean, probably doing the theta play with options is what you could do. Just make money while you do other things and not have to really worry about it. Play a wider range and, sell covered calls and things like that. Just to make money in this. Otherwise you're doing range bound days. And I know what we had last week, even in summer, is a little bit of something you don't see all the time as far as getting that type of expansion and getting that type of move. So, this is a day where it feels more like summer, whereas last week with the holiday and us getting 1% moves almost daily to the upside with no pullback does not feel like summer trading.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, this feels much more like a summer trade. Absolutely.
Yep.
But it'll ramp up here as the week goes on. D, you're back.
Earnings season, baby.
Earnings season,
I'm
new
back.
all-time highs. D, how are the dogs? Everything okay?
Yeah, they're loud, but they should be settling in a few minutes. So they're all back. Yeah.
Dude, how about this
Happy,
headline?
tired.
MP, Boeing pleads guilty to fraud. I saw that headline come out last night. Boeing just straight up.
Really?
Yeah, okay. So
That's
Boeing.
nuts. That is absolutely insane.
Okay, so
What?
yeah.
What?
Okay, say I at Topstep go, hey, I'm guilty of fraud. I mean,
People are
would
flying
you
in their
shut
air-
me down? Yeah, shut us down.
Yes.
Make me sell. Or if I'm their size, whatever.
What?
Too big to fail. Too big to fail. Whatever that means.
Their planes were garbage.
Make me sell.
What?
Make the whole leadership team get the hell out of there. Somebody goes to jail. Like, just do it once.
They're taking out
Once.
whistleblowers and pleading guilty to fraud over there, man. It's nuts.
What is this like?
No
Making
QA,
Chicago-
Nothing, man.
no
It's
one
crazy.
accountable in that org.
Absolutely insane.
The guy was in front of Congress to be like, I'm proud of the work we've done. Like, what about
Yeah.
the work you've done? Yeah.
That one.
No, you
Here we go
got to
again, making a run at a new low.
Here we go. Can we do it?
Are those astronauts that go poor astronauts? Sorry.
Can we get them back yet?
Firm up and go back to 20. It's just going to firm up and go back to 620, Nick. The astronaut, are they back yet?
I don't
Now they're
know.
like, hey man, I'm not getting in that car.
Yeah,
No
I
chance
don't
of
know.
getting in that. Yeah. Go pick me up in an Uber.
Tell Elon to pick me up. I'm not getting in that.
Yeah,
Boeing,
I'll tell you,
dude.
Elon, I'll take that SpaceX ride. That
Yeah.
stuff looks like a Cadillac.
My goodness. That. What a company.
Hey, Nick, did you hear they're opening up an exchange in Texas?
Yeah, I did. I still haven't
What?
seen much shake out of it here, but hey, maybe that's when the Series
What?
3 will come into play.
Right? I hear. Some guy did he was talking on stage, and I heard SpaceX will be IPO'd on it,
Wow.
which would be really interesting. And I'm trying to get secondary SpaceX stock right now. It's hard. It's hard, but trying to get it before it comes. I think it's going to be the biggest. It's the biggest privately held company right now. I think it's got another $1 billion contract just to take the Space Center, break it apart or something. I don't know, and bring it back. I don't know why you want to bring it back. Just break it apart and send it off.
Yeah,
We
I haven't
talked
seen
to
much.
Peter Tuckman about that.
What's that, Eddie?
you
What should we
did.
bring up?
The
Texas?
Texas exchange. Yeah. He wasn't too happy about it because I think he's blue. Texas is red. I think he was sort of downplaying it a little bit. But hey, yeah,
Well, I
open
mean, he's
market, man.
NYSE. NYSE is
NYSE.
getting less and less listings.
Yeah. We asked him
Here we
about
go.
it. And Dolby did.
There's no
He
international.
goes, if they pay me
space.
enough, I'll go over there and I'll represent him. But
Yeah.
he needs the money.
Here we go. That poll result. Thank you, Tim. Over 2,100 votes. Are you watching, listening, or both? 60% both. 22% just listening. I guess if you're watching, you're kind of doing both. So 17% just watching. I guess you're kind of doing both. But most 60% is both, Michael. How about that?
All right. That's fair.
Well, we'll keep, for those listening, we got you too. All right, sellers, Nick, can we do it? The fourth was third, fourth, fourth try. We're gonna push this NASDAQ
I mean, if we
lower.
get a 1% down day at this point, I would definitely be firing air horns for the sellers.
That's a big F.
I think I saw the stat or whatever, but we haven't had a 2% red day in almost a year.
Is that true?
It's like we've had it once in the last like 200 or 150 trading days, something ridiculous, something that's never happened.
Incredible. All right, D. Chop, chop, chop. Crude, gold, chop, chop,
Yeah.
chop. Anything.
Yeah, it's all. Yeah, I mean the only thing that's moving is DAX really, but we don't have that yet. Yeah, I mean I don't know. I mean Nasdaq could be doing a failed auction.
Downside failed.
Mm-hmm. Is there any kind of other type of failed auction?
Good point. Touche. Touche. D, so when you see crude and gold in like this range bound,
Yeah.
you're more of a breakout trade, I would say. Correct me if I'm wrong, but when you see these range bound markets, are you
I wouldn't say
hands
I'm a
off?
breakout trader. I think it's down to the type of a day that we have. So if we have a range, at some point of the day when I have enough data, I will play the range.
Okay.
If there's a potential for a momentum trade, obviously everybody loves a bit of a momentum trade, right? So during the summer, I typically avoid momentum trading because they just never work, really. Maybe in August, like as we kind of near towards the end of the summer, you might get that breakaway day. But generally, it seems to be, it tries to break, fails, rotates, and that's pretty much it. So, it's a case by case for me at this point. This is why I make my plans to try and figure out what type of a day we have. And in the summer, it's actually easier because most of the time you will have a range bound day. So you just need to wait to confirm that and then play the edges of the ranges. So basically turn into Dolby and you'll be just fine. Yeah, but for now, we have a potential failed upside auction in crude oil. But again, it's very slow. So I would again err on the side of a range bound day, which means that I had to take the open sentiment and the direction bias from a larger time frame and then see if I can find a trade to that side. So it's definitely not like, I'm just going to ping it back and forth, because crude oil doesn't quite do that. There's always a pull to one side.
Mm-hmm.
And if you get that wrong, it's just not pretty at all. So you need to see what sort of a trend we have. And I mean, there is a chance that it's trying to reverse from a supply area on a weekly chart, but that's such a large time frame. So I still need a better level in order for me to go, okay, well, we're definitely going short. But if I need to go short, then I need to also be somewhere higher statistically where we have a high probability level. I don't have any of that right now. So the only thing to fall back on is that initial balance range, but we have a gap. So that's not a great thing to be playing if there's a potential for the gap fill. So therefore, it's better to wait until we go above the initial balance and then try like a form of an auction fade over the failed auction. So yeah, there's nothing really for me to trade here. I would be like skimming for like 10, 15 ticks, which I don't like doing because it's a lot of work and just not a lot of money.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, Dee, there's a
Watching
question
paint
here
dry. That's what, yep.
Regarding crude from Phil. He's asking, what's a good session or what time of day would you say is most interesting for trading crude?
For trading crude, I would say after 9 a.m. Would be a pretty good time. So after the initial bounce is over, typically you have more steady moves that are not crazy. If you try and trade during the initial balance, there is a potential of trading kind of a reversal. So usually you will get a move in one direction, then for the next half hour you get a move in the other direction. But again, it's more like scalpy, and it can go so wrong for people. So I kind of avoid that. It's too jumpy and very difficult to predict. Now, once that's over, you can then use the initial balance extension and either a failure or a success of that auction to read the direction with quite some accuracy and probability. So for me, the prime time to trade crude oil is from about 9 a.m. up to about 11 a.m. CST. So a couple of hours. Anything after that has low probability of working out. There's less volume. You have to nitpick it over entries, and you really have to have a good idea of the context behind the entire day. But if you're looking for momentums of any sort, then for most of the year, 9 till 11 a.m. is when you want to be looking for your trades. We also have the Euro close that can bring a nice reversal setup. So if you have a high probability level that we're hanging around at that point, maybe look for a reversal, and then that's the kind of trades that you might be able to hold through sort of lunchtime hour as well. So those are some of the times of day when I would consider making a trade.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you.
About 5 cents
welcome.
off the highs, 4 cents off the highs in crude. Last trade, $82.80. MP, what's going on over there? What are you working on?
Well, I mean, nothing.
Get these markets moving.
All's well that is well.
Please, markets start moving. Please, markets start moving.
I mean,
right
yeah. Now they're hovering around the 600s. It could
Yeah,
go
this is what I
anywhere.
said. NQ actually has the potential to fail the auction. So if you're going to go long anywhere, I mean, this would be it, because we have the settlement right down here. We sort of touched that and went back up. And if however you spin it, if it's a range bound day, it's a pretty good trade location for a long. If it's a failed auction, that's great too. So, I would say if you're going to do any trading, this would be it. Long NQ. It's a cheap trade as well. You could probably comfortably do it on 20 points, 20 handles. Yeah.
Coach Dakota in the chat. Good morning, he says. Good morning, Coach Dakota.
Good morning, Coach Dakota.
Good morning.
Let's crush it this week.
Dakota, should we buy it?
It's Dakota, yes.
Yeah.
What do you think? He even turned into a bull, or a bear, I should say. He turned into a bear.
Mm-hmm.
Last couple weeks. It's tricky. All right, we got 68%, 69% long crude right now, as we're about 5 cents off the highs. 61% short ES. A little something there. Kind of just grasping for straws at this point. No real market movement. Like you just said, perhaps a cheap long here in NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm.
We're in the range, about 70-point range in NASDAQ's really tight. 16-point range in ES. It's really, really tight. This is, if you're all you range bound shares like Dolby's time, I mean, this is your bread and butter.
Yeah, probably crushing it.
Yeah.
Get in there.
Moving at a snail's pace right now.
This is the summer trade you've been looking for, Nick.
Yep. This is a go on vacation price action.
How about lean hogs,
back.
though?
Come back. I mean, lean hogs. I mean, was a trade, or is it? What happened? I know someone was telling me there was a move, or I don't know, something happened. Maybe not.
Did we get all 5 hats? Did we complete that challenge?
Oh, we will be
had 4.
debuting my hat on Wednesday.
No, really? Have you received it?
We will be. Maybe we will even trade lean hogs for the session. If yes and NQ we're going to trade like this on Wednesday, I may be jumping to the hogs. Maybe some crude oil. I don't know. We'll see what happens when I put on a cowboy hat on stream.
A true Texan out there. Did you
Maybe
see
maybe
dudes get
some
the
nat
hat?
gas? We'll trade the Widowmaker. Just see what we can shake out here.
Have you tried on the hat yet, Nick? How do you look in it?
I have tried on the hat.
Oh, you
Good,
got
you
your
look-
hat.
You look ridiculous in it.
I look ridiculous.
Why would you-
No,
No, stop that! Stop that!
no. I've worn cowboy hats a few times in my day. It looks
Okay,
like
good.
just about all the others.
All right, cool.
You
But
mean
it's
all the
beautiful.
others
It's
in
really
Texas?
nice. All the other
others
ones that I've
Texas?
owned. This one's a lot nicer than the other like cheap $10 gas station type cowboy hats I've had over the years, but this is a nice one.
Excellent. Don't be afraid to wear a bolo tie or anything like that on Wednesday either if you want. It's a good look. All right, we are dipping.
Let's see if we can fail the auction
Yeah.
down to the overnight low here.
Here we go. We do it.
On low volume and no really any initiative from sellers thus far, I would be shocked if we got much momentum below that, but anything's possible.
Just gets absorbed every stinking time. Just gets absorbed. Try to make another push. We're trying. Sellers came in crude. Sold off about 10 cents there. We'll see some selling. Very quiet.
Hold 10 ticks in crude oil.
Yeah, that's about all we got there,
Yeah.
D. Hey.
Yeah. I'm about
see.
to cry for missing out
Yeah.
on that move.
See if we can push lower in the NASDAQ. Low of the days, I got 20,588. About 8 cents above that. Currently trading 20,596. News in 3 minutes. We got news in 3 minutes, Sante says. What is the news in 3 minutes?
It's 10 o'clock here.
Yeah, I don't see.
New York Fed inflation expectations, minor number.
Okay.
Coming up in 2 minutes.
What's up, Eddie? How was your 4th
Anyone's
of July
ever been-
weekend? How was your 4th of July weekend, Eddie?
Oh, without trying to keep the dogs from freaking out totally.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I had surrounded by fireworks, dynamite, M80s,
Nice.
whatever. But I fed them like constantly with CBDs, so they sort of
Yep.
mellowed out a bit. Yeah,
It works?
yeah, it works. Oh yeah, yeah. They got the dog ones. Get your dog buzzed. Yeah, they were 420
I
and
mean-
4th of July.
Hey, even the dogs.
While you're tossing them one like a chew bone. I mean, are you looking at it being like, wonder if this tastes any good?
100. I knew you were going to go there.
You know what? The smell
You would
is like
take a
for a
nibble.
dog. I mean, you're it's smelling like not like a gummy at all. But you're not going to want to put that in your
Yes.
mouth. No.
Probably,
Let it taste.
probably mix,
I've
like,
got my own
pickles
gummies.
in them.
Yeah.
And P, have you ever tried dog
Yeah.
food before? Be honest, Michael. Have you ever tasted dog food before?
100,000%. Yes. I have.
D, have you ever tasted dog food before?
Oh yeah.
Free dry.
Oh, yeah.
And make it 3 for 3.
Yeah.
Nick, for a tick, have you ever tasted dog food before?
I don't think there's a dog owner who can say they haven't.
Yeah, you guys are
Exactly.
gnarly, man. You guys are wild. Holy moly.
Okay, put a poll up there. If you're a dog owner, have you tried dog food?
Cat owner. I mean, there was things going around where the poor senior citizens were eating cat food at one point.
Well, that's different. They
Well, now they're advertising like it's on the shelf in your refrigerator. Like you open it up and be like, why don't I take a scoop as well? Like
guys
they
are
have
crazy.
these bags. Yeah, have you
Yeah,
seen
they
those
do like
commercials?
human. Yeah, they do human grade food now for dogs.
Yeah.
It wasn't like that like 20 years ago, but now there's a lot of companies that do human grade food. So it's like human grade meat, but just for dogs. So nothing wrong with that.
One thing I looked up, I love Slim Jims, right? I love Slim. So I wanted to look it up and see what kind of quality meat there was. And basically, they compared it to what they use in dog food. So there you have it.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Poll question. Have you ever tried your pet's food?
You can tell we're in summer trading by this poll question right here.
Yeah, man. Sorry. I didn't think it was going to go this. Come on, Marcus. Start moving.
When they when we do the highlights, they do the highlight video at the end of each week, which you guys check it out. It shows the highlights for the week. Yeah. Please put this one in there.
No, it's gonna look like we're
Have you tried? And then just show like a screenshot of the chat at the very top. Have you tried your pet's food?
We're doing this on a Monday.
700 people. 700 people have answered, and 60% of them don't know how to have a good time.
60%
Turns out you guys were the deviants.
Yes.
Yeah, apparently.
Dog food in the microwave.
But that's why we're traders, right? Because you can't be completely normal.
Marcus,
we'll try anything. That's why we'll try anything.
Some risk. You want to go for risky ventures in your life.
Yes.
Here we are.
Supposedly, maybe so far with the poll, cat food must taste pretty bad because nobody wants to touch it. 5%.
Eddie,
hey, coming over the wire here. 1 year ahead of the June 1 year ahead of expectation inflation, 3% versus 3.2. New York Fed June 3 year ahead of the expectation, 2.9, 2.8. Also coming over the wire here, 2 million Texans without power as Hurricane Beryl has reached Houston. So once again, all our traders and friends, family, give them a call, make sure everybody's okay over there. Take shelter as needed.
Every summer.
You know what we used to say, Andre, and the old country term?
No, go on.
Just if you have an animal that died, you put at the end, the rendering truck will come pick it up. And then you go, well, what happened to old Charlie? What happened to old Charlie? We're like, it's dog food now. I mean, that's what we would say. Like,
come on. Here's back in the house. You guys are crazy. Country's different, man.
They with horses? Yeah. Horses, right? Do they with horses?
Oh, man, it's kind of sad. You go into the barn, and then, like, the horse, when they die with their legs straight up on their back type deal.
No, stop it.
As stiff as a board, Andre. Stiff as a board. Then you got to somehow get them out of the stall.
Didn't know this.
The tractor, and then drag them up to the driveway. Call the rendering truck, and then they pick them up.
All right, buyer, step back in there, Nick.
Right
as if there's any doubt. As if there was any doubt. Maybe it's off that New York Fed and New York Fed inflation data coming better than expected. Expected 3.2, 3.3% is what came in at. Just step in. Cheap trade, D. Cheap trade.
Yeah.
D was right. I mean, I'm just such a, I guess, market structure fan that it's like I can't long that without us touching the overnight low, or at least, piercing below it or something for me to want to long it. But I guess, hey, we pierced the initial balance low. ES kind of looks like they did make another new low around 23 and a quarter or so. And then boosted back up.
The way I look at it, so the way I look at it, because I use supply and demand, and I actually took this on a combine, but it's just a combine. So it's basically that wherever you have the overnight low, that whole area is a demand level. And because we had settlement right near those levels as well, that was kind of like a bounce point. So I was just kind of watching it, and it kind of kept rejecting, trying, rejecting. And I was just like, well, it's going to go, isn't it? So, I don't really trade NQ, but every so often I like to pop a trade on my combine. So
very good call.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the right call. Cheap
but
long.
Nick, what are you saying? Nick, you're saying I like to see market structure come in before. What do you mean by that? You need us to touch the overnight lows before you would? That's the structure you're looking for?
It just kind of, it's almost like it leaves that carrot on a stick for sellers to continue to kind of try to go tag it, or at least, potentially liquidate longs that, let's say we're D's long and, that 600 area. to continue to make those attempts to kind of fail the auction or go take us down to overnight low and kind of make a new low, or kind of stall out there is really what you're looking for. You take away that kind of additional, almost algorithmic magnet that exists in the way the market just kind of moves. You have just one less thing for algos to go want to do, I guess, to clean up structure or go, stop out additional orders that were there previously, things like that just kind of exist. So it just kind of, like I said, it leaves that carrot on a stick analogy where it's something for sellers to continue to target if we can't go make a new high here. That shakes me out of really wanting to long it outside of a scalp. It doesn't turn into that kind of full traverse of the day's range or the day's value with longing it with D there. I would be a little more cautious to take profit early rather than probably let it ride with runners.
Yeah, that's what I just did.
We're probably the low of the day is probably in.
Yeah,
Versus if we make that new low, the low of the day is in.
Yeah, I wasn't going to hold that for the full failed auction, so I just grabbed like $390 there on the combine. So
nice.
Yeah.
All right, gonna go throw it to JD here in a second for stats 2. Also, what's up, MP?
I want to ask D a question from Sean King. How do we find the opening range for GC and CL for gold and crude? Is it the first hour of the London Open?
Or the initial balance? That's two different things.
Well, just really quickly, 10 seconds on either one of them, I guess.
Okay, so initial balance is a little bit earlier on gold. It's a whole hour before the actual New York Stock Exchange opens. So instead of 8:30, it opens 7:30 CST. And crude oil opens half an hour earlier. So it'll be 8 a.m. And then it's just the first hour of the active trading hours. So that's how you find it. And then we use it as an orientation to see whether we have a strong auction, whether the auction is failing, whether we have a range-bound day at some point of the day. And obviously there are other nuances, but that's kind of its primary usage. So yeah, as long as you know the old open outcry hours, that's what you're aiming for the opening range or the initial balance start.
Okay, there you go. Real quick, want to do live trader update. There's a lot of green. Good to see here. Hey, Dakota, saw him in the chat, up $15,000. Got
nice.
Jay up 4,000. Pin, see that name a lot, up 3,200. Cigar. Apologies if I'm mispronouncing that. Up $4,200, and she up $2,200. A lot of green out there. Great to see. Keep trading up. Tough trade today, or slow trade, I should say. Not tough trade, slow trade. So for those who would be profitable, good on you. All right. With that being said, I'm gonna throw it to JD for stats number 2. JD, what do we got?
We got some more green for you. Let's take a look at Friday's XFA P&Ls. All right, mentioned this earlier. IDER was the leader on both the live and XFA P&L list today. Trading in one live account and 4 XFAs on Friday, profited a total of $63,800. Not a bad day for IDER. He was trading the Dow, crude oil, and NASDAQ on Friday. Jeremiah made $15,500 trading the S&P Dow and the NASDAQ. Liam with close to $15,000 trading the NASDAQ. Joseph with more than $13,000 in profits, traded NASDAQ Gold and Micro NASDAQ. And Andy pocketed $12,600, trading NASDAQ Gold, Palladium, and the Micro Australian Dollar. That's a new one. Micro Australian Dollar.
Didn't know we had that. Didn't know we had Micro Australian Dollar. The Aussie Dollar, Michael.
Oh, yeah.
Micro Aussie Dollar.
Walker,
all right. Here is the bottom half of the leaderboard. In 6th place, our old friend Balkaran is back. Balkaran's been around since the beginning of Topstep TV. Trading in 550K XFAs, profited a total of $35,000 on Friday. He was in 14th place last week and moved into 6th after that nice trading day Friday. IDER, who we're mentioning quite a bit today, moved from 69th place up to 7th place after that huge $64,000 day on Friday. Clinton, who took over $50,000 in payouts last week, is now sitting comfortably in 8th place. Nick Furtick held on to ninth place for another day with a total of $8,000 in profits to close out last week. And Pavel dropped from 7th down to 10th after donating about 15 grand back to the markets.
Donation.
Everybody in our top 10 now, we only see the bottom 5, but everyone's getting closer to that 100K club. I think it's only
So cool.
a matter of another week or two before everybody in the top 10 is in the 100K club.
Yeah,
to hear
the
that.
bar seemed to get lifted a little bit. It used to be like 50K. Got you in the top 10.
For sure. People taking payouts. That's the kicker. All right. Here is the top of the leaderboard.
Speaking of horses, they like this, Michael, huh? Like straight out, huh? Crazy.
I know.
Crazy. All right, JD.
All right. Starting at the bottom, in 5th place is Sadara. Sadara moved up a notch on the ladder after a $3,000 winner. Brian P. moved back into 4th place after a $7,000 profit. Raphael was our payout leader last week, took home $72,000 that is now resting in his pocket. He did take a drawdown Friday, but remains in 3rd place. Pretty high up there. Shane lost 15 grand across 5 XFAs, still hanging out in 2nd place. And Dakota took a $10,000 drawdown on Friday, but is still 50 grand ahead of the next closest contender,
Nice.
Shane Huss in 2nd place. There is your leaderboard for today, Monday, July the 8th.
Brian P. Thank you, JD. The chat
Thanks,
said, yeah. Carving the lanes, that sneaky Brian P. always creeping on the come up. Indeed. That name up there. A lot of jostling around. But like Nick said, it's going to be 100,000 in the top 10 here shortly. Good to see. Keep in mind, we do have a fun announcement coming up here in about 18 minutes. Seems like the word has gotten out, but we're going to go into a little bit more detail. I want you guys to check it out. I got some questions for MP about some of the items within that. Let's take on some stuff. That's cool. Eddie, if we're ready with plugs, let's do it. I got a question. We can do that whenever Eddie's ready. Just jump on in. Markets are kind of upticking here in the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
Right home about.
Sure.
If you're ready, let's do it.
Yeah, we could do those. Okay.
Slow Monday. So we kind of lazy river this thing right now. Let's do some plugs in here.
Lazy river.
Andre loves lazy rivers.
I do. Just kind of let go with the flow, Michael.
Well,
you know what? You're chill, man.
Today's like lazy river, lazy fishing. You catch a fish. Okay, you don't. No big deal.
Yep, Michael.
You know what it is.
That.
I went on a lazy river yesterday, just really quickly. I paddleboarded with my family on what's called North Star, aka Stillwater. It's just a very, very slow river. It's right below Independence Pass. And lazy river, Andre. I mean,
how was it?
I can do it too.
You live to tell the story.
It's like 40 degrees. It's like 40-degree water, but like my wife tipped it over. 2-year-old went in. 4-year-old went in. She hit a tree. I mean, like the whole crew on top of the paddleboard, which is the 3 of them. Like the branches were really low. They all fell over.
Hell broke. I'm guessing all hell broke loose after that.
Oh, my daughter's hands were turning blue because she was so cold. Yeah. Had a great time.
Colorado kid had a great time. Go ahead, Eddie.
Well, everybody's safe though, right? Everybody's good though, right?
Oh yeah. It was moving. I mean, it's literally moving slower than slow.
Builds character in the chat. Witty Channel says builds character.
She shall not drive a paddle boat anymore.
Paddleboard.
Paddleboard. Oh, paddle. All right. We got plugs. Plugs. Everybody know who Coach Robert is, right? Robert the Riz Cooney. Our very own Coach Robert. He sat down with Austin Silva. Hi-ho, man. Hi-ho, Silver. And talk about his trading background on the Day Trading Show. Interview is now available. I'm going to put the link into the chat and have at it. If you can't bookmark it, save it. But here is the link. We're so proud of our good friend, Robert, Coach Robert. He's a good old boy. You know, he was a Eagle Scout. That's why he knows how to do everything. He is that man that knows just about everything. Does everything. So that's what I've got here, Andre. There is the link. I put it in there. Check out the interview with
Sweet.
Coach Robert and our good friend Austin Silver. Yes. Yes.
All right.
Thank you, Andre.
Thank you,
Oh,
Eddie. Hey, MP, I was told that you were recognized. You were recognized out as you're the YouTube guy. Is that true?
Some guy at the bar goes, "Are you the dude on YouTube?" I'm like, I don't know. What do I say?
Who's
here?
asking?
That was the first time.
What do you say to that?
I don't know. After that, I wore my hat low, kind of like an A-lister would.
Go into your head. Go on your head. Hey, are you that YouTube guy?
No, he's cool. He's a cool guy. He's out of Georgia. Just moved to Aspen.
Never thought in a million years that we'd be getting asked those questions. Are you that YouTube guy? Here we are.
Yeah, then he punched me in the face. No, I'm joking.
You didn't cancel all those trades between 7 and 9 o'clock this morning. I'm gonna punch you.
Yeah.
All right. Again, got the announcement here in about 14 minutes. I think you guys might know what it is. But we got demos for you. We're going to show you the goods that we deliver here at TopStep. Pretty cool. Time being, the ladder's thick on the S&Ps. There's liquidity above and below. 300 lots up and down the ladder. And looking at the S&Ps, I should say. Sellers coming in now a little bit. I should say. I got the 5-minute chart. Anytime there's somewhat of a move, I tend to exaggerate the moves.
Yeah,
a little
still looking weak. NQ's doing NQ things.
Yeah, back at the 20s.
It's just like
That's funny.
it's gonna do what it's gonna do.
Yeah. Deanna, you were right thus far, about 28 handles, right?
Yeah.
Like, feels like years ago that you would have given up 28 handles if you carved it up pretty much perfectly.
Yeah.
On that long that you talked about.
Yeah, so I took it on a combine from about 93 all the way to VWAP. So I didn't hold it. Yeah. I just basically just took it in the middle. But yeah, would have gone a bit further.
If we need something to spice this up on this Monday morning,
Oh yes,
I have
please.
just the thing to kick this into gear.
Whoa. Works every time.
Andre.
Pavlov's dog.
And-
Every time he hears that
And
bell,
Nick,
Michael.
Nick is studying. I wonder if Nick passes before Andre.
I mean, I'm going to do the
So
test
your
in
end,
like
I'll
2
have
weeks.
that.
I'm the
I'll have
person
that
I
sucker
need.
by
I
your end.
physically need to just like schedule the test. Otherwise, I will
I'm ready.
continue to kind of
Nick,
casually read when I have time.
I'm ready.
That's what I did. I just scheduled the test. I'm like, hey, Danny, schedule it for like a week out.
I talked to
It was
Heisman.
like, actually, it was 10 days before. And then I didn't do it till the weekend prior. And then went in on a Monday.
Yeah, otherwise I'll just procrastinate studying and prepping for it versus like a ticking clock. It's like, no, I've got 24 hours. I have to finish this book.
Yeah.
So these are the type of questions you're going to need to study for, because I haven't asked a bunch of them because our traders in there may rebel, but a lot of it's about compliance things and so forth. So with that explanation, let's see what we got for this question. The purpose of having a prospective customer sign the customer agreement is to ensure A, customer payment of margin, B, customer acknowledgement of the risks involved in futures trading, C, customer acceptance of the margin required, or D, is a mouthful, partial or complete liquidation of customer positions for non-payment of margin.
All right, this is my blind spot for sure. I don't know these compliance things.
What, regulations part? You better be pretty good. There's a whole section on it.
Yeah, I thought, this is definitely.
We'll throw a poll up there if people want to
Talk it
play
out,
at
Michael.
home.
Talk it out. Let's see if you get this.
Well, perspective of having a prospective customer sign the customer agreement. I mean, the agreement
I don't know what's in the agreement. What's in the? I don't know.
You,
what's
you
in the-
definitely need to definitely need to have them sign that we're going to liquidate your ass if you get, because you get sued. If somebody jumps into your position or something like that, and you don't have that,
Yeah.
you have to protect yourself. But I mean, like customer
But
payment
wouldn't
of
that be
margins.
B then? Because that's like customer
It's kinda-
acknowledgement of the risks involved in future.
Yeah, D. I feel that.
I would think it's D. I would think it's D.
D isn't dog.
It's B or D.
Partial or complete liquidation of the customer position for non-payment of margins. That's a pretty big hurdle that you need to cover your ass on as far as a brokerage firm.
That's true.
I would think.
That's true.
All right.
Partial-
Let's
right.
see what the answer
don't know.
is. It is
Yep.
indeed
It's
D.
D,
You
yeah.
do need to sign it.
Okay.
Ready for a mouthful. The customer agreement permits the firm to liquidate futures positions if the customer fails to meet a margin call. The agreement authorizes the firm to liquidate a customer's position if margin payments are not paid. Choice B is the purpose of a risk disclosure document. Choice C is incorrect because although this is part of the agreement, the purpose of it is to ensure liquidation authority if necessary by the firm.
You want me to take the test for you, Andre?
Look at this guy. I got my Series 3.
75% of the chat said B.
Oh, start studying, chat. Fifth study. They sure did, Nick.
I'm not gonna let that
Yeah,
one
that's
slip.
seven. That's
Yeah.
17%.
Hindsight capital chat over here.
Hindsight Capital does not have their Series 3, Nick.
They've never had to liquidate a position.
They're
They're always green.
That's what's liquidation mean? All right, we're pushing higher here. Get that air horn ready to go, Nick. We're about 4 points away from.
Someone just goes fade the
Right.
chat.
Yeah.
Trade of the day, D. Get along from the 600s. Just
Yeah.
never had to take any heat.
Yeah.
No
Should've-
heat.
Meanwhile,
should've
D,
held
D
it.
was right on NQ. Meanwhile, ES like still cannot get off the mat. It's
Doing
like
nothing.
2 points
Yeah.
higher.
Here we go.
And
Pew, pew,
NQ
pew.
doing NQ things. Wait.
We did it.
Hey.
We did it.
You're not paying attention, and suddenly NQ makes a new all-time high.
We're
Yeah.
passing our series. Look at these. Shot out of a cannon. We are passing the series 3 while NQ's making all new all-time.
Look at the
mean,
stop run.
Look at this.
Look at
This
the-
is
What's
this
that
is a
video
blow off top if I've ever seen one.
Yeah,
Come
that's
on.
insane.
Oh, baby. Just like that. Who said we're not moving today? It's a slow day. New all-time highs. Even on slow days. S&P's lagging. Dow doing Dow things over there in the corner, but yeah, that just shot out of a cannon. You're at 10:22. Like just ran right before the euro closed. Go figure.
This is why I have no faith in sellers.
I know. Been short all day. Down.
No, the trade is definitely all-time
I bet you
highs.
my express funded account is up right now. I
You
know
long?
it's up.
Long no
I mean,
stop,
but-
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that was interesting. That
I feel like that's what some of the XFA traders have been doing for the last week that we've been seeing some of the 25K days. Long no
Mhm.
stop and just
Long no
being right.
It
Yeah.
happens.
Write
For
it
a
out.
DLL is your stop.
pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much. All right. Just the Topstep TV email just got sent to all the inboxes.
Oh, hold on. Where is it at? Let me
The
check.
announcement is around the corner. It's out of the bag. The genie is out of the bottle now. The toothpaste is out of the tube, Michael. I can keep going with these cliches.
Oh,
We have
yeah.
them.
Ring a ding ding.
Yeah.
Another big
there's a-
week at TopStep TV.
Yep.
Oh, this is the one. 7 minutes ago. Uh-huh. Today
So-
we're debuting the new TopStep X performance dashboard. This is what it says.
Wait,
in here.
hold on. That's
Well, I mean, it's already in your inbox.
It is, but we're gonna be not everyone gets their email. Not a fight.
What? Some get the carrier pigeon notes.
That's true. Snail mail.
Snail mail.
All right. Danielle, if you're ready, I'm ready. If you're ready, I am ready. All right, let's get to it. Without further ado, everybody, cat's out of the bag. Everyone knows what's coming, but so I say TopStep X Performance Dashboard announcement coming at you right here, right now. TopStep X Performance Dashboard is perfect for analyzing and optimizing trading performance. Uses key stats to focus on improving discipline and building stronger habits. Performance Dashboard includes personalized stats, a P&L breakdown by calendar, and a trade log. Get that going. So, Gabe, if you want to do the announcement, also, we got the monthly recap. We got the monthly recap email from Coach T on Wednesday. You can expect a real. I like this one, Michael. This was
this one shows up in your inbox.
Yeah. This was your little baby. Anyways, on Wednesday,
I've always wanted all this, Andre. All this.
I know this one.
Like we evaluate their data. Why can't we help them with feedback from their data?
Give them a mirror. We send you an email that's a mirror for your trading. On Wednesday, you can expect a super cool new email in your inbox with your personalized trading stats. Are you kidding me? Who else is doing that? These stats are going to help you know what you need to focus on to improve your trading. We send this out to all of our active traders once a month. It's the trading mirror. Look in the mirror. Look at your stats. Data-driven insights on how to trade. Also, we got a fire drill for one free reset later this week. Get ready for that. Gabe, if you are ready for the demo, let's do it, though. This is pretty freaking sweet.
Ooh,
Gabe, whenever you're ready. What do you got? Oh, there we go. Can't hear you, Gabe.
$5, Gabe.
Oh, $5, man. This is your moment to shine, Gabe. This is it. The big reveal.
Oh,
If you want, I want to talk to you about the stats. I want to talk to you about the after he does the demo.
you guys can see that has a Coach T tip. You guys can see that it has your average winner stuff, and it has your profit factor. It has all this awesome things, and you can scroll down when they do scroll down. Win percentage, average winner, average loser. So now you're going to see an average winner that Gabe has, unless this is Gabe. I assume this is your combine, Gabe. $282, Gabe, and a $111 average loser. Not bad. But, Gabe, you have a 30% win rate. I mean, it's not horrible.
You got to work
You
on
got to have
that.
a 2-to-1 anyway. So you do have a
matrix.
2-to-1. Yeah.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yep,
Yeah.
let's go.
All right, let's do it. I don't know what happened there, but we're good. We're back and ready to go. So I'm super excited for this. This is exactly what I needed. This is my trading combine, the 100K that you guys have been seeing on my road to funding. So this is a great way for me to demo kind of what I've been dealing with in terms of how I've been performing. And what I really love this week, we're really focused on being able to reflect and go back through your trade performance to understand what areas of improvement you have to be able to attack. One of mine that I have struggled with that I was sharing with you guys that I'm super excited is Coach T has already caught is the over trading part. But let me break down a couple of my favorite areas. So first of all, I absolutely love the way that this is laid out. It's very simple. It's straight to the point. And over each category or each little tool that, performance report tool that you have, there's a question mark that you can put your mouse over to get the quick definition of what it is. So if you want a deeper understanding of what you're looking at, this is a great place to get that quick info. As MP broke down, profit factor over 1, my win-loss ratio is, my hit rate is not that great. It's hovering around 30%. I do like that my average win is greater than my average loss. And as you start to break down and scroll down further in the report, it goes through just a detailed daily account balance, a little graph, a little curve, as you might say, to show kind of your balance progression over that period of time. But right underneath that, this is what I'm referring to. So you'll get a tip from Coach T in a couple different locations. But this one, it's already caught that I had made 52 trades over 6 days. So it just says keep monitoring your frequency to ensure you're not over trading. So I'm getting held accountable by Coach T on something that I've expressed to you guys as a big area that I'm kind of battling and looking to overcome. Go ahead,
Gabe, really quickly, if you refresh your screen, I don't know if you throw you off if you do, that will update.
No.
It'll give you another tip and all that kind of stuff.
So,
and there you go.
So crazy. It's so cool.
There we go. Here's my next tip from Coach T. So every time you refresh, you're going to get a little bit of a different answer. analyzing different aspects of your report and giving you some really simple tips that you can that are actionable, right? That are easy to understand and easy for you to know what to do to adjust. But as you see here, my most active day is Friday. Most profitable day has been Friday, but my least profitable day has been Friday. So it seems like Fridays are a pretty crazy day for me and my accounts. But as you break down, it just continues to give so much depth and wonderful information that I think you guys are going to really enjoy, and give you just that opportunity to get a better understanding for how you're doing and where you can improve, and also where you're getting a little pat on the back for where you're doing well.
So cool.
And what I really love is
cool.
if you
the calendar.
What's up?
Yep,
yeah,
yep.
the calendar.
Yep, no, keep going.
I absolutely love the calendar. So I'm familiar. There's a platform out there that I think people are pretty in tune with, and that's TradeZella, which I no longer have to pay for. So how great is it that I don't have to end up paying another $50 a month or more for something that I'm getting directly in my platform for free from TopstepX. So I'm super excited for this calendar. It kind of points out the exact trades that you took over that single day. So if you click on the individual day, you can see the trade log for that specific trading day. And of course, that's going to update in real time. One other tool that I really want to point out to you guys.
Gabe, go to the one that has 7 trades. I want to see you pointed out one that has 1 trade, so it only has 1 data set.
Piece awesome.
Okay.
So here is the
wow. Look at that.
trade.
That's called the J curve in the world of entrepreneurship. When you start a company, you kind of go through a J curve. If you can run it, get it out as a non-profitable company to profitable. You did that in your trading day.
Comeback.
Nice job.
Nice comeback.
Thanks, man. Yeah, started off a little rough, chipping away, and then took a couple winners that ended up making up for those small losses and left me some on top.
Then hold on really quick. Get out of there, and then you pause for a day. Let's talk about really quickly. You paused for 2 days, and you came back, and you put up a solid day. That's a good right there. That's a good trading week. Do you have to trade every day? No, you don't. Do you trade when you're comfortable, when you're seeing the markets and all that kind of stuff? You came on a Monday and came out of the gate 400. Let's see how you did on the day. Were you up real quick and then you went down on a Monday?
No, on Monday it was just straight stayed down. Yeah,
you tried to get out of the hole.
Continued to
get out of the hole.
Yeah, it was a nice.
Yeah, I tried to get out of the hole. Picked up one little, $330 winner, but in general, Monday seemed to be one of my worst days. And statistically, even before these performance reports came out, I just know in history that Mondays are usually a pretty rough day for me. But this is a great way to get a little bit more depth and detail for what's going on in those individual days, and the time of day too. I love that it breaks down the time of day. So if you have a specific time of day, I think one of the tips that Coach T gave me earlier this morning was, my worst time of the day typically tends to be from 12 to 4 p.m. So it says stay the hell out of the market from 12 to 4 p.m.
Where's that? That's on there too. Well, hold on, right down there.
That tip showed up in this area. But as you know, when you refresh, it goes and provides you a new tip.
You also have time periods that are a little bit lower, right above the calendar, right?
New all-time highs.
Trade count, win rate.
So you have the trade duration analysis and the win rate analysis.
Sorry, Gabe.
No, you're fine. Below that, you just get the trade log, though. So you do get the full breakdown of all the trades that you've taken under that account from, start to finish.
Hey, Gabe, what if I want to share? What if I want to show families or friends or other traders my trade
Absolutely.
analytics? What can I do?
I just started dating this girl. I want to share how great a trader I am. She's wondering what I do for a living, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so there is a toggle up in this top right hand corner. Now what I love about this is it gives you an ability to share a real-time updated link. So after every round trip trade that you take, because it takes a full round trip for you to get a trade reported into this performance report, if I copy that link, let me just open up a new tab here.
So cool.
And there you go. So now they can actually select a date range too. So, but this is separate from your platform. So it's a completely just accurate. And once again, it's constantly updating every round trip trade you take. And this is going to stay available for anybody that you share. So if you wanted to share it on Twitter, that is a great way for us. If you want to share that for hashtag Power Hour or
Good call,
hashtag
Gabe.
Fast Markets, you want
Great
to send
call.
your link to us so that we can maybe break down your performance report. I'd love to see us break down some performance reports of traders that share those on Twitter with us
Great call.
on air. If you want to, that's a great way to get featured and to share us, how you're doing.
So
There's probably
basically,
some traders who don't want those skeletons visible, but
yes, there's definitely some.
Some people do want to peacock, others don't. Yeah.
Guys,
The
we try to
wife
put
of-
you in the best position possible. And again, Gabe, you say, I don't know who else out there, we don't have to give names, but they have similar stats and all that kind of stuff. You got to import them in and all that. And then you have different experiences you have there. You got to go to your trading platform. This one, you can just tab over from your trading platform. We'll go back to your trading platform here while I'm talking. And the cool part about this is you have all the stats I believe you need to kind of gauge where you're at. You hit the menu where he's hitting the menu right there, and then you go there. I'm really proud to work with the group that's building this, and they just build stuff so damn fast. Remember when I talked about, hey, guys, what performance kind of stats and who should we work with and partner with, or should we build it on our own? These guys build it in that short of time. So that being said, TopStep X can continually grow very, 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 very fast as far as innovate with new ideas and stuff that just makes it better for you guys. Now, if you really care about saving 20 more bucks by going somewhere else for a flash sale, then go there. But if you really care about getting better and having longevity in this game with total confidence that you'll get paid out, with support system and with TopStep TV and with coaches and a Discord room and possibly being invited to VIP experience and then all that kind of, then TopStep's your spot. 100%. 100%. So that's our way of investing back, plus TopStep TV's investing back, plus the Discord's investing back. So all these things are really there. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. But there's a lot of folks here that do like get in there and make it work for them by finding all the little avenues, like I mentioned, Discord and TopStep TV. Now there's this. That's the man in the mirror, the woman in the mirror that you get to look at and say, this is who I really am as a trader. And then you can kind of humble yourself and start working on whatever it is stat-wise you want to work on. Or you go to Discord, you start talking to a coach or people in there and be like, hey, how do you read? Or you could do it in here in YouTube chat. How do you read the charts and what works for you? This is blah, 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 what I'm struggling with. Somebody will help you out, and then you got a trading buddy. Like all this will start to connect. You got to connect all these dots of opportunity to form one badass, like rocket ship that's going on your trading journey that'll help you shorten your learning curve and get you where you need to be much faster. That's our hope for you. And hopefully you guys take advantage of this. Gabe, is there anything else?
One thing I do want to just mention that I forgot to mention is it's available for all active traders in the Trading Combine and in the XFA and practice accounts. It is not yet available for live funded or on mobile. This is just going to be available on your desktop or web browser at this moment, but more updates down the road. As you know, we're constantly looking to continue development of this, but we're super excited to get this out to you guys. And we really hope you love it just as much as I do.
Right when they shared this with me, I'm always the type of guy that this is absolutely badass. But I'm like, well, what about like the traders that are trading really well? What about their strats? And what about the ones that are trading really poorly? What about the funded traders? And like, yeah, dude, we'll get to that. This is like V1. So this is V1. We'll eventually have other things in here that you can compare yourself to others. And all that kind of good stuff. Off new highs, Nick, and
Sellers.
selling off. Sellers come in.
What is going on?
I don't know. The divergence with ES and NQ made no sense to me. I mean, it probably was a safe. If you're going to short all-time highs, this was probably a good one to take a stab at. Just because that divergence didn't make any sense, and ES was still kind of stalled near the lows of the day. So that was a good reason to short NQ there. But yeah, I don't know what to make of this day. It's a summer trade. It's just mind-numbing, especially if you were short, and you probably could have gotten stopped out there if you short the 60s, and just chaos, man. But this is really cool. While all that was going on, I was looking at my stats for my 100K Express funded accounts. This is really cool. Actually, I like this. It's really visual, super easy to understand and read, and kind of adjust, tweak.
I like it.
Really
So
cool,
like people out there, you can share your links, you can share screenshots if you don't want to share your your live performance. You can share a screenshot of your. I mean,
I would look at it like to share your function. Like I would send it to, like to you, Michael, or like Burdell, one of our other trading buddies. Like, hey, I'm not seeing anything. Can you take a look at my report? Take a look at my analytics. What am I not seeing? Have another set of eyes to look at your analytics.
Yeah. And if you're embarrassed about it, Andre, you taught me this in golf.
Oh.
It's like, Michael, go out there and like do your real score. Don't like cut it in half. Don't make the ball. Yeah. Go out there and play the game exactly real and keep the real score. You had 10 shots getting there. You had 10 shots. You didn't cut it by 8 or down to 8 or 7.
You don't stop counting at 8.
Don't stop counting at 8. Put it out there and humble yourself as a trader, even if you want to do it publicly. There are people that journal. We used to have a thing where you could journal publicly, where you could you could share your stats publicly and all that kind of stuff. So, guys, get out there, make yourself vulnerable. It's a quick way to shorten your learning curve. If anybody's making fun of you on your stuff, just go, hey, go ahead, buddy. I mean, share your link and let's learn together. How about that?
Yeah.
So these are all great stuff to do. Find your groove on how you want to develop your game as a trader, and we have all the little avenues that are dots of opportunity that you can pick, from Discord to learning in here on TopstepTV to tuning in every day, bell to bellers, and then now all your stats and all that kind of great stuff. So take advantage of this. We are trying to put you guys in a better spot. There's some out there that may try to trip you up or find ways to do something that trips you up. And you can see all that on Twitter, on folks that have done that run other companies and whatnot. We will never do that. The lockout feature, it helps people get pass. Like, why would we do the lockout?
We're promoting people to stop trading. We're promoting people to stop trading here, for their own benefit.
And lock in profits and have pass rates go up for Topstep, and have payouts be something you can get to, because we know over trading and not being able to lock yourself out can go to 0 or negative, all that kind of stuff. Now we have performance stats, so you can actually see the person in the mirror that you actually are for the day, for the week, for the count, for the month. I mean, I wish I had this in 1998 when I first started trading.
And monthly email too. It comes at you, hits you with your performance analytics. It's pretty cool.
Oh yeah, then you get that at the end of the month, or here's at the end of each month, a monthly recap. These are all new things that we're hey, we got your data, we're evaluating your data, let's use it to help you, feed it back to you. Same as the tilt at the top of your screen. That's all everybody's data here fed back to you. Again, how you use it is completely up to you.
One question for everyone here on the panel. I've always been skeptical of the day of the week stat. Your most profitable day of the week, your least profitable day of the week. And I know we're putting that out there. What do I do with that? Because say Monday is my least profitable and Friday is my most profitable. Do I take Mondays off, or how do I use that bit of information? Because I've been looking at those stats forever. D, I'll throw it to you. The day of the week, whether you're most profitable on a Monday, least profitable on a Friday, what do I do with that?
The way I look at it is what sort of a day it actually ended up being, and how good are you at those types of setups. So let's say you're very good at range-bound days, but let's say that Fridays are very statistically highly likely to be a trend day. So I would look at it that way. I wouldn't just go, I'm just not going to trade now.
Arbitrarily,
so, I would take a look at the weaknesses in your own approach. So what type of a setup it was, how can I improve? And where did I mess it up? Would it have worked if I had a different approach? If I wasn't looking for, let's say, a range-bound trade, but looking for breakout trades on those days and vice versa. So there are ways around it, but it's all down to just fishing for your own weaknesses. It's like, what are your weak points and how can you improve them?
Thank you for that. Yes.
Or if your
what kind of day
trading day is Wednesday, like go look. Okay, was that one Wednesday? Did you trade FOMC and it completely skews all of your data? So it's kind of important, I think, to dive into, like Dee was saying, not only the type of day, but was there news releases that day? What exactly happened on a couple of those the last month of Wednesdays or Tuesdays, whatever day it was?
And you'll be able to see on the calendar as it starts to populate when you're trading, right down the middle of it. Every Wednesday is red.
True.
Okay. And then you could dive into each one of those days. Every day I start out down. Every day I start out short. It's probably me. I'm looking at my stats. Okay. And then I got to roll it back. What do I need to do? Well, maybe I sit on my hands And Wednesdays are the days where I really, really get patient and wait for high probability trades. Maybe
Yeah,
I'm
slow it
working.
down.
Yeah, slow it down.
Yeah.
Whatever you need to do. And then eventually, if you start sharing that link in our Discord, Topstep's Discord, 70,000 members. We'll have a 100,000 member party in there as well. Just like we did 100,000 subscribers on Topstep TV. Share the link in there and say, hey, who can give me some feedback? How about that? Maybe there's there's a lot of traders that want to help out other traders because they've been through like a learning curve. They have an aha moment, just like a golf pro would. Like Andreas told me about Ryan, who became club champ, and he took me out. He's like, hey, let's go golf 3 holes. I'm going to give you some lessons. I mean, like, he didn't have to do that. He had the kids that he had to go pick up and the life and all that kind of stuff. And it just gave me a little bit of tips because I saw him when I was going out hitting balls. You get that, and like, those are the type of people who pay it forward, and there are a lot of those out there. There's a lot of those out there. So share that link. Say, hey, what do you take from how I'm trading? They're learning at the same time. You learn the most when you teach. And if anybody ever says those that can't teach, then you just discounted every person who taught you anything in your life at all. So you can do both, and you can do both very, very well. And you can maybe coach very, very well, better than you could trade, or you trade better than you coach, or you do both of them. There's a lot of people that do both of them. So go on our Discord, share your link, and then start working with somebody. Next thing you know, they could be your best friend.
I love it. Yes. Have another set of eyes. Take a look at your analytics. See what you're missing. We all have blind spots. So
We'll get a whole bunch of trolls.
Well, there's that too. Yeah. That's the inevitable. We did make new lows.
Yeah,
we did make new lows.
Out there, they're gonna come.
Gold's seen some bears come in. Did it make new lows here in gold? Last low of the day, 23.65. Currently trading 23.66. Cruise seeing some sellers as well. Dow making new lows.
The Rusty finally seeing some sellers.
Finally, what took so long? Gosh,
I don't know. They rotated back into Apple apparently.
I love it, Nick. You cracked me.
I just am seeing like a bunch of red candles on IWN, and I started laughing, and I was like, "What was this? This divergence today is just weird. It's a good reason to sit on your hands. This is a weird summer day as it is."
It has been a weird summer day. The only thing cool about today has been the release of the dashboard, real-time performance analytics. Nick, if Nick says he likes what he sees visually, you know it's real. It's real good. But yes, that was awesome. I appreciate that, guys, with the day of the week stuff, because I remember back in the prop days, it was like Tuesdays were my worst day. Or like, it's like, but you have to dig deeper. It's what's going on those Tuesdays. It could be arbitrary, but yeah, like D said, you got to dig deeper. What kind of day was it? What kind of news came out? Like Nick was saying, got to do a little digging. I like to even see us doing a segment here on TopstepTV one day. Analyze my metrics or something to that extent. Take a look and see what yours.
Well, I mean, what do they call roast my trades? We're gonna.
Yeah,
that's easy.
Say that, yeah.
Yeah, we're a lot is going to be happening on Topstep X because it's extremely flexible for us to do anything. People are like, "Well, I heard you talk about bank resets and all that kind of stuff. When is that going to happen?" Well, we just launched this. Guess what that does? It frees up all those engineers at the company that we're working with there that just can now take the next thing. And I know what the next thing is. And you're talking about the next thing, and that next thing can happen here very soon. But that's talking about banking resets. So each month you can do that. But that's like not here yet. It's something that's planned, and it'll only be on Topstep X only. So that again allows us to be extremely flexible on that platform. So I would really look at what works best for you. Topstep X has the performance center in there. It has Topstep TV that you can pop out in there, and a bunch of other great features, smart brackets, all that kind of great stuff. And then eventually have the new features that we'll do to the Topstep program will be in there because it's flexible. Now, we'll still have some other stuff for the other platforms, 100%, but it just allows us to do more on Topstep X.
Gold's still seeing some more lows. 23.59 new low of the day. Gold is really sold off.
Yeah. Is there any news or anything?
I was looking, Eddie. I don't know if I'm not seeing anything either.
Nothing right now. We did have the 6 month, 3 month bill come out. Really nothing in moving the market, but Nothing I'm seeing over the wire. Nothing hot.
Nothing hot.
Speaking of hot, Eddie, Noah, you asked about hotkeys. That's the as far as feature wise
It's transition.
on TopStep X that I'm trying to push up the ladder as swiftly as I can. But we have all our performance stats right here. The hotkeys is another really cool thing. I know I want them. I want to just click away instead of my mouse. That's just me. But we're working on that one, or they are moving that. I got to find out where that is on their priority list roadmap. And speaking of roadmap, Eddie, you know where the roadmap's at. You shared this before.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, it is.
Down here.
Just click on that
Yep.
question mark on the left-hand side of your TopStep X. And what's neat about it is it's going to let you know. I mean, that's where we sort of vote. That's where we see what kind of suggestions are coming in. And that's what you want to do. You want to get to that feedback, roadmap, changelog. Now, changelog, too, that's what we have added already. So roadmap's going to take you there also. But good stuff. I mean, if you see anything that you might want on TopStep X, vote it up. If you look in the lower right-hand corner, it's going to have a number and an arrow up. If you like that, click on it. And what it's going to do, it's going to add another vote. And that's what we look at. We're looking at the highest numbers of what most people want. And that's the process that we're going to be putting them in line. And then we're going to be working on those first. So there you go.
Mm-hmm. I remember when this first came out, I was like one of the first ones, I think, to add my suggestion on here because I was sharing it. And I added a suggestion like, I want the feature that just prints me money, like something that was kind of funny like that. I don't know. I don't know why that didn't get upvoted all the very time.
A thumbs up for me, man. That's a double thumbs up for me.
I heard they're working on that right now.
Yeah, we're R&D. It's in the early stages of R&D. Right?
Yeah. So like right here, help shape the platform. If you have a feature request, idea, or feedback for the platform, let us know. You can view, comment, and vote on others as well. So that is us all working together to build the ultimate trading experience, TopStep X. An experience is spelled with an experience. Marketing went ham on that.
5 minutes left here in Fast Markets. Thank you, Nick. You beat me to the punch. We are simpatico right now. I don't even have to say it anymore. Nick is beat me to the punch.
I'm on
it's
it.
Crazy. He's on it. He's on it. We do have some hashtag Fast Markets stuff coming up here in the next 5 minutes or so. Gabe, just jump on in whenever you're ready with those. It's been a slow. Market's kind of picked up a little bit here in the last half hour or so. If you did see that rally coming, D-side, cheap trade, 20,600s. Sure enough, we're trading 20,660s now. So we're not here just talk for our own good. We are putting on good trade ideas there. Dows keeps selling off. S&P. SPOOs have done a whole lot of nothing. Just a whole lot of nothing, the S&Ps.
Nothing, yeah. Just moving around, doing absolutely F all, as we would say in the UK.
The bids and offers just keep getting bigger and bigger in the S&Ps. But nothing's really trading. Or nothing's really moving, I should say. We're kind of stuck here at this 25 levels, 56.25. Keep in mind, we do have Peter Tuckman coming up here on the other side of the hour with power players. Do the schedule right now while Gabe's scraping Fast Markets. So then we got Jack and Bonnie top quiz. That's always exciting. Jack and Mick for shoulder tap. JD and Robert for group coaching. Do we have the form? Yes, we do. Good job, JD. Form is pinned to the top of the chat. Get those questions in for JD and Robert. Then we got Strategy Lab with Anne Marie. Anne Marie will be joined by Dolby and Robert, and then Power Hour. Oh, how about this one? We got Carl Hungus in the house for Power Hour, joining Dolby and myself. Carl Hungus looking to sling some size in Power Hour. Awesome. 4 minutes left here.
Hey, do we have the Mag 7? Do we have the Mag 7 on TopStep X? I remember where you could
like the charts? We looking for the charts?
Yeah, I think we're talking about the charts. Yeah, I think we were talking. Somebody just asked. Jesse just asked. Jesse James. Hell yeah. About if we can get the Mag 7 on charts. So you won't be able to trade it, But we're looking into that. I know we talked about that because we talked so much about the Mag 7.
Yes, we do. Tick for a tick. Tick for a tick. You have all 7 up on your screen somewhere?
No, not all 7, but I mean, I have Apple, Amazon, Nvidia, Tesla, Google, Meta, Microsoft, like all of them just sitting in like the top of my watch list.
Gotcha. There you go.
So really quick, back to the performance stats. I know there's other companies you subscribe to and all that. We're all combined together with this one. So those that are very money conscious, that say, hey, when's your next flash sale and blah, blah, blah. You know, the lowest we've ever got it is like a $450 a month. That was really a promo to introduced it. But I mean, Topstep X comes out every now and then as 20. But even when they're not doing that, you can do your own math. If this is an all-in-one, plus you get all that stuff, and we're start at 49. I mean, like whatever you pay elsewhere, if that wasn't there, minus 49, you got to look at that. And then you can say, I'm all in one place. I'm in one place to do this. So I'm speaking to all those very financially conscious folks that are doing this. I mean, I would never say trade at all if you're, scraping. But again, you got to look at all the savings that you can get by being all in one. And that's kind of a real benefit that you're going to get here at Topstep with Topstep X, because we can do a lot more again with it for you.
All right, you guys, we got 1 minute left here in Fast Markets, but it wouldn't be a Fast Markets if we didn't do the hashtag Fast Markets content. So let's do it right now. Is it James or Gabe? Who we got for hashtag Fast Markets?
You got James on the mic right now, so let's knock these out real quick. Coming up first, we got Filthy McNasty taking a payout from his XFA. Well worth over 10,000 hours of losing. I've still yet to master it, but the hustle continues. You go, McNasty.
Absolutely.
What a name.
We also got a good old setup shop. We love seeing these. We want to see how you trade. So thank you, Nick
Michael
Phillips. Moving on, we got Lost Trader meme. We got Michael skiing. It says, finally got MP's full cam view. Now I know why he gets zoned out often. My man is busy skiing.
Yes,
Michael, how much you missing the slopes right now?
Wow, great! That's better than my real form.
That's good form right there. Yeah.
And finally, we're gonna close it out with always a Carl Hungus meme. Probably move it up a bit.
I'm locked to the moon. What's Jack doing in the corner over there? Well, Jack's always just laughing about something.
He's the NASA launch controller.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Yeah.
Oh, he's on his mission control. Gotcha.
Mission control. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank
All
you,
right.
James.
Well, thank you for your fast market submissions. We got Power Hour coming up later today, so get to photoshopping.
Thank you, James. All right. Well, it wasn't the fastest of markets, but we did release the performance analytics per dashboard today. We did make new all-time highs in the NQ, so we got that going for us. Again, we got power players coming up on the other side. Nick, great patience today. D, nice call on the 20,600s. MP, as always, rolling out new products when they want. Yeah, that was pretty good stuff, guys. Anyways, we got power players coming up next with Peter Tuckman, everybody, on the other side of this. Let's go. Back, everybody. Two power players. You know the man to the right, the most photographed man on the New York Stock Exchange, the Einstein of Wall Street, fresh off a nice little holiday weekend. Mr. Tuckman, how was the holiday weekend? No.
It was actually really nice. Funny thing about those long weekends, you just want them to last anyway. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Let's talk about the markets. We did see Dow crack above 40,000 very briefly. We did sell off after that. We got a big week ahead of us. We got the Powell testimony. We got bank earnings, inflation earnings. What are you looking forward to this week?
You know what? I think at this point, this is the week that we've been waiting for a while now, probably for about a month, right? Obviously, I just heard, I was standing next to CNBC. They were talking about, just to think that literally in January of this year, we were actually talking about 7 interest rate cuts, and that was actually a possibility that was on the table. And then now we're here in July and we're talking about, maybe one cut, and it's a cut, basically a decision based on the data that's going to come out this week. So it's, we've come a long way, and I think that the market really needs its expectations to be fulfilled. And so, hopefully we'll get one cut. I don't know the real big economic implications of the cut. I understand what it means, but we're in uncharted waters here. Let's think about this. This is a post-COVID world. We've never had 18 consecutive interest rate raises before, going from 0 to 5.5. It's been a long time since we had 8.5% inflation going down to 3%. We've never been on this journey before. So this is all uncharted waters. So we need to interpret it and how we realize we're customers, people at Topstep who are trying to figure out the market, people in my world, I'm trying to convey to you taking my experience over all these years and trying and unravel what's going on here for you guys. And so everybody needs to be a little bit patient with the fact that even me trying to interpret what they're doing, these are uncharted, never been here before. And so when you have a market that's going through such waters, they can be stormy, they can be calm. I think we're seeing a little of both. The volatility is clearly here to stay, but I think we're at a crossroads where we're going to now try and figure out which direction to go on. Are we butting our heads up against this? Are we going to pull back here? And I know there are a lot of doomsayers. The bulls, bears are sitting there in their little cave eating popcorn. It's the second inning of their game, and they're trying to figure out what to do. Are we going to surrender to the bears and pull back? And is AI going to sort of burst a little bit? And is the market going to come in 10%? Or are we, what the market feels more like to me, really building a base for the next move up, right? Which is way above 40,000, which is probably S&P 6,000. And those are the two. That's the paradox. That's the paradox. That's kind of where we stand at the moment. And so I don't think we have the information yet to determine that. But this week may be the week we find that out.
I like that. You said S&P 6,000. We're currently trading 56. We're in the 5,600s right now. S&P 6,000. Possible by end of summer?
You know what? I hate making predictions. I can only be wrong if that's the case. But look, I'm gauging from my experience. Nobody thought S&P 5,000 was reasonable, and we only hit that 2 months ago. So we are, and nobody thought as Dow Jones 40,000, and nobody thought that the market was going to be up 10+% in the year 2024. Nobody expected any of these things. Nobody thought Nvidia was going to go from 108 to 1,200 and then split 10 for 1 and keep going higher. So we're in this mode where everything that's happening is something nobody expected to happen. So that means anything can happen, right? We need to be open to the fact that those two scenarios can happen. We're going to have one interest rate cut because the economic data has told us it needs that, and that's going to give enough fuel on the market to take us higher. Or we're going to have no cuts because the economic data. Look, last week we had you even told me, right? It wasn't it Friday that we
Non-farm.
spoke, and there was the right. It was the jobs report, right? And
Yes.
it was a very disappointing.
Yes, it
That
was.
pointed towards them doing one cut. But I think this week we have enough information coming from the J Powell interview, from all the economic data that comes out, that by the end of it all, we're going to have some clarity about what their plan is.
When you hear when Jay Powell does a testimony, what are you looking for? Are there any keywords you're looking for out of a Jay Powell testimony that could put the market one way or another? We're looking for prices. Prices are being stubborn, and we can't get inflation. What are we looking for when we listen to a Jay Powell testimony?
Great question. We're going to talk about how reasonable the trajectory to 2% is for inflation. Is it somewhere where it's still headed towards? Is that the number? Is that the secret number? Right? Is that the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory's golden ticket? Is that where we're going to go? How many cuts is there? Is he taking interest rate raises off the table completely? It's really, it's funny. They speak in this very cryptic language, right? And so they'll talk out of both sides of their mouth. So you want to know, are we headed towards 2%? And if we're not, is 2.5% reasonable? What are we looking at from the labor markets? Is he happy with where we're gotten to so far? Right? It's all about his happiness and his contentment. If he's not content with the way things are going, because all eyes are on him, he's being judged by every move he makes. He's got a toolbox. He's used those tools, and so far they've been successful. But obviously, he's getting a lot of pressure. It is an election. How the election year has impact on what Jay Powell does, you would hope it has no impact, because there should be a Chinese wall there. But you never know who are the powers that be who creep into his house in the middle of the night and start, hammering on the wall. I don't know really what's going on there. So anyway, it's all about one cut or not. Is 2% the real number we're looking for? And what does the future look like? I think if they don't get one cut and they keep pushing the ball down the road, then the market's going to get a little bit disappointed, and then you may see a little bit of resistance here technically. But you know what? I think, as we talked about last week, whatever you asked me, is there anything that the market can get thrown at that is going to make this market come in? And we both agree that we haven't seen it yet.
See it? I don't see it. Awesome stuff, Mr. Talking. With that being said, last question. Please tell us about Wall Street Global Trading Academy. And tell us how it's partnered up with Topstep. Topstep doesn't do much collaborations. I know Wall Street Global Trading doesn't do either. So tell us about that, please.
100%. So, well, look, around COVID time, we realized there were 40 million new traders coming into the market. Wow. And all of the platforms, including Topstep and a lot of the other guys, Topstep did the best job of all of coming up with some kind of an educational collaboration, right? Somebody who's going to not only give you a platform to trade, but it's going to teach you about technical analysis, about risk management. And that's why the two of us got together. You guys have the best platform teaching futures, and we actually have embedded in our course a whole section about Topstep. It's on my link tree. We are all about Topstep. However, if you're in Topstep and you're learning to trade the market, you could definitely benefit in a huge way from joining us next Wednesday, the 17th of July. We're having a live free webinar teaching the 5 secrets of successful day trading. David Green and myself will be talking about futures, talking about Topstep. So that's what we do. We coach and mentor all our students. If you want more from us than just a free webinar, we have a course, we have a boot camp, we do coaching and mentoring. That's thousands of students all over the world. It's been really successful for us and for the community because everybody's getting a much bigger handle on it. And now that you guys have knocked down all the barriers to entry by what you're doing with TopStep and TopStep X. Now you definitely have to introduce your community to what we do, which is technical analysis and risk management. Those are the keys to the castle to be a successful trader.
Mr. Tuckman, thank you so much for your time. And one last question. Is your son going to let you take another vacation here this summer? Is he putting you to work all summer long?
Yeah, it's never going to happen. I'll be working all summer long. He's going to Florida for the weekend, so I'm going to be working my ass off. But I'll be here for you guys. I'll see you all on Friday.
See you on Friday, Mr. Tuckman. Thank you so much for your time. That was a fantastic. Peter Tuckman, everybody, the Einstein of Wall Street from Wall Street Global Trading Academy. Thank you, Mr. Tuckman. All right, we'll bring in some of the rest of the crew here. Maybe a little early. I can go solo for a little bit. Let's do a quick recap of we got Dolby coming on, Dan S coming on here. Quick recap around the horn. ES selling off, just made new lows in the ES, 56.17 not last year, 56.19. Wait, there's a lot of divergence here between NASDAQ, S&Ps, and the Dow. Tricky trade today, I must say. We got gold making new lows, but yeah, we got the NASDAQ currently trading 20,632, about 8 points above VWAP here. Again, Dow continues to make new lows. Dow shot out of a cannon on the open. Dow was the only thing where the bulls came in control, and Dow took it above 40,000, currently trading 39,614, making new lows again. It's crazy. Then we have S&Ps still hovering around the lows here, trading around 56.19. Nothing really showing on tilt. 61% short tilt on the ES. Let's see how that goes. Oh, I see here in Slack, Hindsight Capital. MP did secure that domain name, Hindsight Capital. So that is locked and loaded. We'll be building that out, having some fun with that as always. We got gold. 70% tilt. Speaking of gold, gold's trading around the lows of the day. Gold saw a pretty heavy sell-off the last 45 minutes or so, starting around 10:25 Central Times. Just kind of fell out of bed. Currently trading 23.60. 70% long. Bottom pickers coming in there, seeing if they can get long. Vickford Tick says, I'm locking out of XFAs on TopStep X, trying to get better about walking away green on weird data. Boy, Nick. Love to see it. Love to see it. Welcome, everybody. What's up, guys? Dan S. Dolby Time in the house. What is happening, Dolby Time?
Hey, just hanging out, checking out the new features in TopStep X. Super cool stuff. So I was placing some trades in a little trading combine account just to check it out, see how all the stats and analytics move and stuff. Super cool stuff. But I'm not the guest on here. We got Dan. A great beard.
Welcome.
Dan with a great beard.
Dan S.
Hey,
welcome
thanks,
to
man.
Power. You are a power player. Dan S., let's get to know you, man. Tell us how you found TopStep and how TopStep found you.
Hey guys, well, thank you so much for having me, and wow, following up the legendary Peter Tuckman, that's a tall order there. But really, it's an honor to be here. How did I find TopStep? That's a good question. I banged my head against the walls trading options for a couple of years, probably like so many other folks, that trade with you all. Realized that it wasn't for me for a number of reasons. It took me a long time and a lot of money to figure that out. I first realized that prop trading was a thing. I found a different firm, spent well over a year trading with them, realized that their business model was not one that was set up to support traders. Instead, it was really one that profited from you failing and taking another test and keeping that cycle going. I found TopStep, and it was honestly so refreshing. I really, really love what you all do. The community is fantastic. The tools that you put in a trader's toolbox to help them be successful are tremendous. I'm a huge fan of the lockout feature. I had a great morning this morning. Starting last night, I liked some of the price action in Globex and in pre-market. Locked out 2 of my XFAs that are on my 5th green day, so I'll be putting in for nice payouts tonight on those. And I rescued another XFA, a 150K that I did some stupid shit on Friday, but had a good morning on it, locked that out too. So yeah, I mean, on a day like this, it helps me so much to just lock out and then watch and just learn rather than over trading and giving back my profits, which is pretty much what I always did with options and with the other firm that I traded with. So, yeah.
Welcome, Dan. Welcome to a nice little safe space here at Top Step where you can trade. Is there anything that you took from options into futures trading? Anything that you like? Any strategies, technicals, systems, frameworks? Anything you liked that you took over?
Yeah, I guess kind of the way I approach the markets didn't really change. I really do the most basic of technical analysis. I try to identify big areas of support and resistance. I draw a lot of lines. If you were to zoom out, look at my 4-hour chart, I look like the guy from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Connecting all the
just lines.
yeah.
Charlie. Yeah.
But I like just looking for basic patterns and trading off the lines that I draw. Sorry, you guys are sharing my screen and it's a little crowded because I chart on TOS and then I'm trading on TSX and but yeah, I mean all day I've been watching this the NQ 1 hour, this rising kind of channel that we got here. I see no reason to short the markets, even with, us kind of losing the 10 SMA on the 30-minute a little bit right now. I wouldn't be interested in shorts until maybe 2580 on NQ or, below it. We'd really have to solidly kind of lose that. With the way we've been ripping, I haven't been looking for shorts for a couple weeks now, at least. Or at least I'm being very, very careful with them. If I'm in one, it's probably just a scalp. I really, really am a huge fan of the system, which is a thing that trader Brian Jones on Twitter put together. And that's why I've got SPX up here on the 30-minute. It's really simple. It just has you watch the 10 SMA, which is the yellow line, and the blue line is the 50. Anytime we get a cross of the 10 above the 50, that's a really bullish signal.
Above the 50.
And
okay.
yeah, and vice versa. And really, you see we're losing the 10 right now, but we'll wait to see this 30-minute candle close. I still wouldn't short right now because we're just, we've just been riding this 10 SMA. I really see no reason to mess with shorts. I think it would be kind of risky. But that being said, I also like to look at other markets like oil or gold when we're trading up here around all-time highs, because I'm just not a huge fan of price discovery. And I certainly, don't want to be the first one to kind of front run in there and try to pick a reversal spot. So.
Nice. Do you have a nice collection of books back there? Any trading books that you would recommend off your shelf?
Oh, I mean, Mental Game of Trading by Jared Tendler. I can't say I've read the whole thing, but if I keep it next to me, it makes me feel like I'm being more mindful,
Osmosis.
Yeah.
At the very least, they can impart guilt onto you. Trade better.
Sure. I'm a student of history. I work for a nonprofit in DC in the finance space, kind of on the regulatory side of things. And I love learning about the markets and, soaking up analysts that I like. And I also really just like trading with a small group of friends, all of whom trade on TopStep. And, it helps me to kind of cut out the noise of like the paid rooms or whatever, and just bounce some ideas off of some friends. But I think there's some great analysts out there that offer information for free on futures. Adam Mancini with his levels, a really good friend, Chris Robb, who you all can search on Twitter if you'd like. And then just small group of friends who are kind of, I consider to be kind of in the trenches with me over these past couple of years. We're all, doing the same thing, trying to just get to our payouts and lock them up and get paid.
I love it. Have you had a chance to look or check out the performance dashboard that we just released today?
I saw Michael talking about it a little bit on the previous segment, but no, sometimes I'm a little distracted with my day job and stuff, so I don't get to watch as much as I want to, but I'm really looking forward to checking it out because I think, the stats that you guys were already offering were helpful. And just the TSX platform in general is really fantastic. and I'm really excited to check out what that's all about.
Big time. Still early in the game. I know I kind of put you on the spot with that one. I just wonder if you take a pick. You seem like you're pretty sharp. I just want to get your insights. Dolby time. Let me get your insights. What do you like most about it? Any stats that, for me, it was the day of the week thing. I had a question about, was it arbitrary? Is there something to that? My most profitable day is a Tuesday. My least profitable day is a Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Is it arbitrary? Is there something to it? What stats do you look at in particular that might give you some more insight into your trading?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not much of a stats guy, to be honest, but I think I'm about to be. I think right now my favorite feature is the share and copy link feature.
Big time.
That way, chat can share their dashboard with us seamlessly. So that's what I'm.
Well, they will.
That's what I'm looking forward to. I think there's a lot of great stuff in here. I love the calendar feature. I love the instant feedback that you get. Like that AI Coach T thing. I think is fantastic.
Oh yeah.
Especially when it compliments me. It says my risk reward ratio is 1.59. Great job on maintaining favorable risk reward. That's great stuff. Least profitable day, most profitable day. I think that all that stuff is really solid. So I'm looking forward to seeing how chat is going to use it and what features they think are the most important to helping them become better traders. But updates in real time.
Coach T compliments me. Dolby time, you get me. All right, back to Dan. Dan, all right, so what instruments do you trade? Indicators, time frames. Tell us about, let's get into the nitty gritty about how you trade.
Well, first, I just want to say that calendar is awesome. I'm going to definitely use that.
Yeah.
I'm going to be sharing stats with my friends and looking at my stats and probably crying about how I always have a good win rate, but then, I let one horrible trade go out of control and, then it doesn't really matter. But to your question, I love the 5 minute. I try to look at longer time frames, but I'm usually kind of watching the 5 minute when I'm in a trade, using the 1 minute for entries. I like to trade NQ mostly, but I guess it's because I'm like an adrenaline junkie or something. You feel your heart beating in your chest, and it's like it's not what I would recommend for newer traders at all. I mean, it's so wicky and just kind of irrational sometimes. I really try to only mess with NQ when I'm seeing some clear direction and momentum. So I've really learned to trade micros and convinced myself that we are very over leveraged in even 1 or 2 NQs with the accounts that we have. Unless you're Dakota or somebody and you've got a huge balance, there's no reason to be trading minis on a prop account. If you come in and slap 3 NQ, your day might be over pretty quick if you're not managing that risk. Whereas if you're trading 6 or 7 micros, you're going to have a much longer trading day and your account is going to have a longer lifespan. So yeah, I focus on the NASDAQ, but I do like oil. I watch gold a little bit. I've got friends that are even trying to trade bonds and stuff, which I haven't really gotten into. But yeah, MNQ is really my baby right now. And I usually enter with 5 or 7. I really try not to add to a losing trade, but I'm guilty of breaking my rules semi-frequently. Try to add to winners and stay in for longer than a scalp. I have a habit of moving my stops up pretty aggressively when I'm in profit, so I end up scalping more than I'd like to. But that's okay because, I see another entry and I jump back in.
Question: why more than you like to? What does that mean? You scalp more than you like to. What is that? What would you like?
Well, I'd like to hold trades longer, and that's kind of the gold standard for futures traders. Is and it's kind of the reason why we trade futures as opposed to options. Is you can sit in there and not worry about theta, and if you're confident in your trade, you should sit in it. But because I'm moving my stops up a little too aggressively, I often get stopped out on a little pullback, and it becomes more of a scalp than a long hold,
No, it makes sense. Yeah. So, Dolby time. Yeah, go ahead, Dolby.
I was just going to say, if NQ is your baby, I hope you enjoy co-parenting with about a couple thousand other Topstep traders. You're talking about like adrenaline and stuff. What are you doing outside of the market to maintain adrenaline, get your mind off of trading?
Yeah, good question. I've raced bicycles, road bikes for pretty much all my adult life, going back to college when I got into it. Haven't raced since before COVID, but I'm trying to get back into it. I'm doing a race in a couple weeks out here where I live. So yeah, I like to get out, ride my bike, just kind of be active. But honestly, I've got a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old, so they keep things very exciting around here. And I don't, yeah, I mean, I don't need too much to get my heart rate up. So
Yeah, just some awkward silence. That's when you know something's going on, right?
exactly. Yeah.
Quiet is not a good thing these days. Well, yeah, your cyclist Tour de France is going on right now, Dan. So definitely watch a little bit of that. They are in the climbing stages right now, if I saw that properly. So that's pretty cool. All right, looking forward to the rest of these markets. Hey, I'm taking a look at your stats here. Your best account, I think it's your best XFA. You have 100% winning day percentage and 90% win trade percentage. Is that accurate?
On my best current XFA or previous one that I blew up?
Yeah, no, stats from the 100% winning day. 100%. What instruments were you trading? What markets were you trading for that 100%?
So I think that the account's only 5 days old, so I can't act like that's too amazing. But thank you. Pretty sure I was just sticking to MNQ exclusively over the past 5 days.
100%. Very impressive. Very impressive. All right. So what's your take on the markets these days? You say you're very hesitant to get short. Is it just up, and away for you? You're always looking up, just buy the dip, essentially?
I mean, before this rally, I was not feeling like we were going to do this. I think it probably caught a lot of people off by surprise. But yeah, until I see us really lose momentum, I think we could keep going up. It's an election year. The markets do weird things around elections, and it is a little kind of jarring because I think there's a lot of red flags as far as the economy goes right now. You look at consumer credit, you look at auto finance, the housing market, the fact that a lot of people in my generation are just totally locked out of it. There's a lot of things that I think are concerning in the longer term, but as a short-term day trader, I just try to focus on the price action, and right now it's just been up. And I'm wishing that I could hold some of my positions overnight sometimes. Not that it would be smart given our size accounts, but just because it seems like the market's really just designed to go up and keep going up until something else really knocks it off its course.
Mm-hmm. You said you were trading Globex. Do you normally trade Globex? You just, whenever you open the chart and see a nice setup, you'll take it?
Yeah, I would not really recommend trading Globex. I think it's generally really thin, and it's easy to get on the wrong side of it. I think it's much better to try to wait for New York Open. London Open can probably be, a nice trade sometimes, but if I'm trading Globex, I'm usually breaking a rule of mine, which is don't trade Globex.
It's a very straightforward rule. Very straightforward rule.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Yep.
Don't be trading Globex. Breaking a rule. All right, quick recap of the markets here. His last trade in the S&P is 56.20. Again, the lows of the day, 56.17. Did bounce off those a bit. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 20,617. VWAP, 20,624. That's 72% long in gold. Speaking of gold, right near the lows, trading 23.62. Low of the day, 23.58. Crude just chilling in the middle for most of the day. Tight range, 78 cent, 76 cents, 76 tick. Range stay very tight. It's currently trading right in the middle, $82.44. Dow catching a bit of a bid. We're about 40 points off the lows of the day. Currently trading 39,654. What's up, Dolby Time?
Finally catching a bid. It only took like a 350 point pullback to finally catch it, but here it goes.
You taking any trades today? Dolby?
No, nothing real. It's all trading combine stuff. Just trying to get used to the Dow. I did get, I think Nick told me that my YM data got activated for the personal live. So might be trading some YM if I get the chance. Moving off of the NQ. So that should be pretty fun. So Dan, I had a question for you. You're relatively new to TopStep, but not new to trading. Any words of advice to someone who's just getting started at TopStep, or maybe as a new futures trader?
Yeah, I think my biggest piece of advice would be to trade with TopStep instead of other firms. I spent so long trading with a firm, I won't name them. I don't think there's a need to. But they offered resets on your funded account for an exorbitant amount of money. To my knowledge, they're the only firm that offers that. I really have come to think it's kind of a predatory practice. I'm not blaming them. I mean, it was obviously always my decision to pull the trigger on a reset and give them back my hard-earned gains to just jump right back in. But I think offering something like that really kind of promotes gambling and risk-taking. And I always, whenever I've made the decision to purchase or reset on my account, it was in a kind of tilt mindset. I never really took the time to cool off. And honestly, I made a lot of money with this firm, but I gave back a lot of money resetting my pro accounts. And I think they know that people are in kind of a vulnerable state of mind and that they'll easily go for that. And I've kind of figured out the margins on the combines and the tests for your average prop firm, and they're very much in your all favor. So I would just say to people, don't give your hard-earned money to the firms for no reason. Instead, trade with TopStep, who really does want you to succeed. I like the fact that you can only take out half of your gains because that promotes building up your account. And half of your gains is a lot. I mean, take that out, put it in your bank account, and then, focus on building your account and keeping it alive. I think there's a lot of traders out there that don't have big accounts, but they're grinding towards 20, 30, 40, 50 days, or I'm sure you guys have some traders who have, been trading for even longer than that on their accounts. And those are the real traders that impress me. It's not, the folks that are having huge days, that I think are the ones that folks should emulate. It's really the ones that are taking their gains, following their plan, locking out their accounts and keeping them alive. That's what I'm trying to do.
100%. We got MP in the chat. MP's ears perked up. Yeah, that is the firm I heard as well. So bad they're doing that. So bad. It really is. It's predatory practice. It's going to get flagged by the regulators. It's just not. Who does that? But yes, thank you for bringing that to light, Dan. Yeah, it is. It's not legit. So yes, frankly. Anyhow, I did catch a move to the upside. All right, Dan. In a couple minutes, we got a fun question for you. Just give you a little heads up. My man Eddie's going to jump in here in about 4 minutes. He's going to ask you, pick a number between 1 and 21. He's ask you a fun question, so I just wanted to give you the heads up what's coming your way in about 4 minutes from Eddie. But in the meantime, I want to say, all right, moving forward on a day like today, I forgot to ask, did you take any trades today, and what's your P&L if you did?
Yeah, I locked out my two
That's right.
XFAs. My 100K is sitting at 4.3K. I just had a 200 day. I locked it up. I'm going to take a payout tonight, drop it down to around 2K. My other 100K has got like 3.5K in it. I locked it out at a $200 day. Took some trades in pre-market to the upside. Thought it was, it was moving pretty clean between like 7 and 8:30 or so. So I was just kind of scalping to get my $200 days. When I'm close to a payout, I'm really not trying to risk it. So I size down and just try to wrap up that fifth day. I also had a great day on this 150K XFA that I really messed up last Friday. Had a nice bounce back. I didn't feel like pushing to get it back to green. I can do that next week. So I just wanted to lock it up there.
Yeah. You have a certain account balance you like to hit before you take a payout?
That's what I was going to say, Dre.
Dolby, we're partners, man.
You're good.
So a week or two ago, I was copy trading 500Ks, and that was a lot of fun. I'm just not confident enough in my skills to be copy trading like that with some of the risk management mistakes I tend to make. So I blew up those accounts, but I did take a payout on them. I got them all to 3K, and I took 1K from each. Just dropping my max loss down to the DLL, which is fine with me. I mean, it doesn't really matter to me. I don't mind not having like a ton of buffer room. Obviously, it's a little risky. If you make a mistake, you could blow them up. But I ended up walking away with 5K, and I would have loved to rinse and repeat, keep that going. But yeah, I think if I'm trading the 100Ks, I don't feel any need to stack them up more than 3K. I can take 1K every 5 green days and be super happy. If trading the 150Ks, which I do like to do, I'll be a little bit wider on that there and try to stack them up maybe a little bit more.
Excellent. All right, last question before I throw it over to Eddie. Do you have any friends or family watching right now, Dan?
I think I got my close trading friends watching. Haven't been checking Discord, but I'm sure they're supporting me. I've worked with a trading psychologist over the past couple of years who's really helped me out. His name is Sean, Sound Trading Psych on Twitter. He's really a great guy. He's helped me out both in my trading life and personal life. Family, my wife might be watching, but she's got a busy work day going on. I did share the link with her.
If you like to give your people in Discord a shout out, now's the time to do it. And then we got Eddie coming in with this question. So give him a shout out. Throw out some names.
Yeah, sure. My buddy Yuri, Travis, and Benny. It's really the core 4 of us. We just bounce ideas off of each other, and they're, I consider them to be some of my closest friends, even though we don't spend much time together in person, because we talk every day.
Awesome stuff, Dan. Well, thank you for joining us, Power Player. You are a Power Player now. Wasn't abbreviated. We did have Tuckman on. But right now, I want to throw it over to my man, Eddie. He's got this fun question for you. Then we'll wrap it up after this. Eddie, what do we got?
All right. Hey, Dan, how you doing?
Doing well. Thank you all so much for having me. Yes.
Thank you for being here. Now, remember, you said your friends aren't close. Remember, friends can be a distance, but they're very close to the heart. So they can be anywhere on this planet and be a good friend. So just remember that. But I've got questions, 1 to 21. Pick a number. Now, I've mixed these up a bit. But go ahead, pick a number, and I'm going to ask you that question.
I'm going to go with the number 7.
Number 7, Mickey Mantle. Right here on my wall.
3 numbers.
Okay, here you go. Dan, you're walking along a beach early in the morning, and you find a magic lamp along the shore. Just for kicks, you rub it, and yes, a genie pops out and grants you 2 wishes. Yes, I know it's usually 3, but with the recession and everything, prices are high. You only get 2. So what are those 2 wishes?
Well, that's a great question. One, I would just wish for the health of my family. That's what's most important to me, I think. And 2,
go crazy on this one.
Go crazy on this one. 2, I would love to have gotten to go back and fulfill my dream of being a professional cyclist and race in the Tour de France, which is the most beautiful race in the world. But I'll settle for just getting to watch it on TV. It's always fun during the month of July.
Well, that's a dream that you can still make true. So come on, never give up on your dreams. Perfect. Well, Dan, thank you very much for answering those. I'm going to pass it back to Andre and Dolby. Yeah, and you take care.
All right, Dolby.
Thanks.
Dolby, we're going to see you again. You and I are definitely doing Power. You see, Carl Hungus is joining us for Power Hour.
Finally, we get him for more than 5 minutes, Dre.
Yeah. You'll see Dolby again for a strategy lab with Anne Marie. But in the meantime, we got Top Quiz coming up next with Jack and Bonnie. Dan S., I want to thank you so much for joining us on Power Players. You're an excellent guest. Good luck with your trading. Keep the journey alive, man. And thank you for that so much. Coming up next, we got Top Quiz, Jack and Bonnie.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm back from the holiday weekend, and I am joined by Bonnie for Top Quiz. Bonnie, how's it been going?
Good. How's your weekend?
It was good, but it was busy because we were traveling with a small child and a small dog in a car, but it was fun. Just got back last night, was ready for some quizzing. If you haven't played Top Quiz before, by the way, here's how it works. Click that link that is in the chat, enter your information, and then you will get 4 questions that appear on your device. If you get 3 or 4 of them correct, you will enter a raffle for one of 80 free resets, with 5 of those resets going to the top 5 finishers, who are speed demons, as it were. Answer the questions on your device. We're on a 6-second delay here, so don't wait for us, but Bonnie's going to play along. Are you prepared, Bonnie?
Yes, I am.
I believe today there are 2 what you could call trading adjacent questions and 2 hodgepodge. So we'll see what we got here. Looks like we're about full here, so we're going to get started right now. Best luck to everyone out there. Let's take it away, Bonnie.
Let's do it.
Top quiz. Here we go. 2, 1. What happened on today's date in 1932? We discussed earlier on the show. Was it the first S&P 500 futures contract traded, the bottom of the Great Depression stock sell-off, Summer Olympics in Paris, or Hogue traded his first onion future in 1932 today? Got an idea, Bonnie?
Is it red?
It is blue.
Blue.
Yes, today, July 8th, 1932, was the low point after the crash that started in 1929. The market was down, the Dow was down 89% from its highs. So it can always get worse. All right. Hogue, of course, was not trading futures in 1932. He was still just a kid. All right. Next question. First, we got to see a scoreboard. All roads, George. Lebani. Seggy, tick for tat. Tick's too hot for TV. That's pretty good. All right. Second question. How many ounces of silver does one CME SI futures contract represent? Is that 100 ounces, 1,000 ounces, 2,000 ounces, or 5,000 ounces of silver?
2,000.
You can dream a little bigger than that, can't you, Bonnie?
5,000. 5,000.
Yes. It is 5,000 ounces for the silver contract. Something I just learned today when I looked up this question. Who knew it? Labani, Parafield, Divergent Trader, Plutus, and NQ21000. I hope it gets there too. With that, third question, Bonnie. Are you prepared?
Yes.
Okay. Let's do it. Which of these is not currently an Olympic sport? Golf, badminton, handball, or pickleball? One of these is not an Olympic sport. What do we got?
Is it handball?
Give a hint to folks out there. Handball is an Olympic sport.
Oh. Would it be pickleball?
It is pickleball. They're trying to get it in there. Golf is an
Okay,
Olympic
I was
sport.
like, pickleball is so popular right now. I just played pickleball with my friends this weekend too. It's so fun.
People are crazy about it. As someone, I'm a tennis player. I don't like how they're taking all the courts. It's like the final revenge of the retired. Okay, we got one question left. Let's see what we got here. Not a lot of shakeup here, although Woody joined the party. Let's take a look at the final question. It is, what does the S&P stand for in the S&P 500? Is that Smith and Pierpont, Stocks and Prices, Standard and Poor's, or Stocks and Players?
I feel like I should know this, but I don't. Is it red?
It's names, but it's not red.
Oh,
Gold. It is Standard and Poor's. They're the people that do the index, but everyone just calls it the S&P, so that's kind of something that's not hugely important to know. But that's what the quiz is all about. So with that, Bonnie, thank you for playing. We'll get them again soon. We're going to see who the winners are real quick. We got NQ 21,000, Divergent Trader, and the winner today is, of course, Lebani. All right. Plutus and Woody are 4th and 5th. I saw some people asking about emails for winners from last week. I just got back last night. I will check on those, but I'm sure they'll be going out soon if they already haven't. And we'll announce the winners from here, from the random drawing, during Power Hour later. Bonnie, you are done for us today. You can go play some pickleball or something. Maybe you can get to the Olympics in 2032, which is when I think they're trying to do that. So stick around. We got a lot this afternoon, including next, I'll be joining Mick for a little shoulder tapping. Look forward to seeing you there. We'll be back right after this. Hello, friends and traders. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. I am Jack, back and joined by Mick, our headmost risk manager at TopStep. How you doing, Mick? How was the weekend?
Jack, I'm pretty good. Weekend was nice. Saw some fireworks. Yeah, it was good. So I know yours was a good weekend too. Everybody, Jack and I were talking golf before we came on the segment. Jack, did you tell our viewers that you won the long drive contest?
No, not yet. I'm going to do it in the news tomorrow. I have some photo evidence. I need to scrub out some names.
Shoot, I'm sorry. I spilled the beans here.
Oh no, it's important news. I'm going to have to see it. I got to look at my account and see what I won too. But back in the trading days when I was younger, I won a trip to Vegas in a company long drive tournament at an outing. So I don't think I'm getting that, but a dozen balls would be nice. So that's where we are.
Yeah, well, those balls are valuable. We know that they get lost every once in a while. Speaking of long drive contests through companies, I recall winning the long drive competition last year at Lake Lawn when we did our Topstep offsite, and I've hung on to that scorecard. I've still not received any award or trophy or recognition. Yeah, I've reminded him a couple of times. He's like, I think we'll do something again next year. But
all right. Well, we got some long drivers in the cards when we get those today. But how are our traders doing on this Monday back?
We're doing okay. Okay. Monday morning, there's a lot to happen this week as far as trading goes. Very happy to see, Dakota, Coach DBA, he's up 15,400 trading the gold. Did that overnight, and I'm happy that he's having a good day because last week was a rough one for him. He lost about $26,000, so he's gotten more than half of that back just in one trading session alone. That's what I like. If you're going to have a big losing week like he has, you got to be able to make it back in, a day or two. And he's certainly someone who can put up the big numbers. So, him hitting his $6,000 daily loss limit a few times last week, it's okay as long as your winning days are going to make up for that. You don't want to be in a position, nobody wants to be in a position where they are having to have multiple winning days make up for one losing day. That happens with a lot of traders, many times, oh shoot, my worst winning day, it's going to take 5 of my average winning days to make up for the worst one. That's not where you want to be. That's not where he is. So shout out to you, Dakota. Good start to the week. Speaking of week, before I rattle off a couple other big numbers from today from our live traders, last week was a good week. I mentioned it on, I think, Friday when I was on with Andre regarding how many people we called up to live. We called up 28 people to live accounts last week.
Okay.
I should say 28 accounts. Some of those people had multiple accounts, but then we only offboarded 8 traders. So that was a net add of 20 traders to the live account, the live prop firm. So really excited there. We've had an anomaly before where we lost more people than we called up, but the common theme is we're adding good traders to the prop firm, and that's what we had last week to the tune of 20 more being added. I also want to give a shout out to Rips last week. He made $3,500. Hadn't seen much out of him in his live account lately. So I know I mentioned him last week when he had a $2,000 winning day. So happy he's back in the live account trading. As far as people today goes, Cigar up $5,700 in his live account. Jai up 4,000. We've got Nick for a tick up 720. And then we've got Pin up $6,300 in his live account today. So Pin's been trading really well. And those are some shout outs that I've got today before we dive into the cards, Jack.
I mean, there's some cards today that I'm definitely looking forward to diving into because there's some big swingers. But who do you want to start with first today?
Well, I have my order. You kind of know how I like to go in order for these things. But is there someone in particular that you'd like to start with? I'm guessing.
We'll We'll get to
I'm
all of
guessing
them.
you
Don't
want to
worry
go with
about it.
Shane. We'll get to all of them, but you mentioned big swingers. Should we start with Shane?
Let's do it.
All right, so let's talk about Shane a little bit here. I know last week he was the topic of much conversation with his $130,000 winning day. In XFA, he had 5 XFAs and he made like 26 grand in each one of those doing the trade copying. I wanted to bring him up again today because I keep the story going. What happens, or what has Shane been doing since he had that $130,000 winning day? And Shane's been hitting his daily loss limit. We have 4 days in a row now of daily loss limit of $3,000 hit. So he's kind of on a, if you take 3,000 over 4 days and then multiply that by the 5 accounts, he's given back close to 63,000 of that 130,000. So I'm happy that he's got a daily loss limit of 3,000 in place. It's a good speed bump for anybody who can take, 130 grand out of the market in a single day, or 26,000 in one account. There's other big notable days here too. I got his trade report up. There was a $6,000 winning day, a $9,000 winning day. It's good. If you're a big swinger like Shane is, it's good to have a small loss limit to protect yourself, which he has in place. So with that, let's rattle off some of these metrics. So his average daily P&L is still $3,145 every day that he comes in and trades. That's going to be skewed a little bit by today. All these metrics will be skewed a little bit by today's performance because he did hit the daily loss limit today, which today is the 4th day that he hit it in a row. But still, average winning day, $10,660. Average losing day, like I said, right at that daily loss limit. I already talked about his best day, his worst day, not a lot of slippage. He's only trading 5 lots for the most part, so he is not getting a tremendous amount of slippage like someone else I'll be talking about it on the 3rd card here, unless we jump out of order. But, I like that Shane's taking big bites out of the market, Jack. There's a few things that I want him to consider, though. I mean, his risk reward's essentially 1-to-1 on a per contract basis. That should probably change a little bit. He's also taking 31 trades a day on average. That's a lot. I mean, I know he's trading on a short time frame in the NASDAQ, but 31 directional biases inside a trading session, especially when there's when you look at the time window where there actually is good volume and participation, that's a lot. So he's a busy boy. I have some concerns about how often this daily loss limits hit. I go back again to saying that 3,000, it's okay for someone that can take this much money out of the markets. But I think of a lot of our other big swingers that put up big days. And, we'll see if he maintains the 45% winning days, because he's going to really want to be right more than half the time, or at least half the time on these winning days. Because, what we've seen from a lot of these traders is that daily loss limit getting hit repeatedly will catch up with you. And I also want to point out to the cost of transactions. So 31 trades a day at 5 contracts a piece. This is something you were already looking at, Jack. He's averaging, $530 a day every day on his fees and commissions. Multiply that by 5 accounts. That's $2,500 in fees and commissions in a single day. That's a lot. There is, I say that though, that one $26,000 winning day, which I think was last Monday, he had $1,200 per account. So that's 6,000 in fees and commissions to make 130 grand. That's a small cost of doing business when you're making money, but it's when you're having those $3,000 daily loss limit days and you have all those trades that those fees really, add up and start to become something that will affect your performance.
Yeah. I mean, what jumped out at me is there's been 2 days. Well, this last day, I traded 714 total contracts. It's rare. I think this is the clubhouse leader for me. I don't think I've seen anyone trade that much. But at that level of it, so that was, $1,528 in total fees and commissions. with a $3,000 loss limit. This is real specific advice because I have not seen this before. Usually the fees and commissions aren't making a huge dent in like your loss limit, but when you're trading that much, that's half your loss limit for fees and commissions.
Right.
$1,500 is a lot. 714 contracts is a lot.
Yeah,
So,
and then the 714, divide that in half. That's how many round turns. But yeah, that's a lot. And I mean, if you look at that trade day too, his P&L high for the day was $1,235. But he had 6 winning trades there and 4 losing trades on that day, at least consecutive. So, he held his winners for 8 minutes, 8.5 minutes, held the losers for 6.5 minutes on that day. That's a lot. If you're doing that kind of size, that kind of volume, non-member rates might be, it's going to influence your bottom line there. So
yeah,
that was one of the areas, for improvement or things to consider is, cost of transactions, maybe being a little bit more selective with those trades. 31 trades a day is a lot. So I think, the last thing I have here is keep a close eye on the statistics. He should be looking at these trade reports regularly. I'm sure he is, but they always tell a pretty clear story too, especially after, getting 11 days under his belt on the account too.
Cool. Well, hope he turns it around. Who else we got in order here?
Yeah, I mean, I hope he turns the cold streak around. It's a four-day losing streak for 63 grand. He's still really profitable. So can't cut him up too much here, but just we're talking about stuff that we see on the trade reports. If you want to move on, let's
one
talk
last thing
about,
I'll say about Shane is from the stats angle, anything can happen once. I think it's you got to. So putting up like the 26K per account, if you're going to have all these daily losses, at some point, you got to prove you can do that again, right? So you have some idea of how frequently you can do it. I don't know, like, I haven't seen the fills and stuff, so I don't know how unusual a day that was, or if it's just something that can be relied on. Because as you mentioned, he has a 12K winning day in this account, 9K winning, 26 being the biggest. It's going to be interesting stats, how much you can bank on that happening again. So we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you. He's made it clear that he can take big bites out of the market with the 12,000, the 9,000, obviously the 26,000. But there's a $6,000, winning day there too. So as long as he keeps putting up those big numbers like that, it's okay to, have 50% losing days, but we want to see the consistent taking big bites out of the market. I don't know how else to say it.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's move on to who we got next.
Let's talk about Joshua Jordan. Joshua is someone that we called up from XFA to live, trading out Apopka, Florida. That's a new one on me. But really good stats here for Joshua. He only spent 15 days in the XFA before we called him up to live. Trading the NASDAQ, trading the crude oil, hasn't been too active in the crude oil. I think he only traded that 2 days during this XFA where he had like a $100 losing day and a $300 losing day, something like that. So, stick to the NASDAQ, I would think that's what's working. But obviously, he's not risking too much in the oil. So if he wants to continue looking for opportunities there, I think it's a great market to find opportunities in. But NASDAQ's what's working for him to the tune of, during this XFA over those 15 days, he's averaging about $2,500 a day, times 15 days. So he's moving over to the live account with a nice hefty account balance. Another person who can take big bites out of the market, his best day here, Jack, 87% winning days is stellar. That's going to be hard to maintain, but definitely want to strive to maintain it. But that big bite that I was mentioning, $10,417. There's a lot of other 4-figure winning days that are not on the low end of the range. 4,700, 4,400, 3,500, 3,300, 4,700, 3,600, 1,900, 2,000,
Well, yeah,
2,100.
that's what I wanted to read through, because I mean, this is one of the more consistent cards I think I've seen, as far as like, yes, only 2 losing days out of the 15. They were both daily loss limits of $6,000. So
Yep.
besides that, as you said, it was up 280, up 2,000, up 1,000, up 1,000, up 4,600, up 4,400, up 3,500, up 10,400, up 3,200, 4,600, 3,500, 2,000, 2,000. I mean, he's making, it's not like he's scratching or like making a little bit and then not controlling the losses. He's just like clockwork, making like $1,000 to $4,000 a day.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's got somewhat of a risk appetite. Seems to be trading 5 lots for the most part, taking 11 trades per day, and his trade location's very good. Where he's not taking a lot of heat. If you look at the trade report, there's not a lot of those winning days where he was even down money at any point in time. Whatever he was doing in the NASDAQ kind of, took off at that time upon entry, and really, worked for him. So risk reward is about 1.5 to 1, $790 in profits per contract, while he's only risking 524, and that's per contract. Hold time's pretty good here. 17 minutes in the winners, 12 minutes in the losers. Some of those bigger winning days that he's had, I shouldn't say the bigger winning days, but he's holding anything up to 45 minutes, an hour and a half. That was a losing day for holding a winning trade for an hour and a half. I think, he's probably, I said he's got his trade location pegged nicely. I think he's catching a small piece of the trend for the day. So buying pullbacks or selling into rallies, looking for catching a piece of the trend for the day. It's working, it's really working for him.
I can see from the card, so he's not YOLOing. So the 2 losing days are both 3K losers, but what's nice about this card that I see is that he is cutting things, because I see the P&L low for some of the days, which means he got out flat, down money, and then turned it around on some of them. Like, it looks like he cut bait at down $480 one day and then turned it into a 10K winner.
Let's see what you're talking about.
June 21st is one for the ages. He was down flat 2,300, and then there's just $700 of risk left, less than that, and then he turned it into a $4,400 winner that day.
Yeah,
so
battling back.
Yeah, because for me, like the bad people, not bad people. None of you are bad people that I know of. It's more like the suboptimal trading I see when people hit the risk limits is the classic is they just have a position on and they just let it run until it hits their limit or doesn't, I guess.
Yeah, YOLO.
Yes.
Set it and forget it. But no, I mean, yeah, he battled back that day. Let's see, are there any other days where he did that? It looks like that was the one day that he did it. No. Yeah. I mean, very little heat on that $10,000 winning day. He was down $480, turned it around. Not down $2,300 on June 17th. Turned it around, made $1,000 on the day. Yeah, I mean, and also that first day in his XFA, he was down $2,700. Ended the day about break even at 280. So he's definitely trading the markets and not his P&L from what the very little that I can see on this card with what we're looking at from these last 15 days.
Awesome. Well, great trading.
Yeah, great trading. It looks like he only took one payout for $150 during this 15-day period. Eligible for a lot more. I'm happy that he'll be carrying a nice hefty account balance over the live account. Make sure that, if and when these, 3,000, if he finds himself starting to lose money on these trading days. And we know he can hit 3,000 with the average losing day of $3,122. We will want to, have a nice healthy account balance maintenance level, which he's going to have, but it doesn't mean that he can't take $1,000 in a payout or more. But I'd like to see Joshua pay himself a little bit more. We always want to be taking payouts. Looks like he covered an activation fee or a data fee for the $150, basically.
Great. Who do? We got a big one for the finale too, don't we?
Yeah, we do. Raphael, let's pull his card up. Kind of a heavy hitter out of Israel. And I say heavy hitter because he has, had a very large account balance. I know he's up there on the leaderboard. This is someone that probably everybody that's tuned in over the last 2 weeks is, well aware of him and what he's doing. I also talked about him last week. To my dismay, it was not last week. It was the week before. He was one of the gentlemen that had a 14,000. He was almost up 15 grand on the day, and turned a $14,000 winning day into a $5,000 losing day. He trades size, and he hit his daily loss limit. Got some slippage during a volatile time in the market. But he is. He's still wildly profitable, which you can see on the card, averaging $2,500 plus on a daily basis. And this is in a live account. Very happy, Jack. He just took $80,000 in payouts. That was on the 4th of July. On the 4th of July. Doesn't have the same account balance that he did have, but he's someone that's been trading well. And because he is taking, big bites out of the market, the live market, we've got him at a $5,000 personal loss limit. We expanded his loss limit, which, as a reminder for everybody out there, is something we will do. If the shoe fits, we want to give our traders, just like Dakota, the flexibility to, risk a little bit more if they're showing that they can, take big money out of the market. And, some notable days here. He's got today's day 18 in the live account, but of the 17 days that are registering on this trade report, back at the end of June, he had a $44,000 winning day. That was, talk about catching a piece of the trend for the day. So that was over the course of 3 trades. He made that money on trading 3 lots, 44 grand trading 3 lots. But he held it for 8 hours. So totally caught a piece of the trend for the day. Other notable
14,
day.
So 7 round trip contracts. So that was presumably the
7 round
NASDAQ.
trades.
So he held 7 NASDAQ for 8 hours, 7 hours and 52 minutes.
Yes, he did.
Wow.
Yep. Which is super difficult to do. I've found for myself, going from a short time frame to a long time frame was probably one of the biggest hurdles or struggles. I shouldn't say struggle, challenges. It's really challenging, us as retail traders, whatever you want to label yourself. When you get into the trading industry, you tend to look at the short time frame charts, and then as time goes on, I found myself knowing that I needed to get out onto a higher time frame for a variety of reasons. But that was a super big growing pain. I talk about people having guts and stuff like that to stick out trades and whatnot, and not hit the exit button and cash in on what P&L they have. You really got to stick to your guns. And if you're framing out trades, where you need to get out if you're wrong, where you need to get out if you're right, it does make it a lot easier. People that are trading their P&L or looking at their account balance or their P&L for the day are going to really have big issues moving out onto a higher time frame because, they see big profits and they're like, oh, shoot, I got to capture these, as opposed to sitting there and having confidence in where you believe that the market's going to actually go to.
Do
when
we
you
think he
framed it out ahead of time.
Walked away at some point during this? Because I was just doing the math. So on a 7 lot, it means he took more than 300 points out of the NQ. I think you're right that that's a trade that I couldn't, even if I did it perfectly, I don't think I could sit there if I was watching it and see it go past 200 points in my favor and be like, I want 3. But, you know, if you're like a Dakota or something like that, where you're just asleep during it or put it on and hold it, I mean, that's what you got to do if you're going to. Very impressive.
I mean,
trade.
It is. I think you do have to be able to walk away, during those trades. Going back to framing out the trade, knowing where you're getting out if you're wrong and having a good idea of where you're getting out if you're right ahead of time before you even put the trade on makes it that much easier to, not only hold on to the trades, but walk away. Unless you're watching the market and you see the market stop going up or have some reason for adjusting what your take profit or your profit target was, or whatever level you thought the market was going to go to. I mean, your reasoning for putting the trade on shouldn't really change. So whether you're there or not shouldn't matter. I mean, I found myself, and again, this took a little while to get there. Speaking of, the challenges with going to a higher time frame from shorter time frame. But, when I started trading, there was no way I'd have risk exposure on, even if I had to stop in and walk away from the computer at all to, fast forward years down the road. Like, I put the trade on, I put my stop in, and I was off to go get breakfast or take a walk or go get lunch. Like, just kind of mental exercises you can do with yourself to kind of take emotions out of your trading are important. And I think, if you frame things out, why do you need to be there really? Unless there's some economic event happening that you should be there. I mean, you don't need to be there for the whole time. You should have a pretty good idea of what the market's doing. Even if you're going for a walk, check your phone, something like that, see what it's doing. But, there's a lot of professional traders that do that.
Yeah, well, congrats to Raphael and everyone else we talked about today. Some great cards. We're going to take a quick break right now, and when we come back, it's going to be group coaching with JD and Robert. So have your questions ready. I think they have the form already done. Oh, I see it there. Last call for group coaching questions. That should be a fun time. Mick, thanks again, and I'll see you soon. All right, man?
All right. Thanks, Jack. Thanks, everybody.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. It's that time of day again. Welcome to Group Coaching. This is a segment where we take your questions from the chat, you, the viewer, and we answer them live on TV. I'm JD behind the curtain. You're looking at Coach Robert. I'll be feeding him the questions, and he'll be answering them for you. Coach Robert, what is the Riz? What's going on, bud?
Man, what a great weekend. While I'm giving a rundown here, I'm going to pop my mug there, and I made this little background for the Bulls and Bears. I figured that was appropriate for today since we're not going anywhere. It seems it's just a battle in the middle right there. So that's it. But hey, I got a quick little pick here to show you onto my screen, and we'll jump right into questions. We got some good ones here today. Tim is the one that's here in Massachusetts with me, and we hung out this weekend. So we're gonna pop a photo up there. We got maybe Tim's debut, and he's not fully on live, but get that over there, JD. Screen.
Where's it at?
On my screen share.
Oh, I gotcha.
There it is. Yeah, so there we go. We were just hanging out at the lake house this weekend. It was Sunday. It was really hot. It was a beautiful day. Hung out by the lake house, and guess what we're eating? $50 if someone get it. No,
looks like a ribeye.
Oh, some good ribeye. So that's my man in mass right there, Tim. So it's we had a great weekend supporting Topstep as it is. So I wanted to share that. We had a blast. That's what we did.
Was that Tim's on-air debut? Was that the first time anyone has seen Tim's face on air?
I think so. I did confirm. Full disclosure, I did message Tim beforehand and said, "Hey, dude, when I get on there, they're going to ask me how the weekend was, and I want to say I hooked up some ribeyes with you and shout them down." And he's like, "Go for it, dude. It's all good."
Very nice. Looks like a good time. Nobody lost any fingers shooting off fireworks either, I assume. And
nope.
Everyone made it home safe. Perfect.
Absolutely.
All right, folks. Well, we've got your questions. We're going to start answering them right now. You ready to rip?
Ready to go. Got some good ones.
Coach Robert? All right. First question comes from Steve. Steve wants to know, Coach Robert, what is your A+ entry sign that will give you a win most of the time? I'd call that a loaded question. Personally, I love a good momentum trade. When a breakout occurs, recognizing it, getting on the right side, and taking a little piece out of that move. If you know how to range trade, then you're probably familiar with breakout trades also. They go both ways. But trading momentum is my style. I don't like fading big moves. What about you, Robert?
I'm the same way, my friend. I like those when when the market is moving one direction, it's pushing there fiercely, and it gets over those couple of key levels. On NQ, it tends to pop up a little bit. I just like to take those little pieces along the way. So for Steve, it sounds like myself and JD have pretty close to the same A+ entry sign, and it gives you the win most of the time. It's really hard to know most of the time, and we're all different the way that we trade. And I went through a lot of that. If you didn't catch it, to throw that one more time for Austin Silver, he had me on his podcast. He did a fabulous job. He kind of broke everything down. And so what we look at in differences of how traders are, differences of what our A+ setups are, differences of what our risk is. So it really matters. And I think the one that gives me the win the most time is the one that I enter and goes my direction right away. I do. It doesn't happen often. You can't really expect that to happen. You know, when we put a trade on, we expect to win. Otherwise, we wouldn't put that trade on. But it's nice when you get into that. If you're a momentum trader and playing the breakouts or breakdowns, you get into that trade, it goes your way, and you take it right off. That's an A+ setup right there for me.
For sure. Next up, we have Enxbold. I'm not really sure there's a way to pronounce that, but Enxbold wants to know, is the 500 tick chart good for scalping? I know that you like the tick charts, don't you? And the range bars, but higher or lower time frames on the ticks for taking shorter time frame trades. What's your opinion there? I don't watch the tick charts all that often.
Yeah, I don't watch the tick charts too much. I'm just not. It's a personal preference, right? I'm not a fan of time-based charts. We have them in Topstep X now, and let's click over to it. I have the NQ on right now. So while I'm doing this, to answer the question there, Ian XBLD, it's going to depend on the instrument. So there's a 500 tick chart. Let's back this up to, let's put a vertical line on it. Where is my vertical line? I'm just going to back this up to the market open this morning? And this is 8:30 Central Time. I'm going to eyeball it. There we go. I just put a vertical line, as we can see here. And this is what the 500 tick chart looks like for NQ. But watch this. I'm going to switch this to ES. Okay. There. A little bit different, because the tick amount and the volume going through is different. What if we put this on another popular one on CL? Look at this 500 tick chart. There it is. This is all you get for today. Right here. All right, and let's do one more. Let's put it on GC. And then we're going to really mess you all up. There we go. There's a 500 tick chart on GC. And let's take one of Deanna's favorites, the RBOB. And I know because it goes way different. Look at that. Just this one section right here, we're talking. This is the trades for today on 500 tick chart. So ENX, the real answer to this is it depends. 500 tick charts, yeah, it's pretty good for NQ, pretty good for YM. Not really good for RBOB. You have to go down to even further ones. But if we go down too small, what does it look like? Here we are in the RBOB. Yeah, that actually looks like a pretty good chart, trading the RBOB. Well, what does it look like for YM? And I know I'm going through this quick. You can always rewind it back. And there's a 100 for YM. That's not too bad either. We have areas we can see as marked off pretty easy as just simple support and resistance here. Just drew them on the line. And just for those listening, eyeballing it 39849 and 39683. I just manually drew a couple lines on there. And that's a 100 tick chart. So going back to the original NQ, would that be a pretty good? Would a 100 be better than 500? In this particular instance, yeah, it seems pretty good. You can get in and out of these, go to a couple of candle breaks, pull those pops, get a couple reversals. Not a bad deal. So again, back to the answer, it's going to depend on the instrument, especially if you're scalping. That's what was the question. If it's good for scalping, 500 NQ, yeah, I would go with that.
Sounds good to me. Next up, Andela wants to know, why is Dakota so patient and restrictive with trading? I'm 100% sure he doesn't consume sugar. I am not 100% sure that he doesn't consume sugar, but you can ask him yourself tonight at 8 o'clock p.m. for slow markets. Coach Dakota, Monday through Thursday, 8 o'clock p.m., slow markets. Go catch him. All right, Tashawn wants to know, why...
I just don't want to put
Why
words
can't
in
we
his
make
mouth.
the-
I don't know if I don't know if he eats sugar or not, but I did see him drink a Celsius on there. I don't know the deal on that. So you gotta talk
Oh, yeah,
to him
that's
directly.
right.
Slow markets, yeah.
I'm sure he'd be happy to answer your question. All right, Tashawn wants to know if we can make it so we can pass the trading combine in a day. Well, Tashawn, unfortunately, one day doesn't make a market and one day doesn't make a trader. That's why we have a consistency rule. You have to show us that we can trust you with our trading capital. We're taking all the risk. TopStep is taking all the risk. So we want to make sure that you're responsible enough to handle that. What's your opinion here, Coach Robert?
Ditto. Next question, right? It
Next
just says,
question,
I know we're all
all
in a hurry. I know we want to get funded, folks, but we need to be a trader first. That's just it. And in the program, you can pass in 2 days. It's a personal opinion. I still think it's a little too short. Again, personal opinion, personal preference. I would like to see 4 or 5 days. Not doesn't be consistent, but give it a couple of days, because you have 2 days in a row. Like, man, I'm a perma bull. I'm a scalper. I go in. I just won 3 trades. Congratulations, you did good. The next day, shooting up again, in, boom, boom. Hey, am I a good trader, or did it just happen to fit my system on those 2 particular days? So I would like, honestly, to see a little bit longer. Absolutely not 1 day. You can do it in 2 days, but I believe I'm with you, JD. It is far more important to trade well over time than it is to trade quickly and get funded and just lose the capital right away. So I'm 100%.
All right. Next up, we've got a question about TopStep X functionality from the NASDAQ Navigator. The question is, when I try to add an ES chart, it always replaces the NQ chart in the other window with the ES chart. Any idea what I might be doing wrong here? Thank you. And maybe if you're done explaining this, we can navigate to those TopStep X in 5 minutes or less videos and show everybody how to get to them.
Sure, we'll show them right there. And while I'm talking, if you want to pull I don't know if you want the YouTube one as well, but we can do that as well, JD. I'll do that right now. I'll post the entire tutorial. This is just a link for those who are watching. It's in chat right now. This is a tutorial to all of the TopStep X videos, but let's answer question, the NASDAQ Navigator. Let's answer that question right away. We can see on the chart, we have a link. It's linked to yellow on the left panel, and it's linked to yellow on the right panel. Regardless of which one I change, it's going to follow that same instrument. So I'm going to just click on the left panel, type in ES, and lo and behold, they both change to ES, including my order panel on the right because it's linked to yellow. So I'm going to get rid of this link on yellow, and let's just make it white for an example. So there it is, white. Okay, I apparently have NQ already linked to white, but ES is on the left. Let's change the ES again. Let's change it to YM. Guess what? It changes to YM on the left. My order panel changes to YM because they're both linked to yellow. The NQ right here on the right panel is linked to white. It is not going to sync up with it. Now, here's one little caveat. I'm going to see this link here on the right-hand side. If I already have this link right at the top above here, it says add chart link. If I already have it linked and I click on add chart link, I'm going to get a menu that says, hey, you already got it. Here's your guide. You already did it. We don't really need it at this point in time. So if I take this link off, now I go to add chart link. What did it do? It just threw it right back on my chart for me. I get that question a lot too. It's like, I don't understand. I'm adding link. I'm getting this stupid video. Yep, 100%. It's exactly how it should work. That's way to go. And I like to bring this back to the front. There we go. So hopefully that answers the question. Those videos are in there. In the quick reference on the left-hand sidebar, we have a support. It's a big question mark. We click on that question mark. What do we have? It comes up with the feature voting, which we all love. And then the next one down says Topstep 5-minute tutorials. There they are. Yeah, you can get sick of looking at that mug right there. We got a couple more. I got 2 more videos coming out, and with the new platform that Gabe did such a wonderful job explaining earlier today, we're going to do a Topstep X in 5 minutes or less video on that as well. Look for that to be published pretty soon. But that's a quick way to find them, right over there. You can find them on my YouTube channel as well.
And you can expect a new Topstep X in 5 minutes or less video each time we roll out a new feature on the Topstep X platform. Coach Robert is the master of Topstep X, and he's here to help you. All right, next question comes from Kira. Kira asks, beyond average hold time, profit factor, win-loss, other things, what are some deeper performance stats we can look at? Examples of how we might react to what we see would be great. Well, I'm going to drop a link in the chat right now to an emotional trading journal that John Hoagland put together a couple of years ago. This might be something that you're interested in. It's a trading journal, but it helps you jot down your emotions, what you were feeling when you put a trade on. Were you nervous? Were you excited? Were your palms sweating? Those kinds of things. And you can track your performance based on how you're actually feeling during the time that you put the trade on. But I hope that helps you. Coach Robert, what other metrics do you like to track outside of what Kira mentioned?
I like to compare them against other instruments. So what Kara said here was the hold times, profit factor, win-loss. I would not use any of those in seclusion or as standalones. You can have a really bad win-loss rate in a really good P&L. You can have a really good profit factor, but a not good winning percentage. So you look at those together in culmination. They really can't be looked at individually, but definitely look at them differently per instrument you're trading. For example, if I'm trading the NQ, it's a certain way. I might have 30 trades on there. ES might have 5. So an NQ win rate of 85% is worse than an ES win rate of 60%, if you follow that. I'm math in my head, so it might be slightly off. But I think you get the point. You can say, wow, my win rate is X amount. My risk reward is X amount. They're different. They're different per instrument. They're different per trader, and they're different per the time. So if I say, I'm risking $100 to make $200, and it is oil on the overnight, hey, you might do that. On YM, I don't know about that. NQ, pretty easy to do. Not easy, but it's going to be there more for you. It just moves a lot more. So I would say don't look at anyone individually, and also don't look at them as all-encompassing overall. Each one is going to be per the instrument, per the time frame, the style you're doing, time of day. So that's not in seclusion altogether.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Checking on the chat, Raf has a question about eligible countries. That is outside of our wheelhouse. You'll have to reach out to support if you have a question about taking a withdrawal in a country that is ineligible for funding. Hope that helps you, Raf. All right, next up, Doug says, I've been struggling with holding trades that initially go against me. I seem to get in a little early and take the heat. Then I'm thankful I get back to break even, so I close the trade only to watch it continue without me. Sizing shouldn't be the problem. I try to risk about $200 and I trade max 5 micros. What tips would you have for traders like me? Well, first, you really need to start giving your trades some room to breathe. It's not very often you're going to top tick or bottom tick a move. 99% of the time, you're taking heat on a trade almost immediately. So you're taking the risk. You should learn how to also reap the rewards from taking that risk. But Coach Robert, what's your advice on sticking to a trade after it's already gone against you and you get back to that break even and you're just itching to get out, even though you're still thinking it's a good trade?
Follow your plan. Very simply. And JD, you said it right. It's rare that we get into a trade and enter it, goes our direction, right where we want it to be. Does it happen? Sure. Does it happen a lot? Not my experience. That kind of goes right back to that first question from Steve about the A+ setup. Hey, if you get in there, it's going your way, you get that momentum, or maybe you get that trend and you happen to catch it right when it was flipping around on you. You get in and you have your stop down there and it just keeps running going. Hey, that's a pretty good trade. So Doug, specifically for you, I would say lower the expectation. In all honesty, just lower the expectation that, hey, I'm right all the time. I get in a trade, it's going my way. It's not that common. So because it's not that common, you have an answer for it. We know there are 3 things to trading. I say this quite often. We know our entry. Well, there's an entry, there's a target, and there's a risk or a stop. We know our entry because we entered. We put it on. Whatever rules we have, we entered it. So we know that. We know our stop because we know how much we want to risk, whether it's based on math, whether it's based on pivot areas, whether it's based on drawdown, whatever it is, we know that. What we don't know is a target. We know a perceived target. We know our hypothesis on the target. We know our speculative target. We know our assumed target. We do not know our target. So I would say lower that expectation a little bit. And if you find, which is exactly my problem as well, that you get into a trade and you're a bit early, the traders will come back and say, well, what does early mean? Well, early means that, hey, this is my setup, what I'm looking for, and the way I'm trading, I'm making my entry based on X, Y, and Z, and it tends to go against me a lot all the time. Maybe we tweak our plan a little bit, we tweak our strategy a little bit, and we say, I'm going to follow my XYZ plan, and there it is, that's my setup, and before you press that mouse button, tap a timer on your phone and set it for 10 seconds or something like that. Whatever you're trading is going to depend. Or how about if you say, great, there's my entry, but I am not entering until it moves away from me, and then I'll do a buy stop if it's going up, or a sell stop if it's going down. That may be a good way to do it. Start and practice. You don't need to use your account to do this. Start with your practice account. Give it a shot. See what you think about it. If you're always early, plan your trade, put the word pause in your trading plan, and try that, see how it works for you. It sounds easy, but it's simple, but sometimes it's not easy. I'm on the same boat. I'm anxious. I'm a high energy guy. I just want to get in that trade and there it is. And I'll jump right in. I'm like, no, there it was in 10 seconds from now, but I'm already in it. So I feel you. It takes time.
That's a great idea. When you feel like jumping in the market, just count to 10 and then jump in the market. Doug, I see you in the chat. Doug says, thank you. Lower expectations, I think, will help a lot, or even expect it to go against me. Thanks. Doug says, thanks. Thank you for the question, Doug. Hope you appreciate that answer. All right, Alberto, next. I think we got time for one more. Hello, Coach, and good afternoon. I would like to know, this is a Topstep X functionality. I'd like to know if there's a way to avoid the confirmation in Topstep X when making a purchase or sale, putting an order in, how to turn off those confirmations, as it causes missed opportunities and makes execution slower. It was somewhat disappointing to find this question today. Thank you very much. Turning off those notifications and different ways to place trades maybe to avoid that in the future.
Sure. Alberto, that's great. We do have those that we showed earlier. You can rewind the segment if you're just watching it now. Where with the Topstep X videos, you go in that question mark, you go into YouTube. But let me show you, just answer you specifically for this. On the settings side, we have this little gear over here. We have it's under, if I can remember, there we go. There we have this charts and data. We can show our chart executions. That's a show it. We have our risk settings. We can show our order confirmations right here. So where is the... I just move these all around. Enable sounds and visual alerts. Privacy we don't care about. Miscellaneous. Chart plots that show chart executions. There's a confirmation. I just saw right there. I was just right in it. Showing the confirmations. We need to show them. We know what's under copy trading. This section over here. There's your risk. Showing your confirmations. We don't want to have them. We don't want to confirm our trades when we're placing our orders. I'm going to look. I'm going to do this right on the fly, JD. I believe there's a spot in here as well, but let me double check it just to be sure. And it is not in that area. It's all in those videos. I just wanted to be sure and make sure I wasn't steering somebody in the right or wrong direction. It is not in here. I was thinking it was over in the DOM here. Not the DOM, the order panel also. It's not. So and we can back that up just a little bit. But it's in your settings area. Just turn off the confirmations. That's all. You don't have to do it every time. Hey, JD, I got something to show. If these guys, if we're all ready for it, unless you have a question or something in chat, I can share something that I put together.
Yeah. Let's do it. You need your screen? Yeah.
Yeah, you got my screen right there. It's all good to go. I wanted to show a little bit of a cost breakdown for the combines, and this is where we are right now. And I have this shared, and I'll make sure everybody knows about it. It's a simple little spreadsheet that I threw together. Let me resize it so we can see it in the area here. Come on. Am I not resizing it? There it is. There we go.
There you go.
I got it right there. Yep. There you go. Me, I'm having trouble with technology, JD. That's it. That's the end. All right. I'll go through this real quick. I don't want to spend a lot of time on it. We want to wrap up here. But I'm going to share this, everybody. They can use it. It's a very, very simple spreadsheet breakdown. I'm going to use a 50K combine just as an example. We have our monthly cost, we have a reset cost, and we have our max loss limit, $2,000. Let's assume we are in the combine for 3 months. So our costs are 3 months times our monthly cost. And we have a reset cost. So let's say we take 3 resets per month. That's all. 3 resets per month. We have a total reset cost. We add those up. If I am in our combine for 3 months, and we did 3 resets a month, it's a $588 cost. Okay? But here's where it gets good. If we needed to reset, that means we hit our max loss limit of $2,000. Follow me on that one. We didn't hit our max loss limit of $2,000. We don't need a reset. So the fact that we reset 3 times a month, we hit our max loss 3 times a month for 3 months, which is 9 times. 2,000 times 9 is $18,000. We would have lost if we were trading our own money. Make sense? Could. Now we have a cost of $588 that it actually costs us for real in Topstep. Topstep saved you $17,412 in those 3 months by trading with Topstep instead of putting all this money into your own personal account. I wanted to do that because I was just doing the math on things and working on stuff this over the weekend. And I want to say, man, what can we do for these benefits? Like, how can we show even more of the benefit of what Topstep is bringing, let alone TopstepTV and all the education for all these great coaches and all these great hosts and all the great guests that we have on here. Look at that. And I'm going to share this with you. I will share right afterwards. And you can modify these to say, well, what if I'm only in the combine for 2 months and I only reset twice a month? Well, then if that was the case, you were hitting your max loss limit, and your total, you spent almost $300, but we saved you $8,000 in losses of the real account should you funded it yourself. This, in my opinion, is the absolute best reason for using Topstep, bar none. The cost savings alone, and then you get all this education along with it. I was trying to put this out. I was thinking this weekend going, how can I do this? How can I present this in a really good, easily understandable format? And this is what I came up with. I'm going to share this with you. Hopefully you see it. JD, hopefully that makes sense to you. Because when I did this, I was like, holy cow. Holy cow. And I'm going to do reverse engineering on this. And we all know MP's story of the losing 3 $30,000 accounts. I'm going to reverse engineer this and see how much money he would have saved if Topstep was around at that time. So stay tuned for that.
Awesome. Thanks for putting that together, Robert. Much appreciated. I'm sure everybody else appreciates it also. All right. With that, we are out of time for group coaching today. Stick around, though. We've got Strategy Lab coming up next with Robert. You got another hour of Coach Robert Dolby, and Anne-Marie Baiynd is here. And then we're going to close out the day in Power Hour with Andre Dolby and Carl Logjam Hungus is here. So stick around for that. It's going to be a great close to the day. All right, folks. Group coaching signing off. Stick around. We're going to take a short break.
Hello, hello, hello. As soon as I move my right screen, there we are. Welcome back. This is Strategy Lab. We have the wonderful Anne-Marie Baiynd in the middle of the two brothers, or the father, son, or the grandfather, whomever, your cousins, whatever you want to call us. We have been called so many things over there. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. So Willie was in the chat.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
Huh? So I learned all my rizzing abilities from you, Father. Thank you.
Oh goodness, let's get that started. I can see the tweets coming in now in Power Hour. Anyway, back to your regularly scheduled program. This is Strategy Lab, and today, Emery, again, thank you for joining us. Dovey, you've been kicking butt behind the scenes here and all day and every day like it is. Hope you had a wonderful weekend just like I did, just like myself and Tim hung out. It was great. This tip of the week is what we're going over, and I'm going to share a little thing that we just did in the green room. Anne-Marie said something that, hey, man, everything was all nice and lined up, and it actually didn't happen that way. The tip of the week came out at the end of the week, and the tip of the week is, and get the exact wording, analyze your performance stats. So I gave it to Anne-Marie. I said, hey, this is our tip of the week. We're on Strategy Lab Monday with Dobie. Let's try to come up with something. What do you think? The next day, the performance came out. The new performance panel there came out. So it was such a great lineup. So what do you say, my partners in crime on the show right now? What do you say we get into it?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Okay. Whoop. Click the right screen again. I am all thumbs. This has been a great weekend. Emery, what are your first thoughts on this for analyzing performance stats? Let's go to a high level and just start from the top. The high overview, we'll go to Dobie, and then we'll drill down because this is Strategy Lab. And as always, if you're going to jump in and trade, cut us off, let us know. But let's get into some of the nerdy stuff that us three like to talk about.
So I think the biggest thing for us to look when we're staring down our performance is how much do I make versus lose when I'm working through a trade? And then can I identify times of day that I tend to perform better than other times? So let's just, for this one right here, I have this, would it be, where is it here? Performance stats, right? So it doesn't quite give me the time of day, but it does tell me a lot about what my wins versus losses are, right? What my average win versus average loss is, and then what my profit factor is, right? And so I think those are the key places to start. We should all start there. Hey, how many do I position and win versus lose? And then what's my average win to loss? Because if it's 50-50, then your gains really need to outsize your losses by quite a bit, or it's going to be, running on a treadmill, right? And so that is the big thing to look at. I think further down, we need to look at the times of day that we trade. Now, we don't have that listed here. I would love for that to actually be a part of it. What time of day are your trades going off at? Because I could tell you this, my morning trades way better than my midday trades or my late afternoon trades. My midday trades, because I'm trying to trade when there's no edge, everybody's gone to lunch, things are moving totally sideways, and then in the end of the afternoon, I'm an old lady. I'm ready for a nap. And so unless I end up taking, a quadruple espresso in the afternoon, which makes me more jittery and even less clear, I might have a shot or two. Or if I'm following you guys on, Power Hour and I'm saying, hey, this trade looks great. Otherwise, if I'm by myself, it's really not a great thing, right? And so then, you really want to work out how many trades a day you have, and then trade duration is pretty important, but trade duration for me is not nearly as important as what time of day I'm trading, right? Because that I could see trade duration go all over the place with me. So anyways, that's really where I start with these sorts of things. But I'm so happy we have these stats in here now. It's fantastic.
Yeah, It really is. I'm super excited to delve into some of this stuff and even like compare and contrast my own stats to someone else's stats. I think that will help maybe a lot of traders kind of see what's Dakota's trading thing look like compared to say Rips, who has a different trading style. I think it's going to be great. And I think what's also going to be very interesting is this is a great tool, but it's not necessarily going to just fix everything for you. If the stats say you're not a very good trader on Friday, are you going to stop trading on Friday or not? So just because you have the stats, there's still action that has to be taken. I think this is a great first step for a lot of traders to get access to trading stats. Maybe they haven't seen this type of data before if they haven't used something like TradeZilla or other trading journaling software. And I'm sure this is going to get even more advanced stats. This is just the first release. But I think the AM/PM thing is something I've noticed personally. So I'm looking forward to them adding that as well. I always felt like if my trading sessions lasted longer than 2 hours, I was probably making up for some deficiency that occurred in the first 2 hours rather than the last 2 hours. So I'm curious to see. Yeah, I'm curious to see how this will pan out. So we've had this out for, I don't know, a couple hours, but I'm eager to see what it's going to look like in a month when people start having, a full month of knowing that they have stats here. How's that going to start changing their trading? And of course, let us know. Let us know if this new dashboard that you have in TopStep X is going to improve your trading. How did it help you? Let us know. We want to know.
Absolutely. And like you said, Dobie and Emery both said the same thing, that it is a very good first step. It's actually a hugely good first step. The development team is going great. And for those that are listening, when you hear things that are like, why don't we have this? Why don't we have that? It's things like this performance dashboard that is a huge impact. And that's what we're going to do, is make the biggest difference, the biggest bang for the buck for what we can do. Yeah, every once in a while, we're going to see something that comes in and say, oh, that's a wonderful idea. It's an easy lift, it's a light lift. We can just bump that out right away, day or 2 or 3 or whatever it's going to be. And then we'll get back to the big main project. When we see things like this come out, there's just so much that goes behind it. Think of it, the day one first Tesla rolls off the floor. It's like, well, what has Elon been doing for the last 4 years? Nothing. He's lazy. He's like, no, he's been busting his butt. You just happen to see it today. And that's exactly what's going on. And we'll get things like, well, how come this isn't fixed yet? And I would love to tell you that, tomorrow morning we're releasing it, but we can't say that. We just have to be like, hang on, put it into your feature request area. That's where it all goes into, compiles, and then it's just the biggest bang for the buck. And we try to hit the most traders possible for what we're looking for. And this is a great first step. Okay. I'm ecstatic. I really like it because I do a lot of this stuff myself, and I'm a numbers person. I'm a stats guy. So back with the topic about analyzing your stats, this is really going to help, and we all look at things a little bit different. I'm gonna say this part here: statistics, stats. I love these. Remember, they're historical. We're looking at what has happened. It may not dictate what will happen. Hey, it's going to increase our probabilities and our chances. Sure, that's what the Edgefield stuff does. That's what these things do. That's what our own journals look like. Man, I just found out, Dobie said it, if I have a bad day on what did you say, Dobie, Monday or Friday, am I going to stop trading Fridays? I don't know. But what I'm going to do is pay more attention to it. I'm going to look and say, why am I having a bad day trading Fridays? I may just look at that and say, like, you know what? I just figured out that Fridays is a day I tried to do a new instrument. Who knows? I'm making it up, right? But they only give us a picture of what has happened for us to reflect on. Now we can say every Friday this event happens, and then we do that, and it just doesn't happen twice in a row. We go, oh, well, that's horrible. That didn't work. No. Over the grand scheme of things, that was 2 out of the 20 times, and that's what, 10% of the time. So take stats with a grain of salt. I love them. I look at them religiously, if you want to say that, but it's not going to base it on what is going to happen next. I'm a huge fan. I look at back testing and performance and optimization the exact same way when I'm doing all this coding stuff. It gives you an idea. It's not an idea of profitability, but probability, and an idea of functionality. But you still have to make your own decisions. You have to make your own changes, make your own strategy, your own adjustments. I think that was what I talked about last week, is being flexible, being variable with the market. So that's great for you guys. I really appreciate it. I'd like to hit on one of the we talked about strategy drift there, but I would love to talk about this one. Dobie, let's start with you on this one, please.
Okay.
Of the unrealistic target expectations, because that was 2 questions in group coaching were about that. Love to hear your take on what the expectations are and should be, based on what we're looking at for our stats going forward.
Are we referring to like any stats, or like what are we trying to like compare ourselves to?
Yeah, let's pick one out. Hey, I do $500 a day, so I should do 500 tomorrow. Is that a realistic or unreal expectation?
I guess comparison is the thief of joy, right? So when I was trading at my best, I really was focusing so much on daily risk management that like everything else had to like fall into place. So I was just going like 2 to 1 for like a long time in crude oil. So like risk 150 to make 300. And for me, that helped fix my stats and helped me also understand how like risk reward ratio works, not just like in the moment, but like over the long run. And so like if you build a brick by brick, and that's each brick is 1 day, and you will build your house of well-managed bricks that you just stack up. And so hopefully, your expectation every day should be, I have a personal daily loss limit and I'm going to stick with it. And I don't have any expectations on making money, but if I do, then that's great. But I think what traders will most likely find is, especially with the calendar feature, is that it's probably just going to take 1 day to really just ruin a trading combine. And you can go back to that day and be like, well, what if I only lost half of that, or whatever my personal daily loss limit is? And, then you can kind of get some information from the stats saying like, hey, if you follow your personal daily loss limit, this good will happen. So in that regard, I think the stats will do a really good job, hopefully helping traders not have FOMO in the future when they hit their personal daily loss limit, because they will know, because of hindsight and stat gathering, that I will get rewarded in the long run if I follow X. Hopefully I answered that question.
Anne-Marie, Adobe, you hit it. You expanded on it as well. So, but Anne-Marie, what do you say with these unrealistic expectations? So if I'm going to tweak the message just a little bit. Hey, I did $250. I want to make 1,000. So all I'm going to do is just throw 4 contracts on, and I should win for $1,000. Is that an unrealistic expectation? Because we know we have drawdowns and stuff too. We have the other methods of entering. Did we get filled at the right price? So I'll throw it over to you. What do you think?
So essentially, if you are trading a 1 lot and you have your risk to reward event, and you're saying to yourself, okay, well, I really want to make X. And so instead of a 1 lot, you put on a 4 lot, that might not be an unrealistic expectation, but what it is a really big expansion of risk. And so when I think about unrealistic expectations, I think about someone setting up a trade on a 5-minute chart that says, okay, this is my buy zone, and then not seeing that a 4-hour or a daily formation is actually a downward trend. And so we end up thinking we're buying a dip, and I'm going to make $250 on this one contract, when indeed all you've got up there is $50 between that and the potential reversal event. And so unrealistic expectations have a lot to do with setting up your trade in one time frame and expecting the outcome to be over a longer time frame. So you're trading on a 5-minute chart, but then using a 4-hour chart for where your target ought to be. And it's not even in the same trend. And so to loop back one step before with what Robert was saying, when you have performance stats to look at, the big thing to say is, hang on, wait a second, what is this telling me I ought to do? Well, it's telling me I ought to review the trade. So let's say all of my trades are losing on Friday. If I come into Friday, I might go, ooh, you normally lose on Friday. So how about paying extra attention to where you enter? This is how these performance stats are going to help you. Hey, I noticed that if I hold it for 30 minutes, it seems to be fine, but if I hold it more than an hour, I'm losing all of those. That obviously is telling you you're setting things up in smaller time frames against the motion of bigger time frames, right? And so there's a lot you can parse from these, but you got to stretch your noggin just a little bit, right? You're going to have to noodle things and go, how can I get these stats to help me just a little bit? And that becomes really important. If your average win to loss is 50-50, but then your profit ratios are way off, you can go, I might need to size down my risk. I might need to I might need to bring my target levels in just a little bit to navigate that space. But any kind of performance statistics will give you excellent information that can help you tweak just a little bit on what you're doing. The problem is most of us, we have a trade that goes bad and we just take the whole strategy and we throw it in the trash and we go, I'm starting over.
Strategy
or we
drift?
pick one indicator and we go, I'm just going to watch that. And when that says go, I'm doing it. And both of those are wrong. And so the key is really to be a little bit more mindful of what the data tells you and what all the data sets tell you, and then say, all right, how can I make that something that's important that I can use to tweak, not throw out, not completely go against or whatever, just tweak a little change at a time so you know what's happening.
It's not the end all be all. It's just going to give you an idea, like this what you said on the Fridays here, or one little adjustment in your strategy. It's like it doesn't mean it's going to happen all the time, and just because you did these calculations based on your stats, modified your strategy, and day one you try it and it didn't work, and just throwing it out. It's like, oh, maybe it just didn't work that day. It's such a dynamic animal. I think there's a reason why it's so hard to trade. It's just not. If we knew it, if every day or every time it did one certain event, broke over VWAP, for example, it goes 20 points, you bet the farm on it every time. That's just not the case. So we can look at history,
exactly,
how to make a hypothesis on it, and then what are the couple of things that lined up the same or similar? What did this look like before? How can I adjust and how can I react to it? Doing that does take a lot of energy, not only physically, not only mentally, but physically. So let's break it up. Joby, I would like you to discuss how physical fatigue can impact your performance stats, and Anne-Marie, how mental fatigue can impact your performance stats. So Joby first.
Well, physical fatigue can happen in numerous ways. I think a pretty common one that trading combine traders will go through is, have you ever traded dehydrated? Hint.
Huge.
Yeah. Maybe we had a night out, and yeah, right? Have you ever traded dehydrated? I have. It's not fun. So that's a big one. Another one is, did I get enough sleep? That's another big one. And I think what the hard thing is for traders is to admit to themselves that I am not physically in shape to trade today, and to have the discipline to act on it and be like, yeah, I'm hungover, I shouldn't trade. Like, to me, that is a sign of emotional growth as a trader. And I feel like a lot of traders will go through that at some point in time. And hopefully everyone in chat is there at that point in which you can have a couple, and then you do not sleep or do not trade the next day. Or if you don't get enough sleep, you do not trade the next day. Or, oh, my sinuses are acting up, I probably shouldn't trade today. So it's sleep, illness, did you have a good time last night, stuff like that. And then one is recognizing that you're not in A+ shape. And then the second one is admitting it to yourself that it's okay to not trade because I partied last night or I didn't feel well. And that is okay. That's okay. I'll write you a slip if you need one, chat, that it's okay to not trade.
If only we could hold ourselves to that.
Yeah, and I guess on the flip side, there are good things you can do. I'll cover these briefly. So before you trade, are you meditating? Are you going for a walk? Are you getting sunlight? You know, whatever things you use to help get yourself into a positive performance mindset. Are you doing those things before you trade? And where this can be beneficial is, let's say you do have a routine that you use to get into a good physical presence or awareness. Do you get casual and skip that every now and then? Because that might even be something that leads into more of Anne Marie's topic, which is the mental side. But let's say you do have something physical that you do and you don't do it. Well, why did you decide to skip? And what's your trade performance like because you did decide to skip? And now is that, strategy drift, which we talked about on Friday? Are we starting to drift away from our routine? And all of that can lead into the mental aspect of fatigue and things like that. So Anne Marie, please.
Absolutely.
Actually, before Anne Marie, before you jump in, Jovi, on the physical side, just one thing. It's back in my past life, I was a sports therapist, and there was an article that came out, and I'll look for it while Anne Marie's giving hers. It was called "Sitting is the New Smoking." If we want to Google it, I'll find it. I'll pin it. It's got to be maybe 8-10 years ago now. Where so what the idea was, if you're sitting, all day like we do, I'm not exempt either, but I also stand up. I think Jovi, you might be standing right now, and the article to summarize the whole thing, was sitting is the new smoking. We right in our hips, we pinch off the blood flow and the sciatic nerve pushing down with getting up. So the answer was this, and I'll give it to Anne Marie, was put a timer on your phone. We all have phones here. Put a timer on your phone for 30 minutes. It just dings once, just ding, a little type of ding, and stand up for 30 seconds. That's it. That was the answer to fix all that. It's very, very, very simple. So 30 seconds, so every 30 minutes, stand up for 30 seconds. That whole situation goes away. I'll find the article and put it into the chat. I just wanted to share that because it did make a difference. It's something I used a long time through my practice. So, Anne Marie, how about the mental side of things? Not just sitting all day, but thinking all day and following and calculating, trying to absorb all this information, right?
I love that about getting up for 30 seconds. That's fantastic. I love that. I'm going to institute that. Normally, what I try to do is step away every couple hours and do jumping jacks or whatever, just to get the blood flowing. But last time I took one of the kids to the chiropractor, they asked me, hey, how much time do you spend sitting? And I said, a lot. And they said, good. That means I'll always have a job. And so because he was saying, hey, listen, you really have to watch out. Sitting is really, really bad for you. So mental fatigue comes in all kinds of ways. And if we have a tendency to be ADHD or a little bit on the hyperactive side, that mental fatigue comes on faster because our brain is clipping at a really fast. We're running through ideas all the time, and focus is very, very difficult for some of us, particularly me, because I'm on the spectrum. If I have to focus, really focus, it uses a lot of energy. And that's why my afternoon trading is less profitable than my morning trading. So how do you figure out that you're going to get mental fatigue or you're going through mental fatigue? Are you skipping steps in your trade setup? Are you looking at something and going, I need to wait until it tests this edge? If you find yourself going, I'm just getting in the trade, it'll work out. I'll work it out later. Once I'm in the trade, everything will be fine. Traders, we have two traits that I see that are very similar across the network of all the spectrum of traders. One, we have a tendency to be very optimistic, and we have a tendency to be very impatient. those two things sort of keep us trading when things go badly, because our brain goes, that's all right, don't worry, you get it next time. And so we're naturally optimistic about how we feel we're going to do. And we're also naturally impatient, and that's going to take us to jump in. So if you're saying to yourself, how do I work through mental fatigue? Or how do I make sure I don't have mental fatigue? The number one thing is that your brain only runs on sugar. It doesn't mean you eat a Snickers bar or 2 giant biscuits for breakfast, because although both of those are simple sugars, the stomach is going to absolutely take all of that, convert it to sugar in an instant, and then you're going to want to sleep. So mental fatigue comes if you don't hydrate enough, just like the physical fatigue. If you eat the wrong things for breakfast, I know so many people, especially if they're gray, like me, right? Except I can thank Redkin for my color. So what older people do, they go, all right, I'll just have a bowl of oatmeal. The worst thing for a trader to eat in the morning is a bowl of oatmeal. Why? Because it's nothing but carbohydrates that turn into sugars and bring all the blood down into the stomach, doing all the work. And then, all of a sudden you've got nothing there that's going to really help you. So you drink a lot of water and you eat fruits that have low sugar content, like berries, anything like that. That's what you eat. If you eat the wrong things, you'll get mental fatigue by lunchtime. If you eat a Snickers bar in the middle of the day, you're going to want to sleep during power hour. So watch your sugars, keep them low, and then notice if you're following your steps or if you're getting rushed. And then just push yourself away from the desk and say, all right, I'm not following my rules. I might be tired. I'm going to step away, and then have the self-control to do that. A lot of us are so addicted to trading that we have little to no self-control. And this is, I know people want to throw tomatoes at me right now, but it's absolutely true. Absolutely true.
They're actually throwing bowls of cereal at you right now, Anne Marie.
Oh, the cereal. Yeah. All right, so let's make sure we throw both disclaimers. What I say and what Dobie says is not exercise or physical advice, and discussions are non-nutritional advice. We get it. We're just talking about ourselves, because we know if we tell somebody that, like, don't have this and it's like my doctor because I have a condition. Yeah, don't do that. We're just talking about generalities of things. Yeah. That's all we're doing. Because it's based off of statistics. We know, bar none, that if you don't eat for days, it's fasting. Well, guess what? That may help some and not help others. If you exercise, it's going to help some. If you get a heart condition, it's not. So we are not doing any of that. So let's just make sure we put that out there in the land. So
I love blowing up chat, especially when I can't see.
Yeah. So we just want to.
You can't see it. That. Oh, you're doing great.
No,
I got you. Don't even look. Don't look. It's fine. They're fine. They're doing great.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna look.
All right, so
I always blow the chat up.
Yeah, my addition to what Anne-Marie said, I add a little bit to Dobie from a past life, and I'm going to add a little bit to what Anne-Marie said, but this is the topic, the mental fatigue, right? We have physical fatigue, mental fatigue, and how it impacts. There was something I learned, I'll make this brief also, it's called Spreeder, Spreeder. No affiliates, no anything. Look, find it out for yourself. And what that is it helped with the mental fatigue of reading. I do not like reading. I would rather read a tech manual than a novel. I just don't like it. I want the information here and now. And this really helped me. Again, there's no plugs. I literally just thought of this now. I'm like, what was that thing called? And what it does is when we read, I'm reading it now, an average about 230 words per minute when we're reading. When we are to ourselves, we're reading a page into ourselves. When we are reading out loud, it's about 138 words per minute, roughly. So let's go with 250 as kind of the high end. Why? Because when we are looking at a word and we are reading it, we are actually bringing it from our brain down to our larynx and our vocal cords. We're just not vocalizing it and then back up again. You know what that is? That's slow. Now, here's the example that's given, and then I'm going to move on. The example is given if I tried, if I showed you a picture, I'm gonna take a picture out my window and I hold it up for, there we go, 2 seconds. And I ask you to explain the picture. You can talk for 3 paragraphs. There's a boat, a tree, it was green, it was summer, there was a lake, the grass. You can talk literally, hold the picture up and then pull it away. Give it a couple 2 seconds and look at it. What does that mean? It means we just internalized a whole bunch of words based on an image. What Spreeder does is it puts words into images. So it doesn't say, I'm going to read it right now. When reading aloud, the average reader can read blah, blah, blah. It shows you a word. The word, first thing that pops up, it goes bum, 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 like this. When reading aloud, and it throws them at you. But it'll throw them at you. You build up to 500, 600, 700 words a minute. And you internalize it. Just an app that you load on there. And it's really cool. It's not going to work for something technical. You try to read a tech report with graph. It's not going to work with that. But if you want to read, say, all right, I'm going to read, let's throw a New York Times. I don't know, whatever it is. You're going to read that. And it's 17 paragraphs. Select, copy, paste it in there. Look at the screen. It'll be a black screen. It used to be a black screen with like white. And the words will just pop at you individually, one at a time. You can't read them. They're too fast. But what you just saw was a picture that you can now explain. It doesn't go through that vocalizing. It goes through the imagery sensory motors, which is extremely fast. Try it. Give it a shot. And I wanted to make sure, because it helped with fatigue. I would sit down and personal experience. I would sit down and have to read something, an article about just whatever it is for the day. Oh, that was something happened in the news, and I wanted to find out about it. And you look at the bottom, sometimes it'll say 4-minute read. Great, copy, paste, 45 seconds, done. You get the whole thing. Yeah, you might miss a little word here and there, but you get most of the whole story. If there's a couple of figures in there, you got to do math. You might not get those, but you'll get the gist of it. So I wouldn't say, do that to pass the bar exam or anything like that. You're going to miss something. But just as a generality, it totally helped me with my, and I forgot it. I haven't used it in honestly probably a decade, but it was fabulous when I learned it. I just wanted to make sure I had something to contribute to each of those conversations. And hopefully you take a look at it. It's called, I'll put it in here. It's called Spreeder, and I'll just put the link in there. Again, there's no affiliates, nothing. It's called, yeah, here it is. Right there, Spreeder. Give it a shot. Take a look at it. So we covered those couple of things. Now, I'd like to bring this over to both of you because it matters on both the physical, both the mental, and based off of our performance stats. Taking our strategy. What do we do when we have a strategy? It's working pretty good. I think it's working pretty good. And I look at my stats and I go, dang, that's not exactly what I thought it was. I saw a lot of that in the chat today too. Man, I looked at this. I didn't realize I was losing on Monday morning. So how do we go about that? So Dobie, let's go with you first on this one. Like, how would you use, or how are you going to use this great new performance dashboard to show your stats? And I would probably wager with you, we'll do $1 on Venmo, that you're going to look at it and be like, I never knew that, because I know I've done it myself when I've tracked my own things. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Why didn't I see this before? So Dobie, what do you think? How are you going to use this and to improve your strategies?
Well, I have a little bit of an advantage because I'm pretty familiar with my system, and I kind of know what I'm looking for like how it should operate. Like, since I'm a range-based trader, all of my losing trades should be under 5 minutes. All of my winning trades should be way over 5 minutes. So I know that if those metrics aren't right, then I've messed something up. So if you're a more advanced trader, you're going to get something out of this. That's probably going to be a little bit different than someone who's brand new. They might be using it to be like more investigative. Whereas if you're a more advanced trader, it's probably more comparative. So kind of know where you're at. And if you have a baseline of what your system, how it should be performing, then that's going to help a lot to be able to compare. Something I'm really looking forward to using more is that, my screen is up, cool, is the calendar ability. And then clicking on the day itself. And then, Andrew, you wanted to kind of know what your AM PM trade thing was. It does appear in the trading session. It's just not the whole day somewhere else.
Thank you.
Well, yeah. So what's cool is that it actually will pull up your trades. So not all trades, just your open and closed positions. So you can kind of use this information to go back and be like, hey, did I take the right setup here? Did I accidentally add in extra size when I shouldn't have, and things like that? And so that's what I'm probably going to be using it more for, is position management, which to me is, I think, probably my biggest weakness is over managing positions, whether it's adding too many contracts or moving my stop losses. I'm going to be looking at that sort of information to see, like, hey, what happens if I just let it run? I can pull up the trades, I'll compare them to my journal and then go back and look at the chart. So that's really what I'm looking for it for. But I'm a little bit more advanced in my trading journey, so it's not going to be the same for you as it is for me, and it's probably not going to be the same for Anne-Marie as it is for myself.
$5 on the view button. Anne-Marie, how do you think this is going to play? I know you're like me. You get into those numbers, and I don't have paralysis by analysis during trading, but I do tend to look, I think, a little too deeply into it. I'm the guy that's always saying simplify things, and I find myself doing that too, because I kind of want to know. I want to know the answers, how this works, how that works, and I know what and I'll share. Excuse me, I'll share what I'm going to use this report here, this performance dashboard for my trading. But how are you going to use it going forward in your trading?
So I'm a bit like Dolby in the sense that I know what my positions should look like. And I know what my trading performance should look like because I know myself really well. I think the discovery of the events, particularly as it relates to the XFAs and the combines, is am I learning to adapt by compressing drawdowns and forcing myself to be more deliberate with my entries rather than being concerned about the exits. So if I really, what I'm going to be looking at is, all right, for the profitable trades that I have sitting inside of TopStep X, where my main goal is pass a combine, build up the performance of the XFA, can I tweak what needs to be tweaked? So I'm going to be digging into those. All right, well, here's a trade. Here are the trades that I did that went well here. Where did they execute? Where was my risk? Did I hold on too long? And then I'm going to compare it to the chart to make sure that I understand price action as it relates to the results that show up. So, I mean, I'm looking forward to digging into the weeds here because I have MotiveWave as my platform for several other things, and it also has very good performance trackers, but I don't trade the same way in those accounts. And so this is going to be a whole new group of stats relative to risk that I have to watch. So I'm really very interested in digging in from that perspective.
Oh, I have to follow up here, Robert. Something that I said that you said that's super interesting, Anne-Marie, is comparing trading combine performance to XFA performance. I think that would be very, very useful for some traders. So if you're one of those types that is, let's say, in the carousel of getting into XFA and losing it and getting into the trading combine, but you're good enough to pass the trading combine, but maybe not good enough for XFA, I think the stats and reports is going to be really, really helpful to traders who might be stuck in that cycle. So as long as you are, screen capping your performance of a trading combine account before you lose it and it goes off into the ether, screenshot that and compare those stats to XFA account that you end up losing. And chances are there's probably going to be something going on with, maybe not letting winners run long enough, maybe over managing trades. I bet all of that stuff would appear real fast in the trades report. So I'm really happy that you said that, Anne-Marie, because I think that's going to be a huge plus for traders who are kind of stuck in that gray area of being good enough to pass a trading combine,
100%.
but maybe not quite good enough to start taking payouts. This would be super valuable.
Yeah, okay, Dobie, I'm cutting you off next time. You stole my thunder, my friend, because that's exactly what I was going to say. Did you take my,
Great
notes
minds.
on this? I literally was
Great
exactly what I was like, hey,
minds.
what, it's that, it's, I don't want to say it's the answer, but it's the help, just to, to echo that. It's the help. It's like, man, I'm doing great in my combine. We hear in group coaching all the time, but for some reason I get to my XFA and I blow it. I do good in practice. Like, well, guess what? You have comparable stats, and you cannot fake those stats. We check on the markets. I just, out of the corner of my eye,
lost
NQ
20.
just dropped down. Sell up on NQ right now. You on my chart. Awesome. Yep, it's dropping. We're down around low, somewhere around 20,612-ish area, and the high is up around 670. So we're down about 50 points right there. I'm going to toggle over to ES and take a quick look. We want to make sure we stay in tune with the markets. Had a little bit of a dump off also. Looks like we are
YM too.
now just about at the low of day again. The low of day again. I'm just eyeballing these folks, so don't shoot the message. 5617.25. When I say low of day, it's low of day in the U.S. session because I don't know why we don't talk about overnights here a lot, because the low of day isn't. The low of day is from 5 p.m. the night before. It's like we just got to kind of make sure we clarify ourselves there too. YM, how's the YM? What's the Dow? Buddy Dow looking like over here? Well, we had that push up first thing in the morning, 8:30 a.m. Central Time, broke down to 39,760. Once it fell below there, we are now, last little bit of sell off. We're almost down to the U.S. session low, around 39,595. And I know we look at oil too, so let's just look at oil just because we want to make sure we look at oil. Right at the low of day, 82.14 right now. Low of day for the low day for the entire session is 82.10. Thank you for Rips. And gold, we have Eddie's favorite in gold. We are, look, I'm going back one more day on the left-hand side over here, back to July 5th. We have a very, very low print there of 2356.0. We are almost at there now. Would be 2358.3. We're getting close now. We always like to keep an eye on those markets. But Dobie, now that you took over and you guys stole my thunder there, but I highly agree with that. It's a little bit different. Like, why are we trading them different? Those stats, they can really lay it out for you pretty well. To check in the markets, and I want to share one thing for you. I did a video over this weekend, a lot on this weekend, and I think y'all know I like using some of the ChatGPT stuff. There's a component in ChatGPT called custom GPTs where you can make your own. And you can give it instructions where to look, how to follow. You don't give it the answers, but you can just kind of code them and just say, I want to have it structured this particular way. Well, I made one for Topstep, but to analyze a trade report. And this was it's very simple. We go to our Topstep X. I have a video on this, by the way. It's in production and it will be released. And we go down to our trades. I don't have any on this particular. At the very bottom, it says export. We simply export that. It gives us this separated value, CSV file, drag it in, and I typed in one word, one statement, analyze my trade report. Well, of course, we have to agree because it's for entertainment purposes only, and it gives us the information. I'm not going to go through this whole thing, but it breaks it all down for us, what we traded the most, so on and so forth. And I go, all right, well, what is most contracts were most and least profitable? All this stuff we can see in the dashboard. This is what made it so easy. It's just one part of it. This is something I was working on. But the GPT, when you make them, you had to have a premium account, which is a paid account. You used to have a paid account also to use them. That is no longer the case. I told you that story to tell you this, that I'm going to release this one out. There's no cost to it. I'll pin it out there. I already did a training video on it. It's very, very simple to use. You don't need any accounts. There's no cost over there. So I just wanted to share that because we're talking about these performance stats. I literally put this together, and over the weekend we discussed the dashboard for Topstep X performance, and it just fit amazingly well. And I know I'm going through this fast. So I'm not trying to share through the whole thing, but this is what I use for that video. But I will share that out also because we're talking about performance stats today. So let's see. Oh, okay. So this is the question I had. We'll go back to Dobie. Which stat do you think in the performance dashboard will have the greatest impact for you as a trader?
Ooh.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, I know we just got it. It's a tough one. I'm getting stuck with these too. What do you think? Yeah, I mean, you said you like the calendar piece, but if you want to dig deeper
I think
into
the
that,
calendar one is
what do you think?
good. I mean, honestly, I think the one that will be the most eye-opening for the vast majority of traders, including myself, is worst trade, because the worst trade that we have will probably kind of dictate our account balance health, just based off of how most traders in the trading combine are trading, which is the hell with risk management. I'm going for it. And so the worst trade category, like honestly, the goal for every trader who's using TopstepX, who has this data, whatever that worst trade is, that should be your personal daily loss limit, and it should not waver at all. So if it's $500 a day, then your worst trade should read -500 and maybe $2 for commissions. But that is the most important one, in my opinion, is worst trade. Because most,
Awesome.
I would say
Anne-Marie, what do you
99,
think?
yeah, go ahead, Anne-Marie. I got nothing else.
Sorry, Toby, I thought you were done.
No, you're good. You're good.
We're gonna do the 23andMe. You know, you get all my numbers and all my stats over here and all my words. We gotta do that. Maybe with Topstep we'll pay for
We have the
23andMe.
same. We have the same 23andMe, Rob. So that's not a big surprise.
Oh, okay. Topstep moves forward into cloning. Nobody, don't tell anybody. Anne-Marie, what's your favorite set? I know. Yes. Right. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. That's a hard one for me. I hate to punt there, but I feel like all of them give us so much meat that we can parse through. I would say I have a tendency to focus on my winning traits so that I can create muscle memory that goes, remember how this goes. A lot of times folks focus on their losing trades and they go, okay, I definitely don't want this to happen. But not to get all woo-woo, we do know that the things that our minds gravitate to tend to manifest themselves in one way or another, right? Ooh, I hope I don't, right? I hope I don't get pulled. I hope I don't get pulled. I'm driving with an expired driver's license. Woo, woo, woo. So whatever that is, that's a joke from many fast markets ago. So
Careful on that siren noise also.
But to counteract that, I really try to focus on, wait a second, what does a good trade look like? And can I replicate that time after time after time? So I like to look at the winning trades and say, okay, where did you buy that? Do you remember just by looking at the chart what the rationale was? And that's normally the thing that I try to replicate time after time.
Yeah, it's a great way when you look at the stats to make the consistency out of it. And if you know your baseline, the closer you get to that baseline, should I use easier? I'll say easier. The easier it is to identify what's moving you away from that baseline. And it's going to depend
That's
on,
a great,
yes,
that's great.
Yeah, and it's going to depend on the trader also. And I'll relate the quick story back. I'll get back to Dobie. When I had my sports practice, we had a regular recreational runner, 5Ks, but also literally worked on Olympic athletes. But here's the point I'm making on this. We have a baseline, okay? So let's just use the numbers. A good is number 5 up, and a bad is number 5 down for the average runner. Well, if they have a day that's a 2 up, they're like, yeah, it's not bad. If they have a day that's 2 down, it's not too bad. Well, the elite runner, their good day is 0.5. Their bad is 0.5. So if they have a bad day of 2, it's detrimental. It blows it apart. So point being, if the closer we get to that baseline, the closer we get that consistency, as you were saying, the closer we bring our stats and hone them in, with what we're doing and make minor adjustments so we can see how it impacts it, the better it's going to be for our trading. And that's why I asked what was the biggest one, like Joby, which one do you think is going to make the most impact for you? And Anne-Marie, the same as most impact for you. And thank you both for your answers. I think the answer is yes. Just like I was saying, we need to look at them. We just don't want to get really overanalyzed with them, but it's a great way to put it in there. For example, let's throw this out as the last question, or last not question, last comment. It'll be a question the chat and our listeners can ask themselves. I look at my trades in the morning. I look at my trades in the afternoon, assuming you do both of them when the market's moving, right? We have the opening, we have the power hour. Compare those two. Maybe you're super good in the morning and you're giving some back in the afternoon. Maybe you're not that great in the morning and you get some back in the afternoon. So, Anne-Marie, can you comment on that? And then we'll have Joby close it out with that, please.
That's going to be a critical thing to look at, because if we don't engage when we have an edge, we're not going to perform. And so it's important to go, oh, wait a second. I need to sleep in a little bit, or I need to take a break in the middle of the day and get a power nap, or whatever it is that brings you to center so that you can trade towards the end of the day. We're not here to win Ironmans, right? We leave that to Nick. He can do the Ironmans, but indeed, he also says that he steps away from the charts in the middle of the day. And so when we look at ourselves and we go, all right, what do I have? It always boils down to, if I engage at this time, do I have the most chips in my favor? And that is something that you really, if you're looking for a strategy or a mental awareness or a physical peak that gets you in the wheelhouse of success, it's going to be, wait, I think looking at all of those stats, this is where I have the best opportunity with the highest probability of gain. And that's where we focus, and we don't sit around going, well, I got to trade. I got to trade. We don't.
Joby, what do you think about that for morning, afternoon? Because I know you're the afternoon type of guy, right?
I am now.
I totally want to apologize to chat for tweaking anyone. I'm just saying, in general, for the regular schmo, whatever it is that I blew up in chat earlier over the food, you do you. Don't, you know me.
They're just hangry, Anne-Marie.
I know. And I'm a flake in general. I'm generally very flaky. I might be.
I wouldn't worry about it. Joby, real quick. What do you think of that? How you can use these stats for the morning and afternoon comparison? We talked about times and days and instruments, but let's do time of day.
I think it's really important. I think it's more to do with like mental capital. I personally believe that every time you open up your trading screen to sit down, you are just turning over like a little sand dial things. It's just like, or like better analogy, but like as soon as you open up the charts, you're turning on a car and you're burning gas. And if you just sit in front of the screen, you're gonna eventually get to empty. For me, that's typically about a 2-hour trading session in which I probably start getting a little bit loopy. And that's just something I know from journaling and personal experience. So definitely, keep a journal and journal all of your little, biometric things. It's like, I have a headache at 10:30 and it's like, okay, well, why? Maybe you're dehydrated, who knows, whatever it is, but keep a journal for that type of stuff. But I mean, for these stats, I'm going to bring it back to what I said in the beginning, like the stats that we're providing through TopstepX is simply a tool, right? And a tool is only as good as the person who is wielding it. This is not going to be a shortcut for any traders here. If anything, it's probably going to give you even more work to do on the weekends, because now you have all the data and now the ball is in your court to not only analyze it, but also to act on it. So if the data says you suck at trading on a Friday, now it's up to you to be like, yes, I do. I'm not trading. And if you can't do that, now you're kind of stuck between a 0 and a 1, right? And that's where you maybe need a trading therapist, psychologist, or something like that to figure out how you get from, yes, I will trade no matter what, to no, I'm not going to trade. Stats won't help you do that. But trading is hard. Yeah, and trading is still hard, even if you have stats.
Yes.
All right.
I mean, you can have all the answers, and I used this quote the other day. It was a quote from John Hoagland. It's one of my favorites from him. It says that just when you know the answer, the market changes the question on you. And
100%.
And there you have it, because you can have all the stats and all the performance stuff in the world, and tomorrow it's a different question. So we will leave it at that. Wonderful segment. Emery, it's always a pleasure. Jovi, it's always a pleasure. It's there, my son. And we get another dose of Jovi. He's on Power Hour next. Stick around.
Oh, yeah.
Andre is going to be driving the segment, and we have Carl Hungus. We always say Hungus is among us, and he is right now getting in the green room. We will be right back. Stick around.
right, here we go. Power Hour, you know what it is. My man to the right, that's my partner, Dolby Time, making his first full Power Hour session appearance. Carl Hungus, the man in the middle. What's up, Carl?
How's it going, guys? Glad to be here. Glad to be on for a full session. Let's see if we can't kill the volatility, like Nick Furtick likes to say. We are going to destroy it today. See what we do.
I think we've already done a good job with that since the morning. It's been pretty low volatility. I trader in chopping around in the middle right now, which is okay. There still is opportunity. Let's get right to it. Dolby time. What will you be trading in Power Hour today?
Either NASDAQ or ES. Working on something behind the scenes to get my YM activated so I can, become my superhero, which is Nick Dowby. He's been sidelined for a while we wait to get the YM activated. So we are just going to moonlight as a ES or NQ trader right now and see how that goes. But very, very range bound thus far. Very, very range bound. So it will be tricky to try to find an entry, but if we can get a good 5-minute consolidation somewhere, I will put it in. I think I'm leaning bearish, to be honest.
Leaning bearish. Okay. All right. Carl Hungus, what will you be trading here in Power Hour?
I don't know. I'm looking at silver. It's not the time really to trade it, but from just the position, I think if silver recaptures this is the 800 EMA. If we can close a couple candles up in here, I think at least half of this is going to get recovered.
What's the price when you say here?
I'm coming right now, 31,040.
Okay.
I would say half that candle gets recovered. That's a vector candle, and that would be a typical play I go after all the time. And then, if we get lucky, the whole thing gets recovered. We're up to 3,155.
Excellent, beautiful. Coach Dakota in the chat saying, I am short NQ from 644. For a break to 600. Currently trading 633. He's short from 644 for a break down to 600. So keep an eye on how that plays out. Dolby's leaning bearish as well. I'm just looking for trace in the silver. Let's do a quick recap here in the markets. ES trading 56.22 in the middle. It's tight range today in ES, about 22-point range there. NQ trading in the middle as well. Dow doing absolutely nothing. Crude trading near the lows of the day. Low of the day, $82.08. Currently trading 7 cents above that, $82.15. Gold trading in the middle as well, $23.65. Take a peek in the upper left-hand corner. See the hashtag Power Hour. I'm going to ask next. Dolby time. What is hashtag Power Hour?
Oh, me, Dre?
Yeah, always you. Always you.
Man. You know how nice it is driving and asking Gabe to do it? It's such a power trip, Dre. You have no idea. Great pleasure having Gabe do that. But we are on Twitter, also known as X. So at Topstep, hashtag Power Hour. We want to see your content. That includes memes. That includes pictures of their battle stations, winning trades, your tick picks. We got this new cool feature where you can actually share your stats. Just copy. What is that? Let me go to it's in my trading combine. I have to sign out. But if you're in a trading combine or XFA, you have the stats. You can actually share that to the public, which means, chat, you have nowhere to hide. So if you fade me, I now want receipts. That's all I'm saying.
Yes.
But please tag us at Topstep on Twitter, hashtag Power Hour. Send us your best. That's how we found Carl Hungus, actually.
Pretty much.
Digging through the internet, and we came up with Hungus, who is a meme lord. What generation of meme lord are you,
out the
Carl?
call. What do you mean, what generation?
Are you like a second generation, third generation? Is this are you first generation meme lord? Is this hereditary? How does this work?
I inherited a castle, yes. I inherited a castle. Yeah. Family of meme lords. Like I said, the memes kept me out of bad trade. It really kept me from. I have an over trading problem. Like Anne-Marie said it earlier. Yes, I was throwing shoes at her. It's true. It's like an addiction, right? There is an addictive part of it. Like we probably all have. Listen, for us to actually enter into trading, even you, Andre, as going into the profession as a pit trader, even the failure rate is so astronomically high. Most normal people quit. They do it for a while, and they realize that this is a disaster, and they don't make it through. And that's the attrition rate that I went through becoming a boardroom broker. You're in that boiler room, 300 cold callers. The attrition, everybody was wiped out. Almost all those 300 cold callers that you sat next to were wiped out. Maybe 20 of them made it. Maybe 30. Of your buddies made it. That was it. And so we're afflicted mentally with this thing that says, oh, yeah, 90% fail rate. That's for me. I think I can do that. So we get into this space, I think, where, yeah, if you're hitting trades or what have you, you just trade too long. That happens to me. So doing the memes help.
Here we go. Got some
Yeah,
sellers
I
in the
did enter
NQ.
silver.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I took it. I took it right here.
All right, update us.
39.40.
39.40, long or short?
Long. I'm looking for a long.
How
I
many
want
times?
to see that area get recovered. Just one SIL right now. I want to get 3, but I think it might dip down. I would take 3, sell 2 at the halfway mark. 30.035, 31.035 is where I would look to sell.
Gotcha. Look like we're gonna.
So if I get my position here, I would take 2 off at 30.035 and then hold a runner, hopefully to get the rest.
Only we had a runner.
If only.
I thought they were going to make a move to the downside here in NQ.
Good trade.
Did give it the old college try. Currently trading 26, 626. Yeah. Put it in the money.
I'd consider longs around 20,610 evens if we could get down
see
there.
that.
That kind of lines up with a whole lot of stuff. If we can get the market to kind of push down and maybe hang out for a little bit, I'd consider taking a long there. I know some people short from 44s. Yeah, I wonder where tilt's at.
Let's look at the tilt here. 50-50 on Q, 50-50 ES.
Where's the code? Where's the code to cover? It's short.
He says he's targeting 600s.
600s? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It makes sense to me. I mean, I got like 20,640 evens is like the 4-hour range high. There is a lot of stuff that printed on the outside of that between like 640 and 670, but I am including that in the 1-hour range, not in the 4-hour range. So we'll see if that ends up sticking as resistance for the day. I wonder if Dakota was also trying to short that 4-hour range high as well.
Seen something,
Do not
right?
know.
Hey, real quick, live funded trader P&L update here at Topstep. A lot of green on the board. Deanna up $723. Dakota up 17 grand. 17 grand. Well done. Pick for a tick up $700. Joutel up $4,000. Pin up $6,700. Cigar up $6,100. And she up $2,200. A lot of green on the board. Great to see today. Slow trade, but hey, there's money to be made as always.
It is a very slow trade. I don't even have a lot of consolidations to play with. It's a very, very choppy sort of market right now, unfortunately.
Delta update from Ray. NQ minus 2,100. ES minus 9,500. Thank you, Ray.
Yeah. Well, we got news and stuff coming out. It's a big news week. So pretty typical to see a quiet Monday. Starting to get earnings reports next week as well.
Actually, Friday. Friday we got some banks.
Cool.
Friday we got some banks, yeah. We've got JP, Wells Fargo, and I'm forgetting one.
When's the bank of NVIDIA? When's that one?
Serious. They're always like super late. They'll probably do it in August or something. It's anything like last quarter. Fashionably late, yeah. They want all the spotlight on them. But yeah, okay. Take a look at NVIDIA currently trading $128 right now. Volatility slowed down there. Anyways, Carl Hungus. Today we released the performance dashboard on Topstep X. Have you had a chance to take a peek at it? I know it's still rather new, but have you taken a look at it and what's popped out and stuck to you?
I did. I mean, I was going to start digging into my stats to see, the time frames and days, where my peaks and valleys are. And I was going to have to dig through that manually. And lo and behold, we got a new update and there we go. I can just find it very easily now and start chewing through all that data, right? So without having to get another program to do it or port it into anything. So that's really slick. Really
is.
Can't say enough about it. That everything is just being based in this one platform just goes to show you how much you guys at Topstep try to help traders. I mean, that's all you can do is try to help. analyst, right? We're free to make all the bad decisions we want, but I don't see another operator out there giving the tools to its traders to be able to stop the bleeding as easy, right? To not get into that cycle of buying resets all the time, right? So, because that's one of the things I did early on, is I promised myself after I went to 150 accounts and moved down to 50K, I said I got to stop buying resets, because I could see the trap I would get myself into of just constantly just resetting. It's not a lot of money, right? But that wasn't teaching me the proper process to be able to become a fully funded trader. You know, if you want to play a game where you're in sim all the time, maybe it'll work. But if you want to actually be funded and trade live markets and be a professional trader, you're going to have to learn how to trade small, manage your risk, and take losses quick, right? And use these metrics. That's the biggest thing for me, was listening to Mick and his analysis, and all the guys from risk management, what they look for in a good trader. And they'd be ecstatic of a guy, $150 a day, $200 a day, but he's consistently putting that out. His biggest day is $400. His biggest losing day is $200 or $150. You know what I mean? So it's really focusing on managing that money really well, keeping those losers small, and just being consistent, getting to the process of, this isn't going to be the one. None of these days is going to be the day that's going to make you a millionaire. There's no one single trade that's going to be the trade, right? Because if you go in thinking that way, you're never going to get it. Like, that's an accident. That's an accident when you catch the one and it's like, man, I didn't take any heat and I'm up 300 points. That's the accident, because you did all the dirty work. You took all those days of 40%, maybe your hit rate was, maybe it was 50, and chug through all that to catch the one. That's how I do it anyway.
Exactly. Spot on.
Yeah.
Home run
That's very
trades
well
maybe
said.
appear. Yeah, I think the home run trades maybe appear twice, 3 times a year. Something major has to happen. News breaking out, unexpected stuff, for the market just to be one way. Point, click, and pray, and it just works. Very rare. Very rare.
D says it all the time. Everything's range bound. It's you should look at most days as working the IB, right? Like whatever it is for you, 30-minute, 1 hour. I use 30-minute and come to notice that, like, this is why I'm taking the silver trade right now. Okay. This is why I like this. Hold on, let me see. Where's the 30-minute? This is not why I'm taking the silver trade right now. It's because the 30 minutes it's way too high, but we're so far away from it that I'm expecting this to come back up into the channel. If not, it's going to fail. It's going to be a quick, I'll be out of this trade before it gets to my stop, right? But if I'm right and I catch it, it's going to come back up and recover at least half of this candle. That's my opinion. That's how I usually play these recoveries, right? If I get lucky, it'll come back all the way up to the pivot point and recover the full candle up to 31.30, right? So for me, it's a good risk reward. If I'm in all 3 of these contracts, I'm probably risking somewhere maybe close to 250, 300 tops, which really, that's about the max I want to risk. That's what I would risk for the day, to be honest. And I would shut this account down if I lost that trade, and it was earlier in the day, and I just moved to another account.
Yep. Copy trading or just all individuals, just one at a time?
I did copy trading, but I come from a licensed background. I was Series 7, Series 63, Series 663. Yeah. Point is that's not real. It's not real to me. Like, you can't have those accounts. You can only have one account. You can't have real accounts, live trading accounts. So, and it didn't help me to iterate different strategies. So I'll take a lot of small trades all the time just to, put feelers out, test out different ways to enter the market using order flow, right? Because I'm still learning using the DOM and really getting fluent in trading that way, because I feel price action's king, and being able to read order flow is really, that's the pinnacle. You want to really enter and exit and be at the top of your game. I personally believe that you need to read volume, order flow, and that's going to give you the keys to the intention of what the big players are doing. And when you can start to figure out the motion of what the big players are doing, then you can either front run them, get alongside lean, like you guys say, on those big trades. So that's where I'm at in my development, is really starting to hone in and continue being that student of price action.
Never stop learning when you're trading.
Obi, we did see some sellers here in NASDAQ. They might want to push it.
The great bear market of July 8th, 2:26 p.m.
Yep.
Here it is. Here it is, down 3 points in the NASDAQ.
Moving like a glacier.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, yeah. YM has literally done absolutely nothing. I mean,
Ovaltine.
Oh, yeah. It's already
Silver's creeping up. Silver's creeping up. And this is why I like the metals, too, because they tend to respect some of these patterns. Like this bottoming pattern is a good one. It's doing a cross up with a 9/15 right now. And if it holds, it's gonna go right after that 50, the blue line right here at 30.30, and that's close to half of that candle. It's 30.35. Actually, it's higher. Wait, it's 30.
You're in one at least, right? You got one?
Yeah, I got one.
Okay.
I've been on a cold streak, so.
Oh, bummer.
Yeah, it's ebbs and flows, right?
Happens.
Maybe
Anwar
we'll wait
asked.
Yeah.
No, I was saying, wait. Did they announce quiz winners? Not yet. It's coming shortly. Let's see what happens here on the NASDAQ. We're seeing some sellers come in, trying to push it. It's moving slowly right now. I like those 610s.
Yeah, I like the 610s too. I like the 610s. I like the 590s, 580s. I think those are all interesting levels on longer term time frames. Hopefully we can get some participation from other market participants to help push the market here. But yeah, we got like a quadruple bottom at 610, and we got a higher low trend line on the 30-minute. So maybe some bulls will step in and we can hop on that train and get a little something right there. I just need to make sure that it doesn't just rip right through 610 even. So hopefully it can kind of push down and maybe hang out for a little bit.
So no limit order, just going to wait and watch?
I do, because this 5-minute candlestick is pretty strong right now. So I don't want to put it in a limit order just in case it shoots all the way through 610 and goes down to like 580 on something ridiculous. So I do want to wait until we get another candle or two. So that would put me at about 235, I think, for maybe when I can maybe get a trade in here. I'm very wary of very strong candlesticks into my levels. Or I should say long candlesticks. This is a long 5-minute candle. Dakota, I'm with you, man. What's Dakota? What are you going to cover at? What's your target?
Good question.
I'm looking for longs. We can push down lower. I'll swap sides with you.
You should like these markets, Dolby, though.
I do.
Markets like this. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's
making hay.
Yeah, I mean, there are, I don't get to trade in the morning, which is when most of kind of like this range bound volatility really takes place. But yeah, I think range bound markets are great to trade. Easy to define risk. The setups are pretty clear. And as long as you're not, as long as the market's not trending super strong, you should be in pretty good setups for the most time. For the most time.
Oh, yeah.
It's yeah. I mean, if you don't like range trading, then it's kind of a hard habit to get into. Kind of have to force it.
It's also work. It's more work, right?
Yep.
Like you're in and out of trades a lot. You're repositioning, closing trades to putting on, taking off. So some people just don't have the mental capacity. Not the mental capacity, but the you only have so much brain power to work with throughout the day to do all that stuff, right? Some people can do 50 trades in a day. Some people can do 5. So it's really based on that, how much mental capital you got.
Yeah, I mean, for me with range trading, it's like, I'm not I'm buying it because it looks cheap, not because it looks pretty. It's like
Mhm.
a lot of range trade setups are, the market's shooting down towards like a support area, and you have to make a split-second
Yeah.
decision if our buyer's going to step in, and if not, you're getting completely steamrolled and look like a fool. But if you're right, your trade location looks totally insane. So you kind of have to know like why you're getting into the trade and like what to expect. And if you're a range trader, then you should know that a losing trade is probably going to take about a minute or two to happen, and a winning trade could take half an hour to 45 minutes to resolve. So it's a really, really kind of like one-sided set of like circumstances when it comes to like hold time and position hold time.
And I think that's some of the things that people find out using the stats in TopStep X that we probably didn't have access to before, and seeing the times of day, hold times. You may find that you're trying to catch trends, but you're really built as a range trader, by looking at stats, because typically we hear, and you hear it from Nick a lot, catch a piece of the trend, catch a piece of the trend. But for people that are jumpy and can't hold on for more than an hour or 40 minutes, what are you going to do? Become a range trader.
Yeah.
Try it.
I'm learning from Dolby.
It's fun. I mean, it's a fun way to trade.
When I was first trading crypto, I used to live trade crypto a lot. And my best days were really scalping. It was a pretty good range because it was like moving 20, 30%. But these were crypto coins. So, just trusting that range. And I would be able to type in chat, say, hey, here it comes, boom. And this thing would pop because it was following a pattern. It wasn't because I knew what was going on. I just identified the channel that this thing was locked in and went after it relentlessly. And if it played it 4 or 5 times in a row, I looked like a god, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I felt like one for a while until I got smoked.
Money, yeah.
But
all fun
that's
and
what you
games
learn.
until it stops ranging.
Yeah, it's actually what taught me. It's what put me on the path to seek out TopStep. Because I remember some crypto people came to my house and I met with them, and I told them, I said, listen, I think I'm going to do this full time. I love trading, but I'm probably going to find a prop firm to trade at and stop trading crypto. Because I could see the writing on the wall. I could see regulation was coming for crypto, and it was just about finding a legitimate firm. And when I looked it up, I saw TopStep. I saw Michael. I saw his goofy videos, his shorts. But I realized it's like, wow, this is, I could see the passion in this guy. I could see what he was trying to convey and how he was trying to help traders, right? Mm-hmm. Whereas other people, you can see these other firms just discount. Hey, we'll give you a good discount. Oh, that's wonderful. How's that going to make me get better?
It's not.
Right? No, but handpicking guys like Hogue, Eddie, you, Andre, people that have experience, Dolby, you're learning on the fly too, right? You're becoming a better trader as this goes on. I mean, I recognized that when I was doing it with crypto, that if I'm doing this in front of people and being licensed previously, I understood it. I'm a fiduciary. I treat it as I'm a fiduciary. When I'm speaking and saying, hey, I'm doing this, I realize other people are going to do it. Other people might take the silver trade I took. So I feel good about that right now because it's up. It's at 31.04.045. So first target hit, but I'm only in one contract, so I'm going to hold it. Mm-hmm. I'm going to slide my stop into profitability. And here's what's been happening. I can tell you right now, slide this stop into profitability just because I don't want to take a loss. I'll cancel these other two. And what's been happening to me is that has been coming back and tagging me for that $25.
Yeah.
And it's been happening repeatedly. And I haven't been able to spend the time to get myself back in position as many times as I need to really capitalize on getting these trades. Because that's what it takes. It takes doing this over and over and over again, getting stopped out for 25. Maybe I make it back in at the same price or a little cheaper if the trade's still down. But I don't know that right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to lock in the 25 and see what happens.
Nice.
That's the smart play for me, where I am right now. Somebody else may say, hey, why don't you just leave your stop loss where it is? Yeah, because I don't feel like taking the loss. Mentally, I don't want to take another loss.
Yeah, that's the hindsight. That's the hindsight capital right there. Either way. All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on that silver trade, or keep an eye on these markets as well. But in the meantime, I do believe we have quiz winners results ready to go. Gabe, let's get those going. Also, make sure to send in your hashtag Power Hour submissions. Tag us. Hit us up at TopStep on Twitter, X. Hashtag Power Hour. We'll get those back to you guys hopefully by the end of Power Hour today. Gabe, what do we got?
All right, let's do it. So we've got 2 separate lists, total of 80 resets. Here's batch number 1. $5 is $5. Nice. Love it.
Here.
Dolby's cat.
Good one. Name is Gus.
Mama.
I'm for a glass of that go-go juice. Go-go juice.
All right, so there is batch 1, and here would be the second half of that list. Congrats to everybody who won. Check your emails tomorrow morning for a reset. As always, we'll see you back tomorrow at 11:45 Central for Top Quiz.
Somebody slipped in a pill over there.
Slipped into who? Phil McCracken? See that one.
Oh, don't worry. The Top Step Bowling League meme is coming.
Uh-oh.
Ooh. Yeah. How does someone...
We got tons of ideas.
How does someone bowl with croissant hands, though? How does that work?
Yeah.
It's like, does the bowling ball
Use
get all
your
like
feet.
weird and buttery?
Use your feet.
Flakes everywhere.
Oh yeah, he has extra butter. He has unfair advantage, JD.
That's true.
And
that is true.
what were we talking about? Oh, earlier we were saying hindsight capital taking heat. Never. The only heat hindsight capital ever feels is the heat from the ovens, the croissant ovens at Upper Crust Capital. That's
JD.
the only heat. Those croissants, they got legs. They're gonna be around for a while.
It's a resilient firm. Dodged every single recession. Going back 150 years. It's impressive stuff.
I love that. I
They're
love that
starting to
Michael got the website.
Yes, he did.
Important piece. Commitment. The commitment to, to the whole meme. I like it. I'm all for it.
Sorry, Richard Harris is killing me in chat right now.
That's
very funny.
Dolby time. Are you working any bids at all? Are you gonna work these 10s? Are you gonna work these 10s at all, or just wait for it to sell off?
Hey, YM works.
YM. Get the YM back up.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm still gonna focus on this one trade because I've been looking at YM. But we are starting to get a 5-minute range here in NASDAQ. Yeah, I still do want to work 610s. That's the trade that we were talking about earlier. I'm still kind of focusing on that one. I want to see what happens there. YM is doing absolutely nothing right now. So, I mean, it does have a nice 5-minute range, but there's not a whole lot of volatility in there. I think there's a better chance to get some sort of stop run, market manipulation, price movement somewhere in the NASDAQ over the YM, at least for right now.
Agree.
So we'll see.
I think
We have
silver's
another
got a good
5-minute
shot to
candle
recover.
printed soon. Oh, nice. Silver trade?
Yeah, no, I think it's got a good shot to recover the entire vector candle. On the
what price are you targeting, Hungus?
Hold on.
31.
Let's see, on the top of this, 31.150. You know what? If I was going for the full Monty, I would say 31.350 up to the pivot point.
Yeah.
If we could go, but realistically, I'd be happy with 31.155. Honestly, if I had 3 on, I'd take 2 right here. I would have taken 2 off already.
Oh.
Yeah, at half of this this candle right here, that would have been enough. Because right now, if you look on my other chart over here, on the this is the 50 EMA. So it actually looks like it's going to ping right off it, to be honest. But what could happen, what typically likes to happen, is we get a little bit of a retrace. And because it's end of day, we could end up, coming through here, piercing all the way down to clear out all these stops. Right? And this is the perfect time of day to do it. just rip right down, and then come up here. So, and that's what would take me out of this trade. And I've seen this out of silver, out of the metals a lot. I mean, this is NASDAQ's playbook too. You know what I mean? But if it doesn't hold this 50 right here, that's the play I'd be looking for. Sweep lower, and then still to finish up higher. To be honest, that's my play for. I think all the metals are bullish metals, to say the least. So.
Plus 900. J. ES minus 3,700 delta. ES minus 3,700 delta plus 900 NQ at 18 minutes left in the session. Buyer stepped in there, Dolby. Never even got to.
Buyers are in. Yeah, we didn't get to 6 tons in time. I mean, all it did, it's just more Dorito action. That's all this is. Like
more what action?
Dorito. We're just doing the Dorito again.
Cool Ranch?
Higher
Cool
lows.
Ranch or spicy? Which one?
There's nothing cool about this, Carl Hungus. This is plain ass Dorito. Like
the Flamin' Cheeto.
Dorito, not even. Flamin' Cheeto, I feel it's like an average day in NASDAQ. This is like the Doritos they sell that are plain, that try to like pretend they're just regular corn chips. That's what this feels like. So higher lows, lower highs. I mean, buyers stepped in 10 points earlier than I thought they would. I mean, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
Nothing.
Take 50-50 trades?
Nothing for you, Andre?
What's that?
So you drive, you don't trade.
You drive, no trading.
Trade, right?
And nope. But we got a lot coming up the rest of this week. Obviously, we got the inflation numbers, we got Powell, we got earnings. So no number Monday. You made some bucks. Good on you. Control the downside. Name of the game today. Didn't make new all-time highs.
40s. Maybe that's a trade. Shorting 640s for a scalp. But very strong 5-minute candlestick. Yeah, this is tricky stuff. Feels like a coin flip to me. Either way. Is Yellen speaking? If someone could confirm that Yellen is actually speaking with a source, that'd be fantastic. I tried looking for it. Could not find it. Yeah, we're pulling up retired.
About Yellen. Yellen where?
No. You can get Greenspan.
Saw it in the chat.
On this or Bernanke's. What do they got to say?
No, I saw the whole possibly Yellen's. Go ahead, Eddie.
No, I was just saying. I mean, go ahead.
No, I saw someone in the chat said Yellen might be speaking, so I just read it out loud. I didn't know if it was true. I probably should have checked before I said that.
I mean, if she went to Starbucks, she's going to have to say something.
Yeah.
Is JD behind the scenes running things?
Gabe. And James as well.
Come on, Gabe.
I'm not running things, but I'm definitely here.
All right, my position's right here on screen. I'm long one, SIL.
Oh, look at this.
30.94. And up here, I notice Carl is in no position. What is going on?
Case. It's not.
It ain't me, but I'm going to change it right now for you.
This isn't what I expect out of Hindsight Capital. I mean, precision.
We're waiting for the trade to finish.
Operate it.
Yeah, we're waiting for the trade to finish.
That
way we could, yeah.
So we could fudge it on the back end, make sure it's a profitable one.
Well, fudge is good, man.
Might be getting to those 40s, Dolby.
Yeah, we're back up to 640. Really long green candlestick. Not touching it.
Silver's going to make it.
I love nothing more than putting on trades, but man, this is just coin flip central right here. The thing is, I would feel worse putting on a losing trade than I would having like a winning trade at this point, because I know the market conditions here are so mediocre that every losing trade just comes with that tinge of you probably shouldn't have done that in the first place.
Exactly. Silver's still moving up.
Yeah, nice silver trade.
Maybe we should go ahead and lock in coin flip capital while we're at it.
Yeah,
I think we got enough to work with. How many firms are you going to spawn off of hindsight?
Well, I don't know. How many can we have? We need like enough firms that we can like load the
You could
books
branch
on,
off.
like onto a
Yeah,
bad
have
one.
different branches.
Yeah.
No problem. We got private client group is already out there. We have upper crust, right?
Yep.
So
Yep.
so
high
coin
high
flip
net worth
capital,
individuals for upper crust.
Coin flip could be IPOs, right?
Yep.
Oh, yeah,
Hey,
that's
really
good.
quick, just another update about those affected by the TopstepX candlestick charting issue this morning. We'll be removing any negative trades that occurred between 5 p.m. Central yesterday to 9 a.m. Central today. Traders can expect their account balances to be updated by the end of the day. Should you have any further questions, please do not hesitate to reach out to us via chatbot. Wendy, committed to ensuring a positive trading experience for all our traders. Thank you for understanding. It's at the top of the chat here. Just a reminder, but yes, you know we're going to make you whole. We got you.
And I'm just moving my stop up on this trade because we had a break. So I'm going to move it just below that break to 31.025. And I probably wouldn't do this if I had multiple contracts. I'd probably leave it where it was and just take a small profit on it. Because I have a feeling it's going to come down and tag this guy.
You're welcome, Kevin. Just because we did that, please click like, please click subscribe. We have your back, have ours. Appreciate it. 12 minutes left.
I
MOC
can
coming
add
up.
to that real quick.
Go
ahead,
Just
Eddie.
remember, it's going to be end of day. Okay. Some people think it's happening right now. End of day. When the market closes, we gather all the information. That will be the fix. You can check 5 p.m. when the new session opens. You can log in and check. Back to you, Jay.
Thanks, Eddie. Got MOC coming up here next minute or two.
Yeah,
Goes out
definitely
to
not
you.
putting on a trade before
Up
MOC
those
comes
40
on.
Yeah, that's what I did last time. I took a trade. I was shorting NQ, and I took it right before MOC. And I like to trade MOC too. And I just forgot, and it just wiped me out instantly.
Yep. That's what MOC tends to do. It is a tricky, tricky little beast.
It is.
Not a whole lot of rhyme or
But that short
reason
worked.
to MOC. Oh, it did? Well, that's good.
Oh yeah.
Just
No,
adds
I
a
went
nice-
back in afterwards. Yeah, right after. Just took it. A few points later, and worked out just fine.
Lap Shaw, what is MOC? It is market on close, and it is for all of the order types that are to be executed on market on close. All the big firms, they have orders that have to get executed on market close, and that is when that happens.
Yes, it is.
And the bigger the number, the bigger the market movement.
I like that trade better than trying to trade the New York Open. I prefer to trade
MOC?
the pre-open. Yeah, I
Really?
like MOC better. Yeah,
Really,
you
you
get
see
more
where the market's
data, you
been.
have more information. Bingo,
Yep.
bingo. You have IB balances for you. You have much clearer targets on the board for you. Where at the beginning of the day, none of those targets. All you really have is overnight high, settlement, things like that, right? But when MOC comes into play, there's a lot more spots on the board that become better places to put your bets, in my opinion.
Damn.
And there you go. That's why you don't go.
Damn.
There's your volatility, chat. That's what you wanted.
Jeez. The buyers.
Hopefully you were, hopefully you were long. Otherwise, there was.
Dakota got out.
43.
Nick for a
All right,
tick.
we got the MOCs here.
Yep.
You there? Okay. We've got S&Ps right now here, 376 million to the buy side. NASDAQ, 1,566 million to the buy side. Dow, 1,265 million to the buy side. These are really big buys here.
Yeah,
And our Magnificent Seven, 965 million to the buy side.
These are billions, Eddie. These are all billions. $3 billion.
Yeah. Well, yeah, very good.
S&Ps, 1.5 billion Nasdaq, 1.2 billion Dow. We're talking over 5 billion buy.
So we're buying a pullback. Is that what's going on?
Almost 6 billion buy between S&Ps, Nasdaq, and Dow. I'm guessing that's where the buyers. Yes, this is a big one.
Dow doesn't care. What about ES?
2 bill buy.
Yeah, a little bit of
It's a big one for sure.
oh.
They saw those numbers, and that's sent the market higher. They haven't been executed yet. They just saw the heads up, the announcement.
Here says billion, not million.
Billion B,
Fish,
yes.
right?
Billion with a B.
B.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to try a short at 655 evens. Stop would be for $200, which would be higher than that.
Just want to transfer 200 to my XFF instead? Maybe 150.
Are you taking it? Are you taking the other side of my trade?
You just give me the money. You're shorting NQ, right?
No, the market. The market. I haven't got. I'm not in the entry. I've got a working order at 55
I'm just
evens.
playing. I'm just playing.
No,
Un-American, Dolby.
Yes, it is.
I'm pulling it, Hungus. You got me out of my headspace, Hungus.
Get you back in there. You know, I tell you, I put on the trade just to see how this the performance stats work. Oh, it blew me away.
Crazy.
This is really, really cool.
Next level.
Yeah.
That's what we do.
I mean, if you don't have a trade on, you can't see how it works, but.
Right.
Rockstar in the chat.
Incredible.
All-time highs, LOL? Not quite. All-time highs, 20,668 quarter. Scratch
Were you
that.
saying to buy a pullback, Dolby?
670s.
I mean, what 5 points? A pullback. What can we get here? I mean, 48.
Maybe 4-3. 6-4-3.
4 threes,
Maybe.
yeah. That could be a thing. And then what? We try to go for new highs right now.
Why not?
48, 38. It's just such a bad. It's like it's so far away from what I'm trying to do as a trader. The only good setup I saw was this very, very brief 5-minute consolidation at around like 230. That's where we bottomed out at like 20,620. This is all breakout territory right now. There's no trade.
Yep.
All right. 50 seconds till MOC.
Cool.
See what happens. Over 5 billion buy side.
Yeah. We got the MOC already.
Have they been executed?
Coming down just a wee bit here, but like I said, it fluctuates. I can give you an update if needed. A little more sellers coming in here. S&P 2 billion 948, still on the buy side.
Big one.
Nasdaq 1 billion 168 million buy side. Meg 7 down to 729 million.
Here we go.
And the Dow coming down here 1 billion 181 million buy side. I mean, they were really strong, Dre.
Get that air horn, Nick, for a tick.
Yeah,
Might do it.
seriously. Here we come.
Sick.
Yeah, didn't even pull back.
And boom.
New highs?
Air horn.
Yep,
Here we go. Air horn
There
time.
it is.
Pew, 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 pew.
There it is.
New all-time highs, folks. So MOCs get executed, and we just rocket shit higher.
Off to the races.
We hit 700s, 20,700. Can we do it here on Power Hour?
Just crazy. Crazy stuff.
Incredible.
Short may be coming in soon.
Yeah, who wants that 1 hour range high short? Who sees value there? Not me. I'm not taking trades. 5 minutes left. I mean, it is so hard to get a 5-minute range trade in NASDAQ. It just does not appear that often. If I had to go back in time and I was forced to trade NASDAQ, I would not have a range-based system like I do now.
Like how far back in time? Like Middle Ages?
Middle Ages? Oh, dude. Middle Ages, I would be just hanging out with the peasants. I wouldn't even be able
I
to,
shall
like,
buy ye
help them.
Dow.
Yeah. Maybe have a place to court jester. That'd be nice. Fun stuff.
Jester. You ever watch the movies, man? Those guys like get like bumped off if they're not funny.
A lot of pressure.
Dude, everyone gets bumped off in the medieval times. It's just a matter of
You're
time.
right.
Take your pick.
Off with his head.
Yeah.
Hello,
Well, while
I've been
we have a
listening to some
second here,
economic guys. Oh,
Go ahead, Gabe.
Sorry.
Carl, you got a meme for us that I got sent by Tim here. I want to show this and have you kind of just break it down for us. Give us your little artist detail.
Well, earlier today we were talking about tasting dog food, and I think Hindsight Capital went to work. All right, they cornered the market on dog food as we speak. They've been in the pits. Yeah, they fired the pits back up. They brought 50 Cent back in to regulate, and man, they did work. We got it. We got it, boys.
Nice.
Where are my dogs at? Where are my dogs at?
How did we arrive at me having Campbell's soup hands? Is that a positive sentiment there, Carl, or what is that?
I don't know that any of them are negative or positive, to be honest with you. I mean, they're fluid. They're gender fluid.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a food shortage, those cans,
soup cans.
Yeah,
I mean, it's clear who the leader is. Those croissant hands are fearsome. I mean, I have give me nightmares.
Croissant
Yeah,
hands.
those are like pinchers, right? I have bludgeoning ability with my soup hands. You can pinch.
Yeah, just salad hands, right? Yeah. All right, we got
Salad hands.
less than 2 minutes. Minute 45 seconds left here on Power Hour. We do have those hashtag Power Hour submissions. We can sneak them in here right now, Gabe, if you want.
We've got two. We got
Let's do it
two
real quick.
today.
Cool.
Got Lost Trader saying the
come
second
on,
one.
man. Come on.
Had to.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Hey. That's pretty good.
Wilson.
Well done.
Wilson.
Oh, that's pretty good.
And then number 2, we have Ronald just kind of showing us what he's got working. I don't see any trades on, but wanted to show him some love anyway. Ronald, we appreciate you sending something in.
Thank you.
Looking at the ES, it looks like for Power Hour today. Maybe you caught a trade. If you did, throw us in chat what your trade was, and we'd love to hear about it. But we'll be back tomorrow
Finally,
for
someone's-
hashtag Fast Markets.
Good, solid content there, Ronald.
Yep.
Good stuff.
40 seconds left of the session. I think I almost see there. You get the follow through, but still. Power of new all-time highs. We'll see what we do. Overnight session. Carl Hungus, thanks for joining us, man. It was a little slow. Nice silver trade, by the way.
Yeah, great trade.
Yeah. I just moved up my stop to right under, I'll take $125 if it slips.
Nice.
But yeah, man.
Yeah, nice conviction in that one and taking it during Power Hour. Bucking the trend of dallying with these indices here, like we're trying to.
Here we go.
I mean, the setup
5
was
seconds.
there. It was there. So I wouldn't have taken it if it wasn't. So.
Eddie's got bell, outro, camera on, Eddie.
Yeah.
Take us.
And there we go. There, he had the bell. All right, boys and girls. Oops, hold on a second. Got it. Oh, my camera went off again. Hold on.
All right.
We back?
He's coming.
Check,
There
check.
he is.
Yep. There he is.
Thank you, Lost Trader.
Chinese satellites, one of the satellites, Klingon ship flying over my house at that time. All right. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm like really low on this. Really low here. Better? You mean in the picture? Boy, that's a big picture. All right. Thanks for being with us here today on this Monday, back from a weekend. It is 3:00. We are closed here, but I want to take a look at what we've got going on tomorrow. Tomorrow we do have some early numbers. We will be having our red book at 7:55. 9 o'clock, Fed Chair Powell will testify. Who he's testifying against? Probably the citizens of the United States. Treasury Secretary Yellen will be speaking tomorrow, 9 o'clock. So we'll see what she's got to say. Also here, we've got a 3-year note auction. FOMC member Bowman will be speaking around 12:30. API crude stock at little in the afternoon. And I think that's going to be it for our eco numbers, but we got some big players going to be talking. So it should, I don't know, hopefully turn the blender on, give us some action. We'll see from there. As far as what we've got tomorrow is the 9th. We got 9 days in this month already. Boy, time is just flying by. We're going to have JD and myself opening up for the morning. We're going to start the machine, fire it up, opening call, and we're going to have Rips joining us here. Rips is going to continue on with Fast Markets with Coach Dakota MP and Andre. We got Gabe, Andre, and Ben S. for Power Players. I will be doing Top Quiz with Anne Marie. Jack and Mick will be doing Shoulder Tap. JD Robert, Group Coaching. We've got a rotating segment here, Market Stalking with D. We'll have Robert, Deanna, Coach Jay, and myself. And if you do have any questions that segment, by all means, put them in chat. We can get to those. And Power Hour to end the day. Yes, we got the dynamic duo, Andre and Dolby, with Austin Silver. So there you have it. Now remember, folks, it is Monday. Yes, and we're very glad that you were here with us today. We hope that you love being with us, so we love having you. And remember, respect your fellow human. All right, a lot of conversation here in the chat. A lot of great people that we do have sharing ideas. And remember, if you can't say anything good, don't say anything at all. And hopefully you learned one thing today, and that is going to move you forward. So it's family time right now. Time to get some love from the closest to you, no matter who they are. Get some rest, re-energize, have a fantastic day. Stay safe, stay healthy. Until we meet again, yes, we will tomorrow. I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV.